Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 626 Touchstone Pictures. Your PR consultant, Eva, gave a good idea. This reporter clearly divided the promising young actors into two groups. The first group only received praise and focused on honing their acting skills. Ralph Marzio's inclusion in this group will add a lot of buzz to the sequel to Dragon Boys. Weintraub hosted Ronald at his home in Los Angeles. If Ronald hadn't tipped them off, it would have been troublesome if Marzio, the lead actor in the sequel, had run into problems. Has Ralph's statement been released? Here, Weintraub handed over a public statement. Ralph Marzio stated that he and Emilio were merely colleagues at the Outcasts, and the two didn't have a deep relationship. He was busy filming his new movie and preparing for the sequel to Dragon Boys. He also stated that he didn't agree with the Boys Gang label. They weren't a gang like the Rat Gang, always making movies together, but rather pursuing their own careers separately. It's pretty much the same story as Tom Cruise's side. Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. This was the kind of approach a PR manager had taught him. Little George's mother, Barbara, called me. After you talk to Eisner, call her back. He's really focused on his role as a fun director now. When his friends ask him what movies he's invested in, he can't answer, which is very embarrassing. Jane Morgan, Weintraub's wife, after Ronald finished discussing the new film with her husband, quietly told Ronald about her friend Barbara's request. Barbara's eldest son had never been so enthusiastic about his work. Now, his friends tease him every day, saying he's invested in a fraudulent film and hasn't seen a single movie. He doesn't argue back, only saying he wants to see how Disney operates in the long run. His mother is very distressed by this and called to inquire about her son's career. I will. Mr. Eisner has arranged to meet me this weekend. Martin's son is a real menace, dragging down some of Hollywood's most promising actors. In a secluded little restaurant, Eisner met with Ronald privately. Who says otherwise? Luckily, I was quick-witted and got Cruise and Marzio to issue statements. Otherwise my two new films wouldn't even be released before the male leads are embroiled in controversy. Emilio's Boy Gang has become the hottest topic in Hollywood. Every male actor giving interviews criticizes their unprofessionalism, disrespect for acting, and hedonistic lifestyle, distancing themselves from them. Privately, their agents and production companies warn them against giving interviews privately. All interviews must be vetted by professional PR firms. Thankfully, he didn't involve Molly Lindward, a minor, otherwise parents all over America would tear him apart. Eisner's anger hadn't subsided. The adaptation rights to Hinton's Oklahoma City trilogy's final novel, Times Apart, which Martin Sheen had bought for his eldest son, were a distribution contract Eisner signed during his time at Paramount. Although he was now at Disney, the responsibility still rested on his shoulders. Originally, he wanted to sign a contract with a father and son at Disney to release Emilio's first self-written and directed film, Wisdom. Now, with the scandal, he just wanted to blacklist them both, kill them off, and never hire them again. Ahem. Ronald beat around the bush for a while before getting to the point. Now, the mother of one of the directors of Screen Fund has contacted me, wanting to ask about the use of Disney's funds. You know, she's always been very good to her children. I know. My contract with Screen Fund can only be used for investments in live-action films. But now, the old guard at Disney, led by Roy Jr., wants to completely reject the strategic direction of his former son-in-law, Ron Miller. Then what should we do? Ronald understood Eisner's implication. Roy Disney Jr., the nephew of founder Walt Disney, used the excuse that his son-in-law Ron Miller's investments in live-action films had all failed to generate revenue to force him and his cousin to go to Napa Valley to grow grapes. The newly introduced CEO duo, Eisner and Katzenberg, privately agreed with Ron Miller's live-action film policy, preferring to avoid investing in large-budget, slow-turnover traditional Disney animated films. When are you going to help me make one? Eisner avoided discussing investment, instead inviting Ronald to act. I just finished producing Top Gun and need a break, and then there's the sequel to Dragon Boys. Ronald implied he was busy. Then help me pick out some scripts and recommend directors who can make low to medium budget films. Eisner still wanted to secure Ronald's involvement. Ronald was a key figure in the second phase of the Screen Fund. If he could make a successful live-action film for Disney, they could continue with the third and fourth phases of funding, ensuring Eisner's financial security. This kind of private equity fund was far cheaper and more convenient than bank loans. My production company, Daydream Pictures, can we invest? Ronald, seeing Eisner had given him an opportunity, immediately seized the chance. The Screen Fund's investments will also give some shares to production companies, but really only a tiny bit. Eisner gestured with a small hand. Just being able to participate is fine. I'll have my assistant send the script to you. Like I said, you can make whatever kind of film you want, and cast whoever you want as the lead. But right now, I can only give you budget control for small to medium budget productions. Tell me, I can give you the green light for any film with a budget of no more than $6 million. Why? Ronald asked curiously, seeing Eisner give such a specific figure. If you're willing to direct, the price is negotiable. If you don't direct and only participate in production, I can only give you $6 million. Because I plan to put small to medium budget live action films under this umbrella, so there won't be too many constraints on the board. As he spoke, Eisner pushed a document towards him. Ronald picked it up and saw it was a feasibility report for making comedies, action films, and romantic teen films that appealed to teenage audiences, with the words Touchstone written below. A covert maneuver. A Chinese phrase popped into Ronald's mind. It turns out that to reduce board resistance to pushing for live-action films, Eisner had placed some small-budget films under the Touchstone Pictures brand, which had no connection to Disney. This is a company founded by Ron Miller, specifically for making small-budget films for teenagers. However, his judgment has been poor. Of the films they've made since their inception, only Walt Murch's Return to Oz has any hope of making a profit. The other 6 have all lost money. Eisner took a sip of his drink and continued, I made a compromise. From now on, Touchstone's opening credits will no longer feature any Disney-related logos, so audiences won't know it's a Disney-controlled company. Touchstone will have independent distribution channels and will also be allowed to produce more explicit R-rated films, as well as the recently approved PG-13 films. As long as you're confident in making a profit, whether it's a script from our library, one you wrote yourself, or one you've bought, send it to us. Katzenberg will personally approve it. This essentially gave Ronald a secret project approval and distribution channel, allowing him to produce any exploitative films he liked. Not only could he direct them himself, but he could also mentor his friends. The next day, Ronald excitedly went to the CAA office. Richard was carrying boxes and boxes of scripts into his office. After renewing his contract with Ronald for 3 years, Richard now had his own private office, complete with a special desk for Ronald. The refrigerator was filled with Ronald's favorite snacks and Capella wines. So many? Did Disney bring their entire film library here? Ronald was overjoyed at the sight of such a large package. After years of hard work, he had finally reached the point where producers were begging him to direct. Although it was only because of Eisner's special relationship with the Screen Fund, and although he only had decision-making power over productions with budgets under $6 million. Do you need an assistant to condense all these films into a few hundred-word synopsis for you? Ronald thought for a moment and rejected the suggestion. Finding a professional and hard-working assistant wouldn't be easy. They might just let a good script slip through their fingers. I'll read them myself. Lying comfortably in his bed at home, Ronald picked up a script and read the first 3 pages to see if they piqued his interest. If they did, he'd flip through the rest. If the story continued, he'd put it aside and read it more carefully later. He flipped through them like this, but didn't accumulate many scripts that interested him. Ronald picked up another script, titled Ruthless People. The screenwriter was an unknown name named Dale Rauner, who hadn't yet written any scripts that had been adapted into films. So it's a comedy. Ronald found the beginning intriguing. 2 bumbling thieves kidnapped a billionaire heiress, a fat and vicious woman. Her husband, on the other hand, wanted the kidnappers to kill her, so he could inherit the fortune and elope with his mistress. This is worth a closer look, Ronald thought, finding the opening plot captivating, and placed it among the pile of scripts he focused on by his bedside. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. Ronald yawned, and fell asleep. In his dream, a screen appeared. A drumbeat began, and a wide blue ribbon passed through the bottom of the screen, condensing into a small sphere on the left, the ribbon transforming into Touchstone Pictures subtitles. Then another drumbeat, and the second page's subtitles appeared. Screen fund phase I assisted in filming. What a coincidence? I actually dreamt of a Touchstone production funded by the Screen Fund. Ronald's lips moved, a smile appearing on his face, as if he had found a suitable script to present to Barbara and Eisner. The film begins with a short, bald actor with a shrunken voice, holding a mistress's hand, repeating to her his countless time repeated fantasy. He's going to kill his wicked wife and steal her inheritance. This guy is definitely suited for comedies. He's hilarious, Ronald commented. The man returned home to find his wife missing. He received a ransom call saying his wife was in their hands and demanding $500,000 in cash as ransom, threatening to kill her if he called the police. The actor's facial expressions shifted from impatience to disbelief, and finally, upon hearing that the kidnappers would kill his wife if they called the police, he even laughed. Wasn't this what he had longed for? This acting is really good. The close-up shots convey such rich layers. Ronald also offered his comments on the male lead's acting. The two kidnappers, wearing masks of Donald Duck's two nephews and nieces, released the sack covering the kidnapped wife's head. A fat, ugly actress, pouting her thick lips, began to spout nonsense, saying she would put the kidnappers in jail and torture them to death. If my wife looked like that, and had a terrible temper, I'd also be tempted to kill her. Ronald saw the two kidnappers, a man and a woman, trembling under the hostage's barrage of insults and couldn't help but feel sorry for her husband. The two kidnappers locked the hostage in the basement and turned on the TV to see if there was any news about the kidnapping. To their surprise, all the channels were talking about the latest news on Mrs. Stone's kidnapping. Even the news of the kidnappers demanding a ransom of $500,000 over the phone was being broadcast. The camera focused on the kidnappers, a man and a woman, who looked like a married couple and didn't seem like the kind of villains who would commit kidnapping. Isn't that an old acquaintance, Judge Reinhold? Ronald saw a close-up of the male kidnapper's face. He was the actor who played Rad, the older brother of the female lead, in Fast-Paced, the character who had a crush on Phoebe Katz. Can you believe it? All the TV stations are talking about this news. Do you feel guilty like me? The female kidnapper's voice was terrified, her upper body shrinking back. She clearly wasn't a professional kidnapper. This acting isn't very good, it's a bit over the top. Perhaps plays and musicals need such exaggerated physical movements to attract the audience's attention. But movies have close-ups and extreme close-ups. Realistic and normal acting is sufficient, Ronald commented on the female lead's acting. Even in comedies, it's better to act like a drama. The humor in this script isn't in the dialogue, but in the absurdity of the plot itself. Guilty? We've said it many times, they stole your idea and made millions of dollars. We only asked for $500,000, which is already fair. The camera zoomed in, and the blurry face of the female kidnapper in the background became clear. Isn't that Helen Slater? No wonder her acting is so bad. Oh, wait, we can't say that. It wouldn't be good if she or her father, Gerald, heard it. What, you're the critical of my acting? Helen suddenly stopped acting, her eyes wide as she asked Ronald, her short hair, still barely shoulder length from her role in The Legend of Billy King. Where did I do wrong? This is what I learned in Stella Adler's acting workshop. Oh no, I mean your acting isn't really suited for film, Ronald said, a little frightened by Helen's sudden confrontation on screen. Really? Are you saying my daughter's acting is bad? You're the director, why didn't you guide her? I entrusted my daughter to you, you're responsible for training her acting skills. Gerald appeared on screen, holding a wine glass, and spoke sternly to Ronald. Oh, no. I don't know how to direct acting. Ronald tumbled off the bed in fright. Chapter 627 How to Direct a Comedy Film? I'm interested in one of the scripts, but it might not be suitable for me. The next day, Ronald dialed Eisner's number from his CAA office. You picked out a script so quickly? That's great, Eisner praised him before Ronald could finish. I knew you were a very efficient director. Which one is it? A shrew, a comedy, Ronald replied. Very good, a comedy is good. Your debut film, Fast Pace, had great comedic elements. No, Mr. Eisner, you trust me that much? Ronald recalled his dream from the previous night, realizing that subconsciously he didn't believe he could make a good comedy. I trust you, why wouldn't I? You've made so many low to mid-budget films, which one did you have prior experience with? No problem, as long as you're ready, I can get Katzenberg to start project negotiations anytime. Why does Eisner have so much confidence in me? Ronald put down the phone and asked his agents, Nisida and Richard, who were sitting opposite him. Ronald felt something was very wrong. When did the script discussion turn into this? It used to be so difficult to get a film director, but now it seemed like Eisner was begging him. Why not? Like he said, your films cover different genres and categories. There are teen exploitation films, sci-fi, musicals, action films, and the newly shot Top Gun, which I can't really categorize, air combat or sports. In short, you're a director who understands audience psychology and knows what they like to watch. So maybe comedies suit you too? There's no reason to think you can't make comedies, although they have different acting requirements than other genres. Nistida said a lot of good things, basically saying you could do it. Hollywood had confidence in you. You want to direct Shakespeare? Great, a new era director dares to challenge himself and film the classics of this generation. You want to direct a gangster film? Excellent, the gangster film has finally found a new savior since Coppola. What do you think? Ronald glanced at Richard, who was still engrossed in his script, hoping he could offer some insightful advice. I have no opinion. You've proven yourself multiple times, capable of handling diverse genres and budgets. I imagine after your new film's release, people will be lining up to deliver scripts to you. I'm just a lucky agent, I can't offer much advice on project selection. In short, whatever your decision, I approve. If you decide to make the sequel to this one, I have some actors to choose from, Nistida said, pulling a stack of audition resumes from her drawer. They're all clients of my people at CAA, you can choose whatever you like. Let's put it aside for now, I haven't completely decided yet. That's good. You already possess the qualities of a composed, master director. You won't accept a project on a whim just because you're moved by a script. You'll consider the overall profitability of the project. Besides, Top Gun's test screening in Chicago was a great success. Audiences in the 3 largest cities gave you an A+ rating. Ned Tannen is starting to prepare the marketing plan. I'd like you to come and discuss it with him. It seems the excellent reviews from the test screening of Top Gun have had a significant impact on his agent as well. Ronald realized that everyone was in it for the money. Eisner, probably under pressure from the Screen Fund, was trying to curry favor with him to get a film project approved quickly. And the agent, in turn, was trying to secure more package deals. They were going a bit too far in agreeing with him. Don't be like that, Richard. I've known you guys since I was a nobody screenwriter, and I know comedy isn't easy. Generally speaking, comedy directors and comedy actors are separate categories. Seeing that Ronald remained sober even after securing a project guarantee from Touchstone Pictures, Nistida couldn't help but admire him. Many directors and actors, while maintaining humility and caution upon achieving professional success, often overestimate their abilities once given the power of production. Many renowned directors and actors have lost a fortune and languished for years after taking on the role of producer. Nistida spoke frankly, comedy demands special skills in acting. If you haven't specifically studied comedy, it's easy to make films that audiences don't find funny. Indeed, directing acting is my biggest weakness as a director right now. Ronald couldn't help but recall the embarrassing scene in his dream. He was able to consistently produce successful and box office films thanks to the finished films in his dream, which guided him in casting and acting styles. Otherwise, he might not have been able to make consecutive box office hits. Could you find me an acting coach? The best one. I'm quite busy right now, so I prefer classes with flexible schedules. Also, not a methodological approach like Lee Strasberg's. No problem. Richard carefully noted Ronald's requirements in his notebook. The one that best fits your needs is probably Messner's acting workshop. They're having a class at North Hollywood this year. I'll give them a call. Okay. Ronald wasn't very familiar with acting coaches, so he'd go with his agent's recommendation. Also, I'd like to find a script reading assistant. What are your requirements? Richard smiled. It seemed reading scripts was indeed a tough job. Otherwise, among Hollywood executives, only Frank Price of Universal would insist on reading them personally. Ronald was still shaken by his dream last night, probably from reading too many scripts and putting too much pressure on himself. He'd never felt this way before. He listed his requirements for an assistant one by one. Ideally, someone with experience as a screenwriter in the industry and who has experience writing film scripts themselves. I don't require speed or a weekly reading quota, I just need someone responsible and with a certain level of discernment. Richard noted them down. That's a bit high requirement. People with real experience wouldn't be content with just being a script reading assistant. If I'm satisfied with a script, I might consider recommending it to Touchstone, or for a smaller production, I'd like to fund my own daydream. Ronald couldn't help but think back to his own early days at New World, where he started by reading scripts to Roger Corman. Then there are many candidates. I'll help you choose. After leaving the office, he went to Daryl Vital's karate dojo, where he practiced for a while. The two chatted about the preparations for the sequel to Dragon Boy. The sequel would likely tell the story of Master Miyagi returning to Okinawa, and Vital would have to film the action scenes. Every time Ronald finished editing a film and waited for its release, he always felt a sense of unease. Life in movies was so colorful, while real life was incredibly boring and mundane. He always needed time to adjust to this kind of ordinary life syndrome. Many Hollywood stars, when not filming, spend their days indulging in pleasure, perhaps because they couldn't stand the monotony of life. Thinking of his fear of directing comedies and training actors, Ronald couldn't help but ride his motorcycle to Cameron's house to talk to him. Only Cameron, a fellow young director, could he talk about these things. They're just sexist, Gail was angrily yelling at Cameron, but when Ronald knocked and came in, her expression changed. You're here, Ronnie. I'll order you a pizza and some beer. What's wrong? Gail seems upset. You're here. Cameron was happy to see his old friend. Gail's being targeted by the Fox boss, who said she can't be a real producer, so she might only be a nominal producer on Aliens 2, the one who discriminated against Shirley Lansing. This has become a running joke in the industry. Not only him, but even the former chairman of Paramount's board, Barry Diller, didn't believe Gail could stand up to me as the director on set. Cameron pointed to his nose. So that's the crux of the problem. Producers need to be willing to stand up to the director on set. Sometimes, directors will shoot multiple takes to get a good performance, which can delay the schedule. Producers need to step in and say no. Barry Diller probably thought Gail, being Cameron's wife, wouldn't get angry with her husband on set. They really don't understand Gail. If anyone can talk to you on set, it's Gail. Ronald had experienced Jim's charm on set firsthand. Could you repeat that to the Fox executives? Gail walked in with a few cans of beer, just in time to hear Ronald's last sentence. Of course, I'd be happy to endorse you. Ronald knew Gail meant to use her industry influence to prove to the Fox executives that Gail could be a competent producer and keep Cameron in check. HMPH, you're a good friend after all. Gail opened a can of beer and clinked glasses with Ronald. By the way, you said you came here for? Cameron asked. Well, I saw a really good script, and I think it has a good chance of being made, but it's a comedy, and I'm completely unsure about comedies, Ronald said, voicing his frustration. Indeed, do you know why there are comedy directors and actors, but not tragedy directors and actors? Gail, with her broad knowledge, asked Ronald. I really don't know. Ronald thought for a moment, realizing it was true. Because comedy requires a special rhythm and special acting skills. Anyway, their acting requirements are different from those of ordinary actors. Apparently, in the New World, Roger never invested in purely comedic films. Do you remember Jerry Zak? Cameron asked too. I remember, Ronald recalled, when we were filming High Rock, Zak was busy making his own movie, which gave me the opportunity to be a second-unit director and join the union. Roger wasn't willing to invest in his script for part of that reason. Comedies are very unpredictable at the box office, so studios prefer to work with successful comedy directors or actors. If it's really funny, the cost of a comedy isn't actually high, it's just a few characters' dialogue, and the box office can be just as good as a blockbuster, Gail concluded. Should I ask Zak and his trio for advice? Ronald thought. Chapter 628 The Matthew Effect. Ronald, you've become a great director. I didn't realize you had this talent back then. I only knew you were a good fighter, Jerry Zak joked upon seeing Ronald. Haha, but now I understand how amazing your trio is. It's not easy to consistently produce high-grossing comedies. Ronald hugged Jerry Zak, his brother David, and his friend Abraham in turn. Hey, Jerry Zak even made a crane kick gesture. I'm planning to parody it in my next movie. You don't mind, do you? Oh, I don't mind. Even if you mind, it won't matter. Ha ha ha. Zak started his cheeky joke again, always giving unconventional answers to Ronald's train of thought. That's probably the secret to their box office success. Ronald was no longer the junior assistant on the set. Before coming, when Roger Corman had introduced them, he already knew that the three of them's love of joking and playing pranks wasn't entirely due to their personalities. The pacing of comedy is extremely demanding. They often test people's reaction times during conversations, and who knows? If a joke works well, your embarrassing moment might appear in their next script. Honestly, comedy isn't difficult, but it's hard to build up. It takes us about 2 to 3 years to accumulate enough material to start filming a movie. That's why we only shoot our own scripts, because comedy is so personal. Getting back to the point, the Zach trio was very enthusiastic about Ronald, explaining their creative method, slowly polishing the jokes. The three constantly create and revise their lines until every punchline is perfected, guaranteed to make the audience laugh. Comedies are very particular about the timing of the performance. If the audience laughs a second longer than you expect at the beginning of a joke, they might not have heard the beginning of the next joke, which is a serious disaster for the following jokes. One wrong timing can ruin the next 3 jokes, Jerry Zach, the leader of the trio, said, but your script is still very good. The requirements for the female kidnapper are relatively low, she doesn't need too much acting skill. Most of the jokes about the male kidnapper are caused by plot twists and conflicts, so they don't necessarily need to be played by comedic actors. The key is the male and female leads. The annoying rich girl who is obsessed with losing weight and the husband who wants to kill his wife to get his father-in-law's inheritance must be played by actors with comedic talent. He quickly flipped through a script. Hey, your script is really good, Jerry Zach nudged his brother David with his elbow. Look here, there's a plot twist. The kidnappers are actually the inventors of the rich man's product. They are just ordinary people who took risks for what they deserved, and this one, a rich girl locked in the basement, watching workout videos on TV, actually lost weight from her waistline that she could never seem to slim down before. Ha ha ha, look at this ransom. At first they asked for 500,000, then 100,000, and finally even 10,000, 5,000. The husband wouldn't give a penny, which infuriated the rich girl, so she teamed up with the kidnappers. The trio started discussing the script, often role-playing characters and discussing the rhythm of lines, making marks with pencils. You guys like this script so much? Would you be willing to make an exception and direct it? Seeing the three getting into work mode, Ronald thought for a moment and simply offered his invitation. I thought you wanted to direct it yourself, Ronald. Jerry Zach pushed up his glasses and looked Ronald in the eyes. I have this idea, but after discussing it with real experts, I realized it requires too much research and talent. I'm afraid I can't direct it alone. If you're interested, I can contact Disney. Oh, by the way, their live-action film division is now under Touchstone. Could you contact Touchstone and have Katzenberg talk to you? Mr. Eisner promised me that if there's a suitable script, they can provide some investment and distribution channels. Jerry exchanged views with the three. Then I'll leave it to you. You'll be the producer. We're not familiar with Disney's personnel, we only trust you. That's no problem, of course, but I can only be credited. Your level isn't high enough for me to manage anything. Just consider it helping you avoid those who pretend to know everything and give random orders on set. Ronald knew, of course, that the Jerry Zach trio had also consistently produced blockbuster hits like Unprecedented and Top Secret, with two big-name directors of high-grossing comedies. There's no need to worry about finding the right people. They collaborated with Katzenberg, who's in charge of production at Disney, on their first 2 films. But everyone's an artist, so working together is a safe bet. There are just too many executives in this industry who don't understand production. Having Ronald listed as producer can scare away those just looking to get a piece of the action. At the appointed time, Ronald brought Jerry Zach to Katzenberg's office, the new production manager at Disney. Jerry? I thought you wouldn't direct someone else's script. Katzenberg had received a call from Eisner and knew Ronald would be coming to discuss a new project. He hadn't expected Ronald to bring the Zach trio. Thanks to Ronald, we really love this my husband's script. How should I put it? We almost laughed our heads off. But the thought that we didn't write it made us sad, so making an exception for it was totally worth it. I don't want to wait another 2 years to gather enough laughs. Great, Touchstone can invest a $6 million production budget and guarantee a North American distribution contract. If you need more funding, you can raise it yourselves, no problem. Katzenberg was overjoyed. Finally, Touchstone had secured a script with the potential to be a blockbuster. As the debut film for this small studio, it couldn't be better. Zach's Zaz Productions can handle the rest. My daydream will cover the remaining investment, with some contingency funds, Ronald stated, revealing the previously agreed-upon investment ratio. So, Katzenberg pointed at Ronald, you're the producer of this film, I'll be credited. Touchstone can find a dedicated assistant producer to handle the details, since I have other projects on my plate. Our Daydream team will also send an assistant producer to oversee things. Very good, I have no problem. Casting is up to you. Katzenberg opened a bottle of champagne. With Ronald's guarantee, the successful trio, and a script favored by two blockbuster directors, he could simply sit back and reap the rewards. The rest was up to the legal department. What do you think of the casting? Jerry Zach left the office and, finding a place to sit down and discuss the preparations, politely asked Ronald for his opinion on casting. This was a producer's legal right. I think the two leads are key, Ronald said, intending to speak generally. Seeing Zach nod, he continued, it's best to have a contrast effect. The rich girl needs to be played by an actress that everyone thinks is ugly, loud-mouthed, and very unlikable, so that it contrasts with a later plot twist. For the husband, I think it's best to find someone short and sleazy, so that the audience can immediately picture him as someone who married an ugly woman for money. That's close to what I'm thinking. If you're making a comedy, we're in trouble, Zach joked again. But if you have any candidates, you can tell me. For the supporting roles, as long as the appearance fits, acting skills aren't very important. If possible, I'd like to recommend an actress, Helen Slater. Ronald felt he couldn't let the role that originally belonged to Helen in his dreams be ruined, so he quickly gave his recommendation. I know, that girl is beautiful. I saw her in Billy King. Although it didn't do well at the box office, her portrayal of a modern Joan of Arc was absolutely stunning. Exactly the type you're most fascinated by at your age? Jerry Zach winked at him. That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? I didn't mean anything. No, I just think she's suitable. Her father helped me a lot in the past. Ha ha ha, I fooled you. Zach laughed heartily. Don't worry, I'll leave this pretty face to your great beauty. We don't plan to bring in Elizabeth Shue as the female lead again. We'll focus the story on Professor Miyagi and his student Daniel, who, because of a telegram, returned to Miyagi's birthplace in Ryukyu to settle their unfinished grudges. Why not keep her? Ronald looked at the synopsis of Dragon Boys 2. This film mainly tells the story of Miyagi, echoing and subtly connecting with Daniel's story in the previous one. The story takes place in a small fishing village near the U.S. military base in Okinawa, Miyagi's master's hometown. To explain Daniel's relationship with a beautiful Japanese girl, the plot needs to separate Elizabeth Shue's character, Ali, from Daniel at the beginning. We might make this a series, Mr. Weintraub. If we don't let her character Ali appear in this installment, how do we handle the story after Daniel returns from Okinawa in the third film? It's just a cameo anyway, so let her come for a day. Give her and Daniel a reason for a falling out, like Ali having to go to preparatory university and having to separate from Daniel. That way, we can also arrange for Daniel's two girlfriends to meet in America in the third film, since they both practice karate. I'm sure many viewers are interested in beautiful women practicing karate. Ronald offered his opinion. Elizabeth Shue went to Harvard, and for the second movie, Weintraub's screenwriter gave Daniel a new Japanese girlfriend as a gimmick, preserving the integrity of the character of Elizabeth Shue. That's a better choice. Otherwise, if it's like in the script, where Elizabeth dumps Daniel for a football player, it would contradict the character of Elizabeth from the first movie. What you said makes a lot of sense. I'll have the screenwriting team revise it. Elizabeth Shue was loved by many male viewers in the first movie. She has a lot of charm, and she's not just a girl next door, but a Harvard girl. Keeping her is the right thing to do. Weintraub agreed with Ronald's opinion. Is there anything else you think needs to be changed? I'll take a closer look at the script. Sometimes you have to sleep with it. You'll get inspiration and ideas the next morning. Ronald picked up a copy and put it in his bag. Haha, you can make up great stories in your dreams, Ronald. Oh, Weintraub, unaware that he had revealed the truth, patted Ronald on the shoulder. This time we're going back to Hawaii to film. I know a big landowner there. We can use his estate for free. We can also invite the vice president's family over for a vacation and borrow his Marine Corps No. 2 helicopter to shoot a few scenes. As for Elizabeth Shue, I'll contact her agent. She'll know who's been working so hard to promote her. Weintraub winked at Ronald. Anyone who's tasted the life of a leading lady won't be satisfied with a job as a college graduate. If she wants to go back to Hollywood, she needs to know who can provide her with real help. That's not what I meant. Whatever you mean, she has to thank you, doesn't she? As long as this movie can catch up with the previous one, I'll be much more confident taking over the United Artists label. Weintraub was preoccupied with a promise from MGM owner and Las Vegas tycoon Cochran. Whether he could become a junior partner at United Artists depended mainly on Ronald. Ronald discovered that his two mid-budget films, Dragon Kid and Top Gun, had been incredibly successful. Rumors were circulating in the industry that Ronald's new Tom Cruise film would propel him into the ranks of a new generation of stars. In the eyes of the top executives at major studios, Ronald had transformed from a master of turning low-budget films into a powerful director of mainstream cinema. Low-budget blockbusters are difficult to replicate, but mid-budget films are more likely to succeed. With a strong director, big stars, a good script, and effective promotion, the likelihood of making money was quite high, so you guarantee it. Barry Diller, CEO of 20th Century Fox, a minority stock option holder, and Eisner's former boss, met with Ronald in his office to discuss Gale Hurd becoming a producer on Aliens 2. "I guarantee Gale is the only person on set who can keep Cameron in check. Last time I was filming the Terminator's ending scene, Jim almost yelled at me to death, and it was Gale who came up with a viable solution." "Lying, you think you can keep Cameron in check?" Barry Diller retorted, but his expression remained enthusiastic. "Oh, I didn't mean that. I meant I have other projects and can't be a producer on this Alien sequel. Gale and Cameron are the best combination." "I know what you mean, Ronald." Barry Diller lit a cigar. "Want one?" "Thank you." Ronald accepted the cigar from the 20th Century Fox executive. "Actually, taking over the sequel midway through isn't a good choice for Cameron. If it's good, people will attribute the credit to Ridley Scott of the first film. If it's bad, it'll all be Cameron's fault. But he wrote the script, and the special effects suit him. As long as someone's on set watching him and letting him perform well, you're sure to make money." "I understand what you mean, but what I mean is," Barry Diller exhaled a puff of smoke, "when are you going to come and produce a movie for us at Fox? Director, producer, roles, you can choose. You can even participate in the production investment if you want. Don't deny it. I know you got very good terms with Eisner. I just want to remind you that what Disney can give you, we at Fox can give you too." "I understand, Mr. Diller." Ronald felt that some of Eisner's methods were likely learned from Barry Diller: direct, quick, and understanding your opponent. "Have your friend come over and get the contract signed with Joe Vizin, the VP of production." Barry Diller was delighted. Establishing a connection with the up-and-coming director Ronald Lee was far more important than that alien horror sequel. The big boss of 20th Century Fox, former oil tycoon Marvin Davis, had sold a portion of his shares to another Australian tycoon, Rupert Murdoch, the news mogul who rose to power on Fleet Street in London. The two were also going to jointly acquire Urban Media Networks. Being on good terms with someone like Ronald, if he could get him to direct a blockbuster film for Fox, would elevate his status with the new boss. Unlike Marvin Davis, who is an outsider, Murdoch was a media expert. He needed to have something tangible to offer. Aunt Karen, Eric, Ronald returned home. His aunt and her new boyfriend, Eric, were staying at his house. They had begun a nationwide tour. This time, they were accompanied by Bud, touring the area around Los Angeles, and had just returned from Palm Springs. "Sorry, I've been too busy to spend time with you." "It's alright, but it's great to have with us." Auntie cooked some more dishes and watched Ronald eat. "You seem troubled, Ronald. Is something wrong?" Auntie sensed Ronald's anxiety. "Nothing much, I'm just a little unaccustomed to it." Ronald could tell Auntie anything, including about his sudden rise in status and the courteous treatment he received from several high-ranking studio executives. "Darling, all the answers are here." Auntie reached into her travel bag, took out a cloth-bound hardcover book, and handed it to Ronald. "Eric helped me pick this out. It's an early reprint of King James's edition of the Quakers of America." Ronald took it and saw it was a rather old Bible. However, these kinds of books were published in large quantities, so they weren't very expensive compared to other antique books, and the condition was quite good. The King James Version was an older English translation, known for its concise and beautiful language and good rhythm, and it was once very popular. "Look here," his aunt said, turning to Matthew chapter 1. "For to everyone who has, more will be given, and he will have abundance, but from him who does not have, even what he has will be taken away." A person already has some fame, and more fame will accumulate upon him, even if he doesn't deserve it. You only have some fame from making movies, and you want. As she spoke, his aunt smiled. Her nephew had never caused her any worry, and she believed he would understand on his own. "You understand, Ronald, don't be fooled by appearances." "Thank you, Auntie." Ronald hugged Aunt Karen. Chapter 629. It was all in vain back then. That's more comfortable. After chatting with Aunt Karen, Ronald took the Bible she had given him back to his bedroom and placed a cloth-covered book on the bookshelf. Then he picked up the first draft of the script for Dragon Boys 2 and lay down on the bed to read it. The story picks up right where the first movie left off. Master Miyagi and Daniel, carrying their trophy, arrive at a parking lot and prepare to go home with his girlfriend Ali and his mother. Across the street, Chris, the coach of the Cobra Dojo, gets into conflict with his students. Chris believes that he lost to Daniel because his students didn't follow his teachings and didn't use the no prisoners approach to beat Daniel's leg so badly he couldn't continue the match. Several of his students have turned against him. Master Miyagi steps in and stops Chris from hitting his students, subduing him in a few moves, and then pretends to punch Chris hard in the nose. In the end, adhering to the principle that karate is not about bullying others, Master Miyagi only pinches Chris's nose hard. Everyone laughs, and Chris feels more ashamed than if he had been hit. His image has been completely ruined. He had no choice but to slink away. Ronald yawned. This was a clever way of moving the ending that wasn't filmed in the first movie to the beginning of the second. It was a good move, fitting Miyagi's Eastern philosophy of defeating opponents by first defeating their minds. Increasingly sleepy, Ronald's eyes began to close involuntarily. He'd been busy all day, and had spent a long time chatting with his aunt and her new boyfriend that evening. Mr. Miyagi, look what Ali did to my car. A voice came from behind him, and Ronald felt like he was dreaming of Dragon Boys 2 again. Daniel's convertible was wrecked. He came to Mr. Miyagi's house to complain. His girlfriend Ali had moved on to the football team's star quarterback, and even wrecked his car. This needs some revision, otherwise the transition is too abrupt, Ronald thought. This time, his dream was clearer. He saw that Elizabeth's shoe was indeed absent from the final cut of Dragon Boys 2. At that moment, Miyagi received a letter from Ryukyu. His father was seriously ill, and his childhood sweetheart, Yuki, asked him to return to see his father one last time. Daniel used his saved-up university tuition money to buy plane tickets and went to Okinawa with his teacher, Miyagi. Kumiko, where's Yuki? Miyagi asked a pretty young woman who opened the paper sliding door as he returned to his home in Okinawa. You must be Mr. Miyagi. Aunt Yuki is taking care of your father. In the dim night, only the yellow light from inside the doorway made the Okinawan woman appear even more beautiful. Daniel stared at her, somewhat dumbfounded. This Meet Cuties is really good, Ronald thought, noticing the relatively easy filming of Dragon Boys 2, and even having the leisure to comment. A romantic love story needs a romantic encounter that makes the audience feel the male and female leads are a perfect match. This was handled well. It would have been even better if there had been a little more shy eye contact between Kumiko and Daniel. Ronald thought to himself that perhaps the original director didn't have a deep understanding of Eastern thought. Miyagi's father passed away, and he rekindled his relationship with his old flame, Yuki. After putting his worries aside, Miyagi showed Daniel around the villages on Ryukyu Island. The two visited the shrine of Miyagi Shinho, the founder of Ryukyu Karate and Miyagi's ancestor. Miyagi decided to teach Daniel more advanced karate techniques. They went to the old pier in the fishing village, untied the anchor, and Miyagi stood in the anchor's path, turning around in place to let the massive anchor pass. Miyagi also took out a rattle drum and taught Daniel this advanced technique, not using footwork to dodge, but only using waist rotation to counterattack while dodging an opponent's attack. Looks like this is the final move in the second part, Ronald thought. How should this technique be portrayed in the filming? Then Daniel and the beautiful Kumiko became friends, and the two went shopping together. Daniel pressed Kumiko about her dream, and she dragged him to an electronics store. Is this your dream, to sell televisions? Daniel asked the newly acquainted beauty, puzzled. No, I'll show you. Kumiko spoke a sentence in Japanese to the sales clerk in the shop window. It seemed she was a regular customer and familiar with the staff. The sales clerk put a videotape into the VCR. This is my dream. I want to be a dancer. Kumiko pointed to the TV screen. A ballerina appeared on the screen, dancing solo in the dim light. Oh, it's you. Ronald felt a warm current in his heart. His whole body felt very warm, but his nose felt a little sore. The TV was showing Fame, a movie he had participated in filming in New York in 1979, and it happened to be a scene of Antonia Franceschi, playing Hillary, dancing gracefully in a dance studio. In the dim light, the dance studio was filled with the smoke from incense. Ronald felt as if he had returned to that filming time 6 years ago, picked up ice cubes, put them in a bag, and put it behind Antonia's neck after the filming was finished. Antonia's skin was very fair, and the fine blonde hair on her neck was visible to Ronald. She looked very cute. "Ronnie, should we each continue our careers, or get married and live together?" Antonia turned to Ronald and asked for his choice. I want to be with you. We can have a few kids, I'll go to work every day, and you can pick up my clothes from the laundry, but you still want to be a film director, and I still want to be the principal dancer of the New York City Ballet. Let's separate." Antonia pushed him away, then went to the carpet in the middle of the dance studio and began her ballet solo, an arabesque, wings outstretched in the wind, drifting away like a swan. "Antonia, listen to me, I'm not directing anymore. I can make leg warmers, and I can earn over $200,000 a year. I can even sell them to Jane Fonda. We won't worry about money or career. You can continue being a ballet dancer, and I'll be a businessman in Manhattan, a donor to your ballet company, Antonia." "Antonia," Ronald hurriedly tried to catch up as Antonia continued walking away. Ronald, Ronnie, what's wrong?" Aunt Karen and her boyfriend Eric, both wearing pajamas, came in to check on Ronald, who had cried out. They saw their nephew lying on the floor, rubbing his head frantically. It seemed Ronald had fallen off the bed and hit his head on the corner of the script that had fallen to the floor. "Ronnie," Aunt Karen said tenderly, rubbing his head. "Are you alright?" I'm fine. Looks like I need to get a bigger bed." Ronald's head still hurt a bit from the impact, and tears welled up in his eyes. "Sigh," Aunt Karen sighed softly, pretending not to hear Ronald calling for Antonia. "This nephew doesn't want a big bed, he wants a girlfriend. If only Antonio were still keeping this brat in check. Antonia is the best. Helen is actually prettier, and from a better family. Donna's good friend Diane is also fine, we know her well," and he thought of Ronald's past girlfriends. They were all pretty good. It's all because of this damn director and actress profession. Long-distance relationships always cause problems. If Ronald had found a more ordinary girl and married earlier, maybe he would have kids by now. "Go back to sleep." Auntie suddenly felt that Ronald in her arms was a bit annoying, so she pulled Eric away. Sigh, Ronald could only rub his head and go back to sleep. His interrupted dream didn't continue, and the next morning, Ronald got up for his usual long run. "Ronnie, your phone." Auntie had prepared breakfast at home and handed the phone receiver to Ronald, who had just returned. "Hello? This is Ronald." Ronald picked up the receiver, sat down at the table, and ate the baguette his aunt's new boyfriend had made, paired with freshly fried bacon, a vegetable and fruit salad, and a glass of milk. A chef by training, he had even made a simple breakfast delicious. "Ronnie, it's me, Helen." It was Helen Slater on the other end of the line. Jerry Zak had kept his promise and sent Helen Slater an audition invitation. He specifically mentioned on the phone that it was producer Ronald who insisted she play the role of the female kidnapper. Thank you, Ronald. I didn't expect you to recommend me. Having been in the industry for a while, Helen Slater had begun to understand the value of opportunities, especially a second chance for a loser. Her Supergirl movie was a box office flop, and it even dragged down the Superman series, leading to its cancellation by the producers. Her second film, The Legend of Billy King, was releasing next month, and the test screenings hadn't gone well either. Gerald didn't have any more connections to give her a third chance. Helen, who was preparing to return to New York to look for opportunities in television series, suddenly received an audition invitation from Jerry Zak. After 2 consecutive lead roles in films that didn't perform well at the box office, she now had a chance to act in a comedy directed by Zak's trio, making her infinitely luckier than any other actress of her age in Hollywood. "Don't thank me, it's what you deserve." "No, it's a role that suits you," Ronald almost let slip. "No, you don't owe me anything. I'll remember your help this time." "Ronald," Helen didn't know how to express her gratitude. "Give me a chance, and when we meet, I'll thank you properly." Helen hung up the phone quickly after saying that, feeling like she was making a deal for the role. "No, not with Ronald. We used to be very close, and he still thinks of me and created this opportunity for me. This silly girl, she forgot to mention when and where we're meeting." Ronald hung up the phone and took a bite of his baguette. The freshly baked baguette was very crisp, perfect for breakfast. Ring 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 ring. Ronald picked up the phone, and Helen finally remembered. "Have you decided when to thank me?" Ronald, thank you. When are you free? I'll fly to Los Angeles to see you. My agent said this opportunity is very important. Even though it's just a cameo, I hope it will help the audience remember my character. Elizabeth. Ronald choked on his milk. Cough cough, it's okay. We've known each other for a long time. This is also for the sake of the story's completeness. Maybe you'll even play the lead role in the third movie. It turned out to be Elizabeth Shue, who was confirmed to have a cameo in Dragon Boys 2. Thank you. Elizabeth Shue thanked him very happily on the other end of the phone. She only got Ronald's new phone number because she received an invitation from Weintraub. Shue will graduate from Harvard next year. The closer she gets to graduation, the more she feels that an actress's career is precious. An actress's career is not as long as an actor's, and now is the most crucial time. Shue saw the previous year's graduates starting their job fairs on campus, all dressed in suits and ties, busy going around interviewing with their resumes, and realized that she had made a mistake in her choice. If only she could capitalize on the fame gained from Dragon Boys and continue pursuing new roles. Actresses not only earn salaries unattainable by ordinary professions, but also have numerous opportunities to network with high-ranking figures across various industries. When Dragon Boys was released last time, producer Weintraub was quite unhappy because she didn't participate in the promotional tour with the cast. This time, if it weren't for Ronald's strong support, she wouldn't even have gotten this cameo opportunity. I'm not kidding. Have you been in Los Angeles all this time? I'll fly over to see you at the press conference. I'll thank you properly in person. Elizabeth Shue hung up the phone, resting her chin on her hand and thought. If only I had had the foresight back then. With a boyfriend like Ronald supporting me, titles like Harvard graduate and billion-dollar box office star wouldn't matter. Just one word from Ronald can change a producer's mind. I've truly experienced what the power of Hollywood is like. Thank you, Eric. I must say, your cooking is the best I've ever had. Seeing Aunt Karen looking at him with a displeased expression, Ronald knew perfectly well that his flirtatious phone calls with several actresses had upset her. He had no choice but to take a roundabout approach, flattering his aunt's new boyfriend. Eric is self-taught. He retired from the Marines and started working his way up from the bottom as a kitchen helper in a restaurant. Sure enough, his aunt's attention was diverted. Your skills are more than enough to make a living in New York and Los Angeles. Ronald genuinely thought Eric's skills were quite good. Right now, all I want to do is travel around the country with Karen, Eric said with a silly grin, constantly looking at Aunt Karen. I'm leaving now. Let Bud take you wherever you want to go. Ronald quickly slipped away while his aunt was engrossed in her love. He was now a powerful young director with considerable influence. Things were different now. How many of those actresses who were simply flattering him were truly sincere? Ronald himself didn't know how to tell. Perhaps he simply couldn't. He was a successful film director, which not only gave him an advantage but was also part of his personal charm. Status and inherent qualities were sometimes inseparable. If he had been more impulsive in his youth, he might already be married to one of his ex-girlfriends. Back then, he was absolutely certain that his love was genuine. But who could say for sure? Perhaps now, they might be divorced. There were just too many breakups and makeups in the entertainment industry. Ronald drove his beloved Ferrari out the door. The sun shone down. He took out his sunglasses and put them on. It was another new day. Chapter 630. The Hollywood interview was completely changed. Where's your Aunt Karen? She went to Yosemite with her new boyfriend. Ronald picked up his childhood friend, Douglas Henson Jr., at the airport. He had come specifically to invest in the My Husband is a Villain project with Ronald. Years ago, the two had made a verbal agreement. For every film Ronald invested in, Douglas Henson Jr. would have the same share. The Jerry Zach trio carefully calculated each scene and came up with a budget of $9 million. Ronald had his accountant, Lawrence, review it. Aside from some typical Hollywood overstatements, the Zach trio hadn't overcharged Ronald too much. Ronald used a year's worth of earnings from commercials, music videos, and profit sharing, plus some stock sales, raising $750,000. Adding Douglas Henson Jr.'s $750,000, the two of them contributed $1,500,000. With the $1,500,000 from the Zach Trio's production company and the $6 million from the screen fund allocated by Touchstone, the budget was complete. Douglas Henson Jr. also promised to make up the difference if the production exceeded the budget. Cheers. Jerry Zach looked at Ronald, very satisfied. He didn't compete with him for the priority investment rights, and even brought in this rich fool, willing to guarantee all the risks and still take the final profit share. Cheers. Little Douglas looked at his childhood friend Ronald, very satisfied. He actually let him participate in the Touchstone project. No, actually, the Disney project. He even brought in the famous comedy director Zack Snyder to direct. Who could get this opportunity? Not only did he facilitate the film's production, but he could also be listed as a co-producer, making him a true Hollywood insider. Who will play the male and female leads in our film? Little Douglas was extremely happy and immediately began to take on the role of producer. If the budget allows, we plan to try inviting Jack Nicholson for the male lead. For the female lead, we also hope to find someone with high topicality and popularity, even if she's not on the industry. A hint of joy flashed in Jerry Zach's eyes. He hadn't expected that this fool wasn't just a rich fool, but also a film enthusiast. Since he could guarantee the outcome, he would go for big-name actors. Jack Nicholson, great. How much does he want? Little Douglas beamed. A famous actor meant buzz, free media publicity. Just $4 million, and we can get him the lead. We can revise the script for him. Jerry Zach, seeing the other's genuine interest, immediately began his persuasion. Ronald lightly stomped on Little Douglas's foot. $4 million is too expensive, and it doesn't fit the original male lead's image. If we can use someone outside the industry for the female lead, how about Madonna? She's very famous now, especially after Ronnie directed that music video for her. As a newcomer to the film industry, her salary shouldn't be high. That's a good choice. Let's find her agent. Jerry Zach, seeing that the other quickly calmed down upon hearing the salary, also abandoned his attempt to rip him off. How did I do? High school classmates and wrestling club friends, Little Douglas and Ronald had a tacit understanding. He sensed that Zach's side was trying to persuade him and immediately changed the subject. The group then went together to the joint interview for the film's project launch. Very good. Your suggestion is actually quite good. Madonna has a kind of annoying quality. If we can let her bring out that quality, I think she can play the role well. Ronald also thought this choice was acceptable. Although her acting skills weren't great, she was very popular right now. These are the main creators of this film, Ronald Lee, Jerry Zach. This is Mr. Douglas Hanson Jr., the investor and co-producer of this film. The executive producer sent by Touchstone began to introduce the reporters. Mr. Hanson, according to my information, this is your first time investing in Hollywood. Why did you participate in this film? Because of the excellent script, and because I particularly like director Zach's films. I believe they will be successful again. Jerry, will this film still be a comedy with a lot of parodies and jokes? This time it will be different. We won't shoot it in the traditional slapstick way. Ronald and I discussed it for a long time, and we decided to make it a different kind of comedy. Ronald, what do you think of the reports about the Hollywood kids? That's not within the scope of this film. Please ask questions related to this film. The executive producer from Touchstone immediately interrupted. Excuse me, will Touchstone Pictures operate as a separate distribution and production entity from Disney? Why is someone still asking about the Kid Gang? Touchstone's executive producer was very dissatisfied with a reporter, drawing a thick line under his name. Everyone's on edge these days, trying to avoid any association with the Kid Gang. Reporters have to ask prearranged questions. He just saw the hot news and nobody else was answering, Ronald said, putting in a good word for the reporter. Well, there's nothing we can do. That piece of shit Emilio has messed up Hollywood. Nobody wants to do in-depth interviews anymore. That lousy reporter has completely destroyed the trust between the media and Hollywood. Not only will he never get an interview with him again, but all entertainment reporters, including studio people like me, feel that Hollywood interviews will only involve asking trivial questions. You idiot. Everyone is eager to distance themselves from you, and you actually want to get Tom Cruise and Sean Penn to whitewash your relationship. Martin Sheen was shocked to see his eldest son hire a PR firm, hoping to find a few good guys from the boys' gang to clear his name and attack the reporter David Bloom who wrote the story. Don't you know reporters love it when you argue with them? Did your PR manager warn you, Tom and Sean? They were both on my side on the phone. That reporter, David Bloom, is spouting nonsense and distorting our image. Why can't I fight back? Emilio remained stubborn. Martin Sheen, a seasoned veteran, was well aware of the perilous consequences of such actions. His eldest son, Emilio, was incredibly foolish. After making 2 blockbuster movies, he thought he was a star. Those actors more famous than him were his competitors. He hadn't yet discerned who his true friends and enemies were in this game. If you want to do it, use your own money. I'm not writing checks for your special PR campaign. Emilio had a good income, but his expenses were also high. Without Martin Sheen's funding, he couldn't afford the PR costs. Emilio, if you want to show off, you'll have to rely on yourself, his brother, Charlie Sheen, added insult to injury. HMPH. Emilio was in a state of turmoil. His future had been bright, but now many film offers he had received had been withdrawn. If he couldn't get new roles, his expenses would far exceed his income. Restaurants and hotels where he used to get free meals just because of his celebrity status now required payment. To maintain the facade of a celebrity's life, his savings were rapidly depleting, and he also had a fixed monthly expense of $2,000 to that woman. If he cut off that, she would cause trouble again. You'd better watch yourself. Martin Sheen walked away, exasperated. His eldest son was the most successful of his children, and he had to swallow his pride and ask his old friends for a role for Emilio. If you ask me, you should either come out and apologize, Charlie Sheen suggested to his brother. Emilio was angry. Why had he become the biggest target, being relentlessly criticized? The other members of the gang weren't necessarily more discreet in their private lives than he was. Taking advantage of their celebrity status was perfectly normal. Everyone in Hollywood did it. As for acting skills, you don't need to study acting so much when making movies. It's not like a live theater performance. Admitting mistakes is out of the question. Once you do, you can no longer be a leading figure among the new generation of stars. Or what? Emilio sensed the underlying meaning in his brother Charlie's words. Or, you can find the media an even bigger target. Demi, you did a great job telling me about Emilio's movements this time. Next time he's confused like this, you must let me know as soon as possible. Martin Sheen found Emilio's girlfriend outside the door. If Demi hadn't secretly tipped him off, Emilio would have secretly hired a PR firm, which would have been a huge embarrassment. I love him, I just hope he doesn't do anything stupid. Demi behaved very gracefully in front of her future father-in-law. After seeing Martin Sheen out, Demi secretly tiptoed back, eavesdropping on the brothers' conversation through the door. Who should we ask to divert the media's attention? Emilio knew his brother. Although he wasn't as good an actor as himself, he was quite resourceful. Among people your age, who do you think is currently in the limelight and can best help you deflect media attention? Charlie Sheen gave a hint before leaving. Demi. Charlie Sheen nodded to Demi. Charlie, Demi, having just heard the commotion, jumped several meters away from the doorway, pretending to have just returned. Damn it, Emilio cursed, tearing a note from a sticky note, grabbing his wallet, and heading out. I'm going to discuss this strategy with Rob Law. Come back soon. Demi cursed inwardly, thinking that while he was supposed to be discussing things with Rob Law, he was probably out on a date with some female fan. Seeing Emilio walk away, she repeatedly checked her desk, trying to find out who the target she had discussed was. Demi noticed a trace of the torn note on the top of the sticky note. She quickly picked up the sticky notepad, carefully adjusting the angle under the light, trying to find the trace. R-O-N, Lee. Is it Ronald? Demi found it amusing. This Emilio wasn't thinking straight. Ronald was a director. What competition did he have? Choosing him to draw attention was just out of jealousy. But his stupidity is exactly my opportunity, isn't it? Her eyes darted around. And she grabbed her bag, hurriedly running to a phone booth 2 blocks away and dialing. Hello, Ronnie. This is Demi. Emilio seems to be trying to drag you into this. Chapter 631. I say one sentence, you repeat it. Why? Ronald complained to his agent, Nisida, and Richard, puzzled. I didn't provoke him, he's the one who keeps provoking me. At best, I just beat him at ping pong on the set of The Outcasts. He always wants to be the leader of the younger generation, but he's really not cut out for it. Even without me, he couldn't compete with actors like Tom Cruise and Sean Penn. Those actors have star quality, they're always the center of attention. Can Emilio do that? He doesn't have that ability. Is the information reliable? Nisida frowned. This eldest son of Martin Sheen wanted to drag his biggest client down with him. What kind of information did he have to reveal? Very reliable. I can't tell you the specific informant, but her information is first-hand. Nisida nodded. Ronald's use of her was a clear hint. I'll go to a PR firm to get information, prepare a contingency plan, and then contact his father, Martin Sheen, through Coppola. You know, Latinos usually come from large families, and fathers are generally more responsible in disciplining their children than people of English or German descent. If Martin is willing to discipline his son, we can resolve the issue before it gets exposed. However, I have a question for you. You've always been one of the best clients, with no negative press, so I'll only ask once. Nisida leaned closer, looking directly into Ronald's eyes. If Emilio still decides to expose your private life, is there anything you can't tell the American public? No. Ronald thought for a few seconds. Aside from the secret of his birth, it seemed that only his relationship with the pop idol Brooke Shields might cause some public backlash. Very good. Nisida wasn't entirely convinced by Ronald's words. He was still determined to have PR expert Eva prepare a contingency plan just in case. Martin Sheen and Coppola are longtime friends. I'll call Coppola and have him pass on a message that we should talk first. That's it. Ronald thought the agent was very calm. Dealing with an actor like Emilio should require any big fuss. Things could be handled internally within Hollywood. That's fine. Emilio's just a silly kid, he wouldn't act that quickly. Nisida closed her notebook. Richard will send you to Messner's acting school. I'll handle it. Messner is one of the top 3 acting coaches in America. Like Stella Adler, he was a young man who studied method acting techniques when the Russian playwright Stanislavski visited America. Later, after Stella Adler challenged Lee Strasberg's emotional memory method, the manager of Actors Studio, Messner also left Actors Studio and opened his own neighborhood theater acting school, teaching acting techniques. Richard began to explain to Ronald the resume of the acting coach that CAA had found for him. Unlike Stella Adler, who teaches without discrimination, Messner isn't cheap. Originally, his training classes were all on the island of the Bahamas in the Caribbean, but this year he started opening new classes in North Hollywood for people like you who have money but don't have time to travel overseas. People like me. Ronald found Richard's words amusing. Yes, Stella Adler's students are mostly talented young theater actors who lack money. Messner's students, on the other hand, are mostly people who have already achieved success in other fields and want to switch careers or learn acting techniques. Richard parked the car in North Hollywood. Who are they? There are models who want to switch to acting, and there are directors or screenwriters like you. You know, many people come to learn acting not to perform in the theater, but to better understand actors. Richard led Ronald through a large red door in the middle of a black wall. This was Messner's acting school. For example, the famous Hollywood director, Sidney Pollack, who directed My Fair Lady and 72 Hours of the Condor, and Sidney Lumet, who directed 12 Angry Men and Dog Day Afternoon, are both Messner's students. Ronald was pleased to hear the names of the 2 great directors. Since they both studied under Messner, it seemed this master had some real talent. Playwright Arthur Miller, who wrote Death of a Salesman, and David Mame, who wrote The Great Game, were also his students. Many more well-known actors attended, such as Grace Kelly, Gregory Peck, and Robert Duvall. Tom also studied here. Mr. Messner, this is my client, director Ronald Lee. Hello, Mr. Messner, I've heard so much about you. Thank you for accepting my application. Due to time constraints, I may not be able to attend classes every week. Messner, an elderly man wearing tortoise-shell glasses and leaning on a cane, said, I don't care why you're attending this training course. I will teach you according to the standards of an actor. And you're here not as a director or screenwriter, now you are an actor, just like all the other students. Acting isn't a game of the mind, it's a skill that requires constant practice. Can you complete the class exercises with the same seriousness as an actor? Of course, Mr. Messner. Ronald felt a certain fondness for the old man. At his age, he was still so serious and responsible. If you were only learning acting skills instead of studying like an actor, it would negatively impact the other students. Very good, Messner smiled. Welcome, Ronald. My daughter loves your breakdancing, although there's nothing particularly noteworthy about it. Messner had undergone throat surgery, and his voice was now very soft and slightly hoarse. One had to listen carefully to understand what he was saying. Yes, that's exactly why I'm here. Ronald was completely focused. He was here to learn. Come on, let's begin the new class's self-introductions. Messner warmly embraced Ronald and led him into a classroom with a stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to introduce our new student. Some of you may already know him. Ronald Lee, Messner's daughter, who is also his class assistant, came over and helped introduce Ronald, the new student. After Messner sat down, He put on a microphone so his voice could be heard better. Everyone applauded, and some of the women were very excited, not expecting a famous Hollywood director to be their classmate. Ronald introduced himself to his classmates and discovered that one of his familiar actresses was also in the class. "Hi, Michelle." Ronald recognized Michelle Pfeiffer and went up to hug her. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be in Meissner's first acting training class in Hollywood." Pfeiffer was still the same, slim and full of energy. "Well, now that everyone's here, I can't waste your tuition. Now let's begin the first exercise." Meissner's voice came through the loudspeaker. Ronald didn't have time to catch up with Pfeiffer. The two sat together and listened to Meissner's lecture. "We're going to do an exercise now, called I'll say a sentence. You repeat it. We need two actors to come up and perform, and the rest of you will observe. Anyone want to volunteer?" Meissner looked at Ronald and Michelle Pfeiffer. "Come on, I need a man and a woman, and you two know each other before." "Perfect." Ronald and Pfeiffer walked onto the stage side by side and stood facing each other. "Now, Michelle, you say something to Ronald." "Anything." "Then Ronald, you repeat it." Michelle Pfeiffer brushed her blonde hair behind her ear, thought for a moment, and then said, "You're handsome." Ronald thought to himself, "I know this game," and grinned at Pfeiffer. "You're handsome." "No, no, no, Ronald, when you repeat it, you have to change the way you address her. Pfeiffer complimented you on your handsomeness, so you have to repeat what she said. Observe carefully, and then repeat the content. She said Ronald is handsome, so you should answer, I'm handsome." Ronald thought to himself, it's not that simple after all. "What did you say?" "Michelle, you're handsome." Michelle Pfeiffer had heard of Meissner's unique teaching technique before, a method known in Hollywood as the Meissner technique. She caught the uncertainty in Ronald's voice and repeated it in a questioning tone. "And now it's your turn, Ronald." Meissner guided from below. "I'm handsome." Ronald, quick-witted, sensed a hint of nostalgia in his old flame's voice and echoed it with fond memories of the past. "You're handsome." "I'm handsome." The two repeated each other, and all the students noticed the growing sweetness in their voices. Meissner grinned silently below. They had chosen the right students. Mr. Laurentius, I'd love to work with you, but Mr. Stephen King, a successful novelist, isn't a successful director, Emilio Estevez said to independent producer Dino De Laurentiis. "Call me Dino. Everyone has a first time, doesn't they? And given your current situation, isn't this a great opportunity for me?" My situation will improve soon." Emilio was provoked by Dino De Laurentiis. The idea of his brother stirring things up began to fill his mind. "Oh? As far as I know, your schedule isn't very full right now." Dino De Laurentiis looked like a typical Neapolitan, and he was best at taking advantage of others' misfortunes. "Just you wait and see, in less than a week, the media will stop chasing after me. There are plenty of people in Hollywood who are more morally corrupt than me. They'll go after that real playboy." "Who are you talking about?" Dino De Laurentiis looked at Emilio with newfound respect. This vengeful nature was very much like a Neapolitan. "HMPH, you'll find out soon enough. He's not an actor, he's a young director. Let me give you a hint, he's not much older than me, and recently he's had the good fortune to make two low-budget films that grossed over $100 million, Emilio boasted smugly about his plan. This Neapolitan wasn't stingy with projects he liked. Although he really didn't want to act in Stephen King's dabbling film, Dino might be a potential investor in his self-written and directed script. "Well, you have the right to keep it a secret before taking big action." Dino De Laurentiis shrugged, already guessing it was aimed at Ronald. But he hadn't heard of any scandals involving Ronald. "However, please consider it carefully. We have more opportunities for collaboration." Dino began to grin mischievously. "To deal with such fools, you had to make them feel like they were getting the better deal. But to deal with that rising Hollywood director Ronald, you had to use a different approach, laying the stakes flat." Unfortunately, he had underestimated Ronald's rise to fame. That Year of the Dragon, perhaps, would have been better in his hands than with Michael Cimino. At least it wouldn't have brought him so many relaxation massage bills. What about Emilio? He's inside, discussing something with Mr. Dino De Laurentiis. Laurentius's assistant, standing outside the office door, was shocked to see Emilio's father and a middle-aged woman rushing towards him angrily. "Take me to see this little brat." "I'll take you in." The assistant, intimidated by Martin Sheen's rage, pressed the call button. "Mr. Laurentiis, Mr. Martin Sheen wants to see you. He seems very angry with Emilio." Bang! The office door was forcefully pushed open by Martin Sheen. He strode to his eldest son and yanked him from his seat. Chapter 632 I Say One Sentence, You Repeat It, Part 2. What did I tell you? Don't mess with others, don't mess with others. Do you think your father is omnipotent? You've made such a mess. Are you trying to kill your father and ruin your brother's acting career? I didn't. Martin Sheen hadn't expected Emilio to dare lie to him. He was so angry that his heart began to ache, and his hands began to tremble slightly. Martin, sit down first. The woman was Emilio's mother, Janet, also a former actress. She asked Lawrence for a glass of water and gave her husband a pill. Then she stood up and grabbed Emilio's ear. Emilio, what have you done to your father? How dare you provoke him? To expose his secrets? Don't you know, Coppola personally called to warn you today. If it weren't for your father's influence, you would be ruined by now. I'm sorry, Mr. Laurentius, this is how we Latinos discipline our children. Please don't take offense. Janet realized they were in the office of the big producer Laurentius, and Dino was watching the three of them with interest. She quickly apologized for her inappropriate outburst. It's all right, Mrs. Sin. In the eyes of us Neapolitans, this is what a loving mother and a devoted wife look like. Laurentius stood up and hugged Janet, then offered the adjacent conference room to their family. Martin Sin, having taken his medication, felt much better. He sat in the conference room, lecturing his wayward eldest son, word by word. Who gave you the terrible idea to expose Ronald's private life? Do you know his status and connections in the industry? I didn't. Emilio still wanted to be stubborn. Janet came over and tried to pull her son's ear. Stop kidding, give me some face, Mom. I haven't even done anything yet. How did you all know, you idiot? Don't you know the PR firm you hired is the one Tom Cruise and Ronald Lee always use? They have no professional ethics. Emilio turned his anger towards the PR firm. How could I have such a stupid son? How many times have I told you, Ronald is a director, he's not your competitor. I can't stand his arrogant attitude. You have to be patient, my son. If you were exposing Tom Cruise or Sean Penn, I might think more highly of you. Emilio looked bewildered. You don't understand these things, Emilio. Listen to me, go apologize to Ronald in person right now. Don't make excuses, put away your stubbornness, and sincerely, admit defeat, apologize to him. Otherwise, you might not get any acting jobs for the next 2 years. You're an actor, you should have this much acting skill. Martin Sheen valued this eldest son highly. He was an important link in the Esterwitz family's continuation into Hollywood acting family, like the Douglas family. Oh, of course, Emilio thought, his unease lessened by the thought that apologizing would allow him to continue receiving script offers, and it didn't seem so unacceptable after all. Ups and downs are common in the entertainment industry. I remember when your mother and I first had your brother, we were constantly moving from place to place in the slums of New York, often evicted for not paying the rent. We finally found a cheap place on Staten Island. All of this only improved significantly after I starred in Catch-22, which allowed me to establish myself in Hollywood, move to Los Angeles, and afford to send you and your siblings to Santa Monica High School. Temporary glory or disgrace doesn't matter, you're already on the threshold of success. Just one more step and you'll be a star. Now, when people talk about my days of homelessness in New York, they only see it as an anecdote of my hard work. Once you're famous, who'll know that you once bowed your head to a young director? Emilio was moved by his father's description. He looked up at Martin Sheen's earnest gaze and nodded earnestly. You haven't told anyone about your plan to expose Ronald and attract the media, have you? Martin Sheen was still a little worried about his foolish son. I only told my agent, they won't say anything. And Carlos. I didn't even tell Demi. Emilio revealed his brother's name. Carlos was Charlie Sheen's real name. That's good. From now on, don't mention this to anyone. Martin Sheen felt a little better. His eldest son wasn't so foolish as to be desperate. Oh, okay. Emilio's mind drifted back to the conversation. He hadn't mentioned Ronald's name, so it shouldn't count, right? Okay, have you thought about how to apologize to Ronald in person? Emilio was speechless for a moment. Martin Sheen looked at him, knowing the pride of young people, who couldn't stand bowing down to their peers. Sigh, I don't have much to teach you about acting. Listen, son, I'll say one sentence, and you repeat it. Ronald, I'm sorry. I formally apologize for my stupidity. Ronald, I'm sorry, idiot. You need to look him in the eyes, Martin Sheen said, looking at Emilio with his head down, and gently tapped his head. "One more time, Ronald, I'm sorry, Ronald, I'm sorry." "Very good, Ronald, you and Pfeiffer go up and demonstrate for everyone again." Messner had all the students practice, but some of the model-turned students weren't quite as quick to grasp the concepts. He simply called on Ronald and Pfeiffer, who had performed best and had the best chemistry, through the microphone. "This time, Ronald, you go first." Ronald stood 2 steps away from Michelle Pfeiffer, a perfect distance for a theater performance. In a film, this distance could be used for over-the-shoulder dialogue. He looked at Pfeiffer, who smiled back at him. "You smiled beautifully." Messner instructed them not to think too much about the lines, but to focus on the other person's reaction. So Ronald simply said what was in his head. "I smiled beautifully," Michelle Pfeiffer repeated, almost bursting out laughing. "You smiled beautifully," Ronald repeated again. He really enjoyed Messner's acting classes. The exercises were like a game, focusing on the other person's tone of voice and then reproducing it exactly. This was much more interesting than Lee Strasberg's emotional memory method, where a whole class of students were crying their eyes out. "I smiled beautifully, haha." Pfeiffer was amused by Ronald's deliberately imitated smile. "You smiled beautifully, haha, that's it, very good." You need to constantly pick up on the subtle changes in the other person's lines and the nuances of their emotions. Then repeat them. Meisner was demonstrating this pair of students below. Having such a well-matched pair saved him a lot of trouble. "I smiled beautifully," Pfeiffer said, noticing all the students staring at her and Ronald, her embarrassment flaring up again. Being paired with her ex-boyfriend like this, saying these ambiguous lines, she was already a married woman. "You smiled beautifully," Ronald sensed Pfeiffer's embarrassment. Actors need to be emotionally invested to perform convincingly, which can be awkward. And Pfeiffer was naturally prone to embarrassment. He hadn't let his embarrassment get into his repetition. "I smiled beautifully," Pfeiffer said, sensing Ronald's good intentions, otherwise, continuing would only make things more awkward. "Stop," Messner interrupted their repetition. "Ronald, you've lost a bit of Pfeiffer's emotion here, did you feel it?" "Ah, yes," Ronald, caught red-handed in a moment of chivalry. In Michelle's last repetition, there was a little, "What did you feel?" Messner was quite old, but when teaching students, he was full of energy and passion. He looked at Ronald, patiently guiding him with an expectant expression. "A little bit awkward, exactly." "Very good, you both did very well, continue." Messner waved his hand, took a throat lozenge and put it in his mouth. Teaching students like this was truly enjoyable. "That's all for today, see you next time." Messner summarized everyone's performance and then announced the end of Get Out of Class. "Michelle, it was really nice to see you today." Ronald went over to say goodbye to Pfeiffer. "Me too, will you come often in the future? I'm a bit busy, so I might miss class." "Is someone picking you up?" "Horton will pick me up." "Okay, that's all, goodbye." "Oh, so you know Ronald?" "I've never heard you mention him before." A classmate named Jennifer pulled Pfeiffer's arm and exclaimed in admiration. "I knew him when I was in New York. He was just a screenwriter and a film crew assistant back then." "Oh," Jennifer looked at Ronald with a hint of disdain for Pfeiffer. "How come you didn't manage to land a director like him?" "If it were me, Ronald," Martin Sheen called. "He'll personally bring Emilio to apologize to you, hoping you'll be lenient." The person who came to pick up Ronald was his agent, Nisida. "Why did you alarm him?" Ronald asked. "I had Capella tell him that Francis might have exaggerated the situation." "Ronald, I'm sorry. I formally apologize for my stupidity." In the CAA office, Emilio was forced by his parents to apologize to Ronald in person. Aside from Ronald and his closest agent, Nisida, who also served as their communication channel, no outsiders were present. Ronald looked at Emilio, who was hunched over and cowering in fear, and felt a pang of sympathy. Had his status really made Emilio so afraid? No, Ronald had just received training from Messner, and his ability to read people's emotions had improved. Emilio's fearful demeanor seemed inconsistent with his true feelings. "Ronald, I apologize to you too. You know, when I had Emilio and his brother, we moved from poor apartments in different parts of New York. Emilio frequently changed schools, never attending one school for more than 6 months. We finally found a place to settle down on Staten Island." Emilio's mother, Janet, seeing her eldest son so humble and Ronald still silent, grew anxious and, for her son's sake, disregarded everything else and apologized to Ronald as well. "No need for that, Mrs. Sin," Ronald couldn't bear to see his mother so subservient to her children. Her mention of Staten Island reminded him of his Aunt Karen. "I can forgive your recklessness, but I have conditions," Ronald said, reiterating what he had agreed upon with his agent. "First, your planned leaks must cease immediately," Nistida stated, helping her client articulate the conditions. "Second, you cannot disseminate any of Ronald's private matters to any third party, no matter how much you know. Not even in casual conversation among friends. Third, if anyone else leaks information attacking Ronald, we will consider it a breach of your promise." "I can do all of that, Ronald." "No, I mean Mr. Lee, I guarantee I will do all of these," Emilio immediately promised. Ronald looked at Martin Sheen. "I promise, I will keep an eye on him," Martin Sheen nodded in assurance. "All right, I won't pursue this matter further. Say hello to Francis for me. What is he busy with now?" "He's preparing for his new film, still looking for the male lead." Ronald chatted briefly with Martin Sheen, moving on from the topic. He didn't even glance at Emilio. Chapter 633 Different Fates. "I failed, Ronnie, can I stay with you for a few days?" "Sure, come anytime. I can keep you company whenever I'm not in acting classes." "But why didn't Lucas choose you? Did he see your rock star look in Street Fighter?" "I don't want to talk about it now, we'll talk when we get there." Diane gave him her flight number. Ronald picked up Diane Lane, who was wearing sunglasses. She had been rejected by the director in the second round of auditions for George Lucas in San Francisco. Diane, dressed in a white shirt, seemed to be in a good mood, but her slightly swollen eyes behind the sunglasses betrayed her inner pain. "Why don't you ask me why I failed? Who did I lose to?" Diane returned to Ronald's house, ate some cookies that her aunt had baked for Ronald before leaving, and regained some energy. "You'll tell me when you're ready." Ronald stroked Diane's hair. The young girl had suffered quite a blow. "Hey, I can't sing. Director Lucas asked me if I used a stunt double in Street Fighter, and then made me sing a bit." Ronald chuckled, recalling Diane's own performance of the ending scene in the movie The Amazing Stains, which was truly amateurish punk band lead singer level. Diane reclined on the sofa, looking rather unrefined, but nestled in Ronnie's lap, she was quite comfortable. She took a bite of a cookie, one eyebrow twitching upwards as she winked at Ronald. "My singing sounds like a cat's meow, while Lee Thompson's singing is semi-professional. Does playing a singer necessarily mean you have to be able to sing? That's a philosophical question." Ronald increased the pressure of stroking Diane's hair. "Some directors don't mind using lip syncing, but others, in order to achieve a realistic performance, are quite strict about actors singing live. For example, Sissy Spacek, the lead actress in the film Daughter of a Coal Miner a couple of years ago, sang all her own songs while playing country singer Lolita Lynn. She even released an album that entered the top 20 of the country music charts and won an Oscar for Best Actress for the role. Without her own singing, she wouldn't have been eligible for the award. Similarly, Jerry Zak, the director of The House That Never Dies, also tends to cast actresses who can sing as the wealthy daughter of a singer who gave up her career. "Oh, I'm done for. Now I can only go back to selling health foods," Diane said, feeling very discouraged after failing her first audition for a big-budget film. "Don't say that. You have great talent. If I have a suitable project, I'll ask you to audition," Ronald said, having taken acting classes himself and realizing Diane's considerable acting talent. In The Bridge at Sunset, her acting at 14 was already incredibly natural and refined. At the time, Laurence Olivier praised young Diane as the next Grace Kelly, which wasn't entirely an exaggeration. "You're not getting a role in your new movie again," Diane pouted. The House That Never Dies cast Helen Slater as the second female lead and is going to cast Madonna as the lead. She doesn't have any suitable roles left. "Well, I can't blame you. I chose to focus on preparing for Lucas's new movie. I'll be a health food salesman from now on, so you'd better buy a lot. Don't put all your money into it again. By the way, advertisers from Japan will be asking you to shoot a Max Factor ad this year. They were very satisfied with the results of your endorsement last year. Just wait for your chance in Hollywood. I'll find you a couple of mid-budget movies, and you'll be in the spotlight soon." "You said it," Diane cheered up again. "I'll call to remind you when the time comes." The next day, Ronald brought Diane to the audition for The House That Never Dies. Madonna was surrounded by a large group of assistants and was wearing sunglasses. Ronald went up to her and hugged her. "Madonna, this is Diane Lane." Ronald introduced Madonna and Diane, who were getting into the mood outside the audition room. Diane had been insisting on seeing the auditions and preparations for The House That Never Dies, and Ronald knew the young woman didn't want to give up her acting career, so he brought her to meet director Jerry Zak. Meanwhile, Ronald also helped Zak contact Madonna to audition for the lead role in The House That Never Dies, a kidnapped rich girl with a bad temper. Remember? Years ago when I auditioned for Fame, you were the one outside the audition room giving me advice, Madonna said, touching Ronald's face, lost in memories. Yes, this time you just need to play yourself. Director Zak personally asked you to audition. Times have changed. Madonna is now a rising star. Any movie she stars in guarantees plenty of media coverage. So director Zak said that as long as her appearance is suitable, her acting skills can be developed gradually. Oh, Diane thought Madonna and Ronald seemed to have a history. Don't guess, little girl, Madonna said, looking at Diane beside Ronald. I'm in an exclusive relationship now, and I won't steal your good brother. How? Diane stuck out her tongue, surprised by Madonna's directness. Is it Sean? Ronald had heard about her relationship with Sean Penn several times. Their story was all over the gossip columns. Yes, Madonna blushed slightly. I think I found the love of my life. We're so compatible. We'll be getting married in Los Angeles in mid-August, and I'll send you an invitation. Oh, Ronald was genuinely surprised. They had only met in less than a year while filming the Material Girl music video, and now they were getting married, and the woman he fell in love with at first sight was Madonna. Wish me luck, Ronald, let's go, Madonna commanded. Her makeup artist, hairstylist, assistant, manager, and others surrounded her, ushering her into the audition room. Wow, that's impressive, Diane remarked, admiring Madonna's impressive entourage. Yet, Ronald echoed, surprised by the phenomenal success of Madonna's new album. With several music videos and Madonna's adept media manipulation, her high-profile relationship with Sean Penn was constantly in the headlines. In America, young women who didn't dress like Madonna were considered out of touch. This only highlighted Madonna's true love for Sean Penn. One was a media darling on the verge of stardom, the other was merely a relatively unknown actor. In a way, they were a power couple, with the woman being more successful than the man. Sigh, can you try to persuade her again, Ronald? Madonna would be perfect for the role, it's a natural fit, she's a total bitch, Jerry Zak whispered to Ronald after seeing Madonna off. Madonna had auditioned but surprisingly rejected the role outright. This surprised Ronald, while Zak lamented the disappointment. There's nothing I can do, I asked her, but she just won't play an ugly character, so what? Did you say her real dream was to be an actress? Not a singer. Jerry Zak still wanted to persuade Ronald to talk to her, since Madonna's involvement was essentially a free $5 million marketing budget. I'm not going, Jerry. She's getting married in 2 months. What girl would deliberately gain weight and look ugly before her wedding? Oh my god. Jerry Zak made an exaggerated gesture of almost fainting. Does anyone actually give up a movie lead role just to look good? Ha ha ha. Don't you know her new song, Crazy for You, is #1 on the charts right now? In America now, the top singers earn far more than movie stars of the same caliber. Plan B, Jerry Zak shouted, and went to discuss it with his partner. A few days later, Diane gradually recovered from the blow. She was also going back to New York, and the two spent their last night together in the apartment. You're still sexier with a beard, I'm still sexier with a beard. Diane's father, Bert, was a famous former acting coach in New York, so Diane was naturally familiar with Meisner's techniques. She practiced with Ronald for a few minutes. I never understood why Meisner made us repeat things, but it seems my ability to capture the emotions of actors has definitely improved, Ronald asked Diane. Hey, it's all very simple. You know Stanislavski, right? Yes, I know him, the founder of the system. The system is about becoming the character, so your emotions and reactions aren't artificial, but like a real person reacting to a real situation. Right. Ronald still didn't quite understand how this had to do with the Meisner technique. Let me ask you, Diane sat on Ronald's lap, wrapping her legs around him and her arms around his neck. Do you think, in our daily lives, our attention is on ourselves or on others? On others. Although Ronald clearly felt the changes in his body, his attention at this moment was entirely on the lovely Diane. That's right. You need to act naturally, realistically, and keep your attention on your opponent. That way, their every move will trigger your natural reactions. And your natural reactions will, in turn, trigger their natural reactions. ultimately achieving a result greater than the sum of its parts. Ronald suddenly understood. So Messner hadn't started by indoctrinating them with theory, but instead began with the simplest observation and repetitive practice, encouraging students to focus their attention on the outside world and their opponents. This was the master's method. Attention, focus. Diane playfully hit Ronald a few times, dissatisfied. Wasn't the kiss just now sweet? Oh, right. 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Ronald lowered his head, focusing his attention on Diane. His various physical and emotional reactions were captured, and with deliberate feedback, they quickly reached an unprecedented level. As expected of Messner, this tuition was really worth it. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634 Back to the Future premiere. I think you're shy, you think I'm shy. Ronald was back in Messner's class, and Michelle Pfeiffer was still his partner. This time, the Messner technique exercise was more advanced. The two not only had to repeat each other's words, but also their expressions and emotions. Most importantly, if one of them made a mistake in repeating something, they had to switch to a new mode to continue. You think I'm shy? Michelle Pfeiffer puffed out her cheeks. She was a little unhappy about always being paired with Ronald. Her husband, Horton, didn't say anything, but he always seemed awkward when he picked her up. So she tried to appear less in sync. I think you're a little embarrassed. Ronald's attention was entirely on Pfeiffer. He noticed her embarrassment. Ronald was so focused on discerning Pfeiffer's emotional pattern that he forgot the sentence he was repeating and inadvertently misspoke. You think I'm a little embarrassed, huh? Pfeiffer reached out and playfully hit Ronald's arm. For a moment, it felt like they were back to how they used to be. Ronald liked his slightly embarrassed demeanor and often deliberately kept her in that state. Actually, to be honest, it was thanks to Ronald discovering her tendency to be awkward that she was able to truly enter the industry for her first big-budget film, Grease 2. I think you're a little awkward, huh? Ronald retorted. Stop it. Stop flirting. I haven't even gotten to that part yet. Messner joked to the two of them from below. Ha. You don't have a partner, so I'll go with you today. You can just sit there. Messner looked at the girl left out, named Jennifer. There was an odd number of students present today. Sorry, I couldn't help myself, Ronald apologized. It's okay, that's how actors are. Michelle Pfeiffer blushed slightly. Acting, especially for actors pursuing the Stanislavski system, can easily become too real. Living together day and night, striving to truly experience the character's inner world, it's easy to project the character's feelings onto oneself. She regretted not taking Messner's acting class with Ronald back then, otherwise, their paths might have been different. We can start with a political topic, Messner said to Jennifer. I think the next president will be a Donald. Jennifer has obvious Jewish ancestry. Her hooked nose betrays her more than any religious belief. She recently played a small role in The Cotton Club and a young female gorilla in Red Dawn, enduring considerable hardship. Both films performed poorly at the box office and with critics, and she hadn't made a name for herself. However, she had managed to save some money to attend Messner's acting classes, hoping to land a role that would make her famous soon. You think the next president will be a Donald? Messner looked disgusted, as if he'd swallowed a fly. The previous president's inflation had really hurt him. He'd finally enjoyed a few years of peace. I think the next president will be a Donald, Jennifer repeated. No, you don't understand my feelings, Messner interrupted. I don't understand, Jennifer said, somewhat confused. Okay, I won't say anything, but I'll do it. Messner didn't speak, but instead made a constipated expression, looking pained. I think the next president. Jennifer still didn't quite understand. She couldn't quite recreate the discomfort Messner felt. You tell her, Messner pointed at Ronald. My God, Ronald made a face as if he'd fainted. How could anyone want the Democrats to govern next? The president was doing such a good job. He was about to push forward with tax cuts. Oh, Jennifer seemed to understand. Do you understand? Messner looked at Jennifer. My actions, my performance, our actions. Aren't you coming with me to the premiere of Back to the Future? Ronald pulled out 2 premiere invitations, specially given to him by Zemeckis and Spielberg. My husband, Horton, will pick me up. Michelle Pfeiffer looked a little embarrassed. Oh, Maybe next time. Ronald felt awkward. He'd already accepted the invitation to attend the premiere with Lee Thompson, and was simply giving the tickets to Pfeiffer. Could I have one? Jennifer stepped forward, looking at the invitation in Ronald's hand. For her, this premiere opportunity was precious. Of course, Ronald handed her an invitation, but I have a date arranged, so you'll have to go in by yourself. It's okay, I'm already very happy. Jennifer was a little disappointed, but quickly composed herself, picked up the invitation, and left with great gratitude. Ronald, director Zemeckis, seeing Ronald arrive at the door, rushed over to hug him. I was so anxious to meet this deadline. The last special effects were just finished, and the prints are still wet. It's good that you made it. Ronald knew that Universal executives had put a lot of pressure on Zemeckis to meet the most important summer release window. After all, changing the lead actor after several weeks of filming was Zemeckis' mistake. Fortunately, Ronald noticed Stultz's problem in time, saving him some time. Lee, Ronald said, parting ways with the director, and grinning as he extended his hand to Lee Thompson, letting her hang it up. I heard you landed Lucas's next big film? Congratulations, I was lucky. Diane Lane's appearance in Hot Street was so beautiful, it put a lot of pressure on me. Director Lucas specifically tested my live singing, and I barely passed. Lee Thompson patted her chest, feigning lingering fear. You deserved it. I heard your acting in Back to the Future was excellent, you'll see. I haven't seen the whole film yet. Lee Thompson, arm in arm with Ronald, chatted and posed for the reporters. Michael, Ronald saw the lead actor, Michael J. Fox, again. Ah, you've stolen my mom, Fox joked, pointing at Thompson. Lee Thompson played his younger version of his mother in the film. Ha ha ha, the photographers captured Ronald and the rest of the cast laughing heartily. Michael, can I call you Michael? I came with Ronald. Jennifer, from the acting class, noticed that the male lead, Michael Fox, and Ronald seemed like old friends, so she came over to strike up a conversation. And you are? Fox offered Jennifer his arm. Perfect timing, he just met up with Thompson, so I can invite you along. Jennifer, it's my pleasure, Jennifer said with a smile, hooking her arm around Fox's. A simple invitation from Ronald could put her in the newspapers. Jennifer, it's nice to meet you. I'm from Canada, and you? I'm from New York. A New York girl. Fox seemed quite interested in the Jewish Jennifer, and the two chatted as they entered the theater. The lights dimmed, and the premiere began. It was a time travel movie. Marty McFly traveled back to 1950s America in a time machine invented by a professor. In the end, he helped his young parents fall in love again, avoiding the tragedy of disappearing because of altering history. Incidentally, he also invented skateboards, rock and roll, alien mythology, and a series of other symbols of popular culture. At the end of the movie, Marty returns to the modern world, where his parents are more confident and wealthier. He's also finally gotten the car he's always dreamed of. Biff Tannen, who used to bully them, a playful reference to Paramount president Ned Tannen, is now reduced to washing their cars for a living. His girlfriend, Jennifer, has also grown even more fond of Marty. Just then, the professor returns in a time machine modified from a DeLorean car to find Marty and Jennifer. He tells them their child is in danger in the future and he needs to come and rescue them. Professor, this stretch of road seems too short. Isn't it enough to accelerate to 88 miles per hour and activate time travel? Marty reminds the professor. Road? There's no road where we're going. The professor puts on a pair of sci-fi glasses and drives off. The DeLorean car makes a U-turn, takes off, quickly reaches 88 miles per hour, and speeds towards the audience before disappearing in a flash. Wow, the audience below all stand up and applaud excitedly. Congratulations, Robert. Congratulations, Michael. Lily, Ronald hugged each member of the cast and crew. The audience's reaction undoubtedly convinced him that this was another blockbuster film. Ronald, wanna chat privately? Producer Spielberg approached and beckoned to Ronald. Of course, Ronald stood up and went to the dressing room with Spielberg. Is it possible to succeed? Director Zemeckis watched the two figures disappear, feeling a little nervous. Jennifer, want to go out for a drink with me? After taking his bow on stage, Michael J. Fox took Jennifer's hand and invited the beautiful woman he had just met to go out together. Of course, I'll be the envy of girls all over the country, dating Marty McFly. Ha ha ha. Ronald, I heard you can get in touch with the president's office. Spielberg's gaze pierced through his small, round glasses as he looked at Ronald. I'm afraid I'm not so sure. Ronald hadn't expected Spielberg to contact him about this. Last time, the president called me in because he wanted to see the Soviet Union's film Moscow Does Not Believe in Tears, and I happened to be the buyer who brought that film to China. Ronald quickly explained the whole story, otherwise Spielberg might think he wasn't willing to help, since he owed his success as a film director to Spielberg's support back then. I see. There are rumors in Hollywood that you and First Lady Nancy have a good relationship. This film is the first movie with blockbuster potential co-produced by Amblin and Universal. The lead actor is Alex P. Keaton, who plays a character in the Fox TV series Family Ties, and is the president's biggest fan. The president has also mentioned that this character is a symbol of the new generation of young people. We originally hoped that we could get the president to see Back to the Future at the White House. Anything he said would become the focus of the media, and combined with our marketing plan, it had the potential to become the #1 box office hit of the year. Spielberg was a little disappointed, but he still explained his thoughts. This film, despite being initially disliked, facing last-minute casting changes and rushed special effects, ultimately delivered a surprisingly good result. It would be a real shame if resources weren't continued to be invested to secure the top spot of the year. Speaking of which, Ronald suggested, I'm quite familiar with the vice president's son. It seems they're going to Camp David for a family vacation in 2 weeks. If the vice president suggests watching a movie, perhaps the president would be interested. Ronald, Spielberg said, appreciating the gesture and giving Ronald a warm hug. I won't forget your help. This year is crucial for Amblin. Spielberg's directing achievements are already undisputed. If his producing abilities are also confirmed, he can secure long-term agreements with multiple distributors, ensuring Amblin's long-term financial security. I can't guarantee anything. That's all right, we'll give it a try. Spielberg was delighted. Amy and I are getting married this year. It's been a long time coming. I'll send you invitations then, of course. Congratulations. Ronald looked at the beaming Spielberg. I wonder if his prenuptial agreement is ready yet. He hadn't forgotten Lucas's Hollywood high-profile divorce, which had left Martha with around $50 million. Chapter 635 Ronald's zodiac sign is good. Ronald, your accountant Lawrence has arrived, but knocked on Ronald's door, letting in the Chinese-American accountant, Lawrence Wang. Lawrence, how did it go? Ronald interrupted the pile of scripts his agent had brought him to welcome his private accountant, who had come all the way to Los Angeles. His script assistant recruitment wasn't going well. The candidates Richard had arranged weren't suitable. Several he'd interviewed had written their own scripts and pretended to apply, their real purpose being to get Ronald to see if he had any opportunities to produce a film. Ronald had to ask his friends in the industry to recommend suitable candidates. So, he was still reviewing scripts himself. Everything went well. The stocks you've heavily invested in have performed well over the past year and a half, especially Coca-Cola, which has seen an increase of almost 70%. Including dividends and other factors, the compound annual return this year will exceed 80%. So, I sold some other stocks for you to reach the investment threshold, and then flew to Los Angeles. Lawrence reported the asset management situation to Ronald. Excellent, I didn't expect Coca-Cola to rise so much. Ronald happily flicked the report. Contact Touchstone Pictures, and we'll allocate funds to the My Husband project as planned. No problem, I'll contact Douglas Jr.'s accountant. How long are you staying in Los Angeles this time? I'm going to Washington, D.C. next week. I can take you on Weintraub's private jet. It'll be more convenient for you to go back to New York. Ronald learned on the phone that Lawrence would be staying in Los Angeles for a few days. He had arranged to go next week to smooth things over for Back to the Future, to see if he could get the president to see the movie he brought again. Not this time. Besides handling your business, I'll stay until the end of the month. I've made plans with people in Los Angeles Chinatown to support a movie. Lawrence said he was going to the premiere of Dino De Laurentiis' new film Year of the Dragon with his Chinatown friends in Los Angeles. Year of the Dragon. Ronald recalled the film, remembering how he wanted to direct it, but Dino De Laurentiis, the owner of the novel's adaptation rights, demanded a multi-film contract, leading to a bidder falling out. He hadn't expected it to be finished and about to be released. Yes, every year, people of Chinese descent have a unique zodiac sign. Many Americans don't know our Chinese zodiac, so this is a good opportunity to promote our culture to the mainstream. What's your zodiac sign? Me. Ronald calculated. I think I should be a rat. Ah, that's great. The first of the 12 zodiac signs. Cheers. A few days later, Ronald and Douglas Jr. arrived at Jerry's as his company, where their accountants officially handed over the check to Disney's Touchstone department. The money was deposited into the newly established project company's account, under the joint supervision of all three parties. Helen Slater landed a supporting role, with a male lead played by renowned comedian Danny DeVito and the female lead by singer and actress Bette Midler. The small project started without reporters in attendance. The main cast and crew held the opening ceremony for Touchstone Pictures' first film in their simple office. Ronald, the script for this movie is really great. It's like reading an O. Henry short story. Helen Slater, her hair still short, stared wide-eyed as she discussed the script and the role with Ronald. Jerry's a comedy expert, listen to him, Ronald replied, a novice actor with little knowledge of comedy, knowing better than to give himself away. My dad, Gerald, is coming to Los Angeles to film a television special about the Chinese leader's visit to the U.S. We'd like to invite you to dinner sometime to express our gratitude. Helen, seeing Bette Midler approach to greet Ronald with a hug, preemptively grabbed Ronald's arm and kissed him on the cheek to assert her ownership. That's really unfortunate. I'm about to go to Washington, D.C. with Douglas. I'll make a special trip to New York to host him next time. Ronald touched his cheek. Ronald, Bette Midler approached and hugged the producer. I'm so glad you chose me. Do you think this movie has a chance to be a box office hit? Bette Midler's voice was very soft. It was hard to tell if she was joking or serious. Is there any chance it can catch up with Back to the Future, which is currently showing, and take the top spot at the box office? It's hard to say. Back to the Future had a slightly higher opening weekend than its opening weekend. I think it's one of the strongest films of the year. I have a lot of confidence in the house that never dies. With director Jerry and beauties like you and Helen in the cast, I'm very confident. Ha ha ha. Bette Midler burst into laughter at Ronald's joke. Thank you. Douglas Jr. accepted a glass of champagne from the flight attendant. He also boarded the private jet arranged by Weintraub to Washington Airport. Bette Midler is so ugly, how can you stand talking and laughing with her? Douglas Jr. said to Ronald, puzzled. Helen is so beautiful, why don't you spend more time with her? Hey, how can you be a good producer like this? Ronald also took a sip of champagne. The key to this film's success isn't Helen, that pretty face, but the performances of Bette Midler and Danny DeVito. Now that I've received acting training, I understand that actors are a very vulnerable group of people. They have to tear their true emotions, especially their human weaknesses, nakedly for the audience to see. If they make such a huge sacrifice and still don't get box office or critical acclaim, the blow is enormous. Ronald recalled how Helen almost became depressed after the film's box office failure, a common occurrence for actors, especially actresses. I see, she was the key to the box office success. Luckily, I told her I was her biggest fan. I even cried watching her 1979 Oscar-nominated film, The Rose. Looks like you're shameless enough to be a producer. Little George, Ronald, accompanied by Douglas Jr., along with the Weintraubs, arrived at the vice president's residence at One Observatory Loop for a family dinner with the Barber family. In the foyer, he met one of the directors of the Screen Fund, now Eisner's most powerful ally. Little George separated him from the Weintraubs and pulled them to a smaller room. Ronald, I'm sorry, it seems I can't keep my promise. We'll find another opportunity later. Ronald quickly waved his hand. It's nothing. We were just thinking of making the president happy. We heard that Back to the Future even has a movie poster he posed for back then. If it's really inconvenient for him to see it, that's fine. I've done my best to help my friend. Helping with such important matters is certainly good, but if you can't, never show resentment. No, there's a reason for this, so I wanted to tell you. Little George patted his shoulder. The president just had polyp surgery, and my father, according to the law, represented the president for several hours. Nancy got angry with my mother again, so she can't handle the matter you asked for right now. When you go in later, say a few nice words to my mother to cheer her up. Of course, Barbara is very good to me, and I like her very much. Seeing her always reminds me of my aunt. Little George patted Ronald's shoulder with satisfaction and led him into the hall. Your old Hanson's grandson? Let me see, you really look alike. Little Douglas was introduced to Barbara, who was also happy to see the descendant of her old friend. Ronald, you're here. Little George told me you helped him. Will the new film be a big hit? When Barbara saw Ronald enter, she immediately inquired about the progress of her son's foundation's first investment. George has a great eye for investment. Eisner has been the discoverer of more than half of Hollywood's blockbuster films over the past decade. For this first film, we've found Jerry Zak, a director with a $100 million box office record. The story is also very good, like an O. Henry-style comedy. Audiences will definitely love it, Ronald said, praising him. That's good, Barbara said with a smile, enjoying hearing praise for her son. She pulled Ronald to sit down. Regarding what you asked me to do, I've already given the White House director, Mr. James Baker, explaining that it was you who sent the copy. He'll put Back to the Future on the screening list for his Camp David vacation, but when it's shown, or whether it's shown at all, is beyond my control. I'm already very grateful for everything you've done for me, Ronald said humbly. Very good. You'll stay in Washington for the next few days and wait for the results with the director. Barbara patted Ronald's hand and gestured for him to return to his seat at the table. Don't worry, Zemeckis. Your movie is #1 at the box office for 2 weeks now, even without the news reports after the president watches it. After the casual dinner, Ronald returned to the hotel and saw director Robert Zemeckis waiting for news in the lobby. Seeing his nervous expression, he offered words of comfort. Universal has a record-breaking 1,500 theaters for the premiere, and Steven and I are hoping it will stay at #1 this weekend. But with a sequel to First Blood coming out soon, we're counting on the president to turn things around. What did he say? I can't say for sure, Ronald explained. I can only say that the president might watch it during his 2-week vacation. Thank you anyway. Zemeckis hurried off again to call Spielberg and report. The difference in perception between a weekend box office champion and a champion for several consecutive weekends is significant. Ronald, I have something to tell you. Douglas Jr., who was staying at the same hotel as Ronald, pulled Ronald into his room after exchanging pleasantries with Zemeckis. What is it? Ronald casually turned on the TV. CBS was showing a series about vineyards called Eagle Crest. Since the ratings exploded for the rich and powerful, all sorts of dramas about wealthy families had followed suit. This was a soap opera about Napa Valley vineyards. Ronald immediately recognized the actress playing the vineyard's matriarch, the same Chinese-American actress he'd met at the East Asian Cultural Center in Los Angeles when filming Dragon Boys, who had taught him the Tai Chi. White crane spreads its wings, so she really is an actress. Ronald chuckled, realizing he'd thought Douglas was exaggerating. I'm serious, Douglas said, turning up the TV volume and pulling Ronald to the kitchen to turn on the tap. Don't get too close to political families, especially the vice president. He was the CIA director for a long time and was the presidential candidate the establishment wanted back then. My grandfather knew them, but aside from election donations, he didn't associate with them. It's not that serious, is it? Ronald asked, surprised. You don't understand how these higher-ranking political families operate. You're just a small-time Hollywood director, you'd better not get involved. Otherwise, some things might happen to you without them even realizing it. I heard Nancy and Barbara have run out of things to say to each other. Okay, I got it, Ronald nodded, looking at the earnest Douglas. He earned his living through his own abilities. There was no need to get too close to these politicians. He should just follow the laws of the market and art and focus on making good films. In the White House residence, First Lady Nancy looked at her husband with unease. The president's polyp surgery had been successful, but he was clearly very tired, which reminded her of the time when her husband was shot during his first term. She returned to her room and dialed a close friend in California. Joan, what's my husband's horoscope like this week? Is there anything I can do to improve his health? He looks very tired, Nancy. I just did a horoscope reading for him. He's an Aquarius, and he'll have minor health problems related to his digestive system. It would be best if he met a Capricorn man. Preferably someone with a similar name to him. This will improve his luck. Joan Quigley, the astrologer who answered the phone, lived in San Francisco. She and Nancy had a good relationship. Ever since the assassination attempt on the president, Nancy had been seeking Joan Quigley's help to influence the president's schedule, personnel arrangements, and other important decisions through her astrological interpretations. How can I find this Capricorn man? Nancy asked hurriedly. Let me see. He's relatively young, bears a resemblance to your husband. His name is Ronald or Donald, and he has extensive industry experience. Well, that's all I can see in the crystal ball, Nancy. You don't need to search so hard. He'll appear in your life. Oh, Nancy hung up the phone, her mind heavy with worry as she began searching for this lucky man. Madam, What movie copy should the president take with him on his Camp David vacation? Do we have any options? Since entering the White House with her husband, Nancy had brought her habit of relaxing by watching several movies a week in Hollywood to Washington. There's a copy of the latest box office champion, called Back to the Future. Who sent it? Nancy was suspicious. Who got this movie? Would it bring bad luck? The staff member felt guilty. Barbara and Nancy were like oil and water, if he said it was her doing. It's a Spielberg production. It was sent by that young man who came to the White House last time. Ronald Lee, the staff member simply revealed who actually delivered the copy. Ronald, Nancy's eyes lit up. Do you know what his zodiac sign is? I can call the Hollywood Motion Picture Association to ask his birthday. The staff member was no stranger to checking zodiac signs. If he's a Capricorn, invite him over to Camp David with us. Chapter 636 The Silence at Camp David. I feel great, darling. The president was quite pleased with a mixture of adoration and concern on his wife Nancy's face. He dozed off. Nancy still frowned with worry. She knew her husband had had a very busy week, surgery, accompanying him on a state visit, meetings discussing the deficit and budget, the latest sanctions against South Africa, and the Allied espionage case involving U.S. Navy officer John Anthony Walker Jr. Everything will be all right once we get to Camp David. The president fondly remembered his annual vacations at Camp David, located in Catoctin Mountain Park, Maryland. For privacy and security reasons, Camp David's location was not marked on any published American maps. It was a wonderful vacation spot. Even a dull man like the former president had fallen in love with it after a visit. Darling, I consulted Joan, and she said a young man will approach you to help change your fortunes. He has some kind of resemblance to you. His name might be Ronald or Donald, and he has extensive industry experience. Nancy told her husband the astrologer's interpretation. The president was only half believing in these astrological beliefs, but upon hearing the name Donald, his brow relaxed. His Treasury Secretary, Donald Reagan, was a young man with Wall Street experience, wasn't he? His White House Chief of Staff, James Baker, hadn't gotten along with many people, but had loyally served him for several years, and it was time for him to be transferred abroad. The director who sent Moscow Does Not Believe in Tears last time, Ronald Lee, has sent another film this time. I heard it's produced by his friend Spielberg. If you want to see it, we can watch it at Camp David to relax. We can even bring him along. I think you should talk to this young man with the same name as you, maybe it will be helpful. I know that movie. The lead actor is the young man who played Alex Keaton. I heard that many young Democrats are now imitating Keaton, calling themselves Ronald Democrats. The president understood his wife Nancy's implication, but Nancy's interpretation was clearly wrong. The astrologer was referring to Donald Reagan. Compared to himself, this young director was practically a grandson, not a young man at all. I'll notify the Secret Service and have them take him. Nancy stubbornly believed the astrologer was referring to Ronald. The Secret Service quickly located Ronald and brought him to the White House. Ronald was still wondering how things had taken such a turn for the better when Nancy came over and greeted him personally. You're a Capricorn, right, Ronald? Yes, great. You can come with us to Camp David. The scenery there is beautiful. Nancy smiled and had the Secret Service agents take him to the motorcade. After giving a farewell speech at the White House before his vacation, the President and First Lady, along with several Secret Service agents, boarded Marine One and flew directly to Camp David. Ronald rode in a car behind, along with many White House staff. At 7:50 p.m., the President and First Lady appeared on time in the Camp David movie theater. Young man, it's nice to see you again. I hope you've brought a good movie. Before Ronald could reply, the President and First Lady, along with the staff, filed in. The President, already over 70, was in such high spirits after undergoing surgery and a long flight, which was a source of great comfort to everyone. Michael J. Fox, the lead actor in Back to the Future, was a favorite of the President. His role in Family Ties actually promoted the President's conservative values. Many young people who disapproved of their parents' hippie generation liberalism came to like the President because of this role. Ho ha ho ha, the President and his wife laughed heartily. The film moved to a scene where the protagonist, Marty McFly, had returned to 1955. He first appeared in his hometown 30 years earlier in a DeLorean sports car modified into a time machine. The movie poster displayed a poster for a film from that era. The poster showed Queen of Montana, a 1954 film starring Barbara Stanwyck and the President. Honey, you look so handsome. Yes, it's the first time I've acted opposite a big star like Barbara Stanwyck. The two former Hollywood stars began to reminisce about their past. Marty McFly found a young professor from 1955 and explained the principles of the time machine, hoping he could build another one so he could travel back to the future. You said you came back from 1985, so who was the president back then? Hey, laughter erupted in the theater. Of course, it was the current president, Ronald Sr. It was Hollywood star Ronald, Marty replied to the doctor. Ronald? The Ronald who acted in the movie with Barbara Stanwyck? Ha ha ha, your imagination is really rich. Who was the vice president? Jerry Lewis? And the first lady? Jane Wyman is the first lady, isn't she? Who's Jane Wyman? Ronald muttered. Wasn't the president's wife Nancy? The movie continued for a little over a minute. During that minute, something extraordinary seemed to happen in the theater. Everyone looked to the side, no longer looking at the screen, as if afraid of some monster appearing on the screen, or an embarrassing situation where they couldn't watch. Clatter, click, the film reel finished on the screen, and the projectionist didn't pick up the next one. A deathly silence fell over the entire theater, no one dared to utter a sound. The president's face was ashen, and his eagle-like eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light as he looked at the White House Chief of Staff, James Baker. Ronald, sitting at the very edge, saw Chief of Staff Baker and, under the president's gaze, felt as if he were being stared at by a beast, frozen in place, unsure of what to do. After a few seconds, his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Mr. President, this is a misunderstanding. The audience is currently watching the TV series Falcon Crest, so they added this dialogue. The staff member in charge of the film projection stammered an explanation, his voice growing softer and softer until it stopped abruptly. Why did you bring this up? No one present, including Ronald, had ever seen the president with such a cold expression or such an icy question. Ronald didn't understand what was happening, but he was also gripped by the eerie atmosphere, afraid to make even the slightest sound, lest he incur the wrath of America's most powerful couple, a wrath he had no idea came from, only to be directed at him. Let's continue the movie. I think Marty McFly's performance was quite good. At this crucial moment, First Lady Nancy spoke up, saving everyone. The movie continued, and everyone carefully concealed what had just happened, no longer discussing it. It was as if it had never occurred. Whoosh, the doctor's new time machine, carrying Marty McFly and his girlfriend Jennifer Parker, soared into the sky at the film's end. The crew began to feign enthusiastic applause. The discussion after the movie was relatively pleasant. The president and his wife seemed particularly impressed with Michael J. Fox's performance. The president commented on how clever the film was, saying it was the kind of movie Hollywood should be making, rather than some of the more controversial, violent, or adult-themed films that seemed common at the time. Nancy then began discussing the poster of the president, showing his dashing figure in that movie from years ago, praising his excellent performance alongside Barbara Stanwyck. That's all for today, lads. The president seemed a bit tired. The post-screening comments had been solely between him and his wife. He stood up and walked out of the theater hand in hand with her. I hope you'll heed the president's advice more often and make more films that convey traditional values, Nancy said, exchanging a few words with Ronald Jr. as they left. Despite the slightly unpleasant day, her husband's energy and spirits had clearly recovered since Ronald Jr.'s arrival, proving the astrologer's prediction remarkably accurate. Ronald returned to the small cabin the Secret Service had arranged for him, the staff quarters. He made a long-distance call to Douglas Jr. I was almost scared to death. I never imagined the kind-faced, charismatic president would talk to people like that. I almost wanted to run out of the theater. You'll gradually understand the ways of politicians. Like I said, it's better to keep a safe distance from them. Ronald's second call was to his agent, Nisida. Who is Jane Wyman? Ronald, Nisida was woken up and answered from under the covers. She's the lead actress in the TV series Falcon Crest that's airing right now, the owner of that winery. Where are you calling me from? I'm at Camp David. Why did the president react like that as soon as he heard her name? What? Did anyone tell you? Jane Wyman is the president's ex-wife. She's taboo for him. You didn't say anything there, did you? Nisida woke up with a start and sat up in bed. I'm fine. We were just watching Spielberg's Back to the Future at Camp David, and there was a line that mentioned Jane Wyman. You'd better come back right away. Don't do this kind of thing again. Nisida was sweating profusely and wanted to get her most important client back to Los Angeles. Phew, Ronald felt sticky all over, his back icy cold. Although it was summer, the nights at Camp David were cool. After learning Jane Wyman's identity, Ronald broke out in another sweat and went to the bathroom to shower again. Serving a powerful figure is like walking on thin ice. While dealing with these top figures can sometimes allow you to leverage their status and gain significant advantages, a moment of carelessness, and if the powerful figure is in a bad mood or gets caught in a conflict with someone else, can be disastrous. Under the shower, Ronald wiped the water droplets from his face, letting the hot water wash over him again. After changing into his pajamas and drying his hair, Ronald resolved to rely primarily on his own abilities in the future and avoid getting too close to these political figures. On the staff bus, Ronald left Camp David and returned to Washington. "You almost got me killed," Ronald snapped, unusually angry at director Robert Zemeckis, who had come to inquire about his whereabouts. "When you sent me to deliver the film, didn't you think about that line about Ronald Sr. as president and Jane Wyman as first lady? Didn't you know that Wyman's name is taboo in the White House? I almost became the first idiot to mention it. It's nothing, is it? Who in Hollywood hasn't been divorced once or twice?" Zemeckis looked bewildered. This level of teasing, was it really nothing? You don't know anything. This is Washington. Forget your Hollywood act. Here, even brushing your teeth in the morning requires a seating arrangement. Aren't you trying to embarrass Nancy? Zemeckis froze. I'm sorry, I didn't think of that. Let's run while no one's around. Do you want to be dragged into this White House infighting? Do you want the media to pick up on this line from your movie and broadcast it? Ronald shook Zemeckis' back. Okay, I'll call Steven right away and tell Universal to make sure no media outlets mention this scene. With 1,500 theaters showing the film, there wasn't enough time to change the prints. They could only remove anything reminiscent of Nancy from the marketing materials, contact their trusted media partners, and pray that no small media outlets would discover the line that embarrassed the first couple. That evening, Spielberg personally called to apologize. "I'm sorry, it was my oversight. Compared to something this big, the box office is insignificant. Our jokes are one thing, but sending it to the White House for screening was a huge blunder. Steven, Universal has a lot of old Hollywood people, right? Did anyone remind you during filming and editing?" Ronald began to complain. The First Amendment to the United States guarantees creative freedom in filmmaking, and Jane Wyman's marriage to the president was a long time ago. We've all forgotten. Well, thankfully I didn't say a word at Camp David this time. You didn't see the president's fury? I was terrified. I'm sorry, Ronald, I'll make it up to you. This was our mistake. Ronald said goodbye to Weintraub and returned to Los Angeles alone. If Barbara knew about this, it might cause another conflict between her and Nancy. It was better to keep it to himself. The next afternoon, Ronald arrived at Los Angeles Airport and saw the latest news being broadcast on television. A reshuffle has begun at the White House. The White House press secretary stated that the president has signed an order swapping the positions of White House Chief of Staff James Baker and Treasury Secretary Ronald Reagan. Reagan, with extensive financial experience from his years at Merrill Lynch, will become White House Chief of Staff. James Baker, a veteran politician who led the president's campaign team, will become the new Treasury Secretary. In an interview, Baker stated that his primary task is to work with Western and Japanese finance ministers to address the trade imbalance in the United States. Chapter 637, a grand event for Hollywood and rock stars. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Helen Slater, dressed in traditional Chinese attire, a cheongsam, looked incredibly cute and elegant. Ronald stood beside her, and the two applauded along with the entire audience. The state guests on stage, guided by Mickey and Minnie, signed their Chinese names in an autographed book. Ronald, who had just escaped Camp David and returned to Los Angeles in a sorry state, was still concerned about the president and his wife's appearance, wondering if they held a grudge against the movie Back to the Future. Fortunately, they only appeared in the news as part of the welcoming ceremony for state guests. Nancy even appeared in a cheongsam with her old friend Elizabeth Taylor. Ronald calculated the date. It was exactly the day before they were to depart for Camp David. It seemed the president and his wife had completely relaxed and were on vacation, not bothering with the younger generation of Hollywood figures who were mocking his divorce scandal. The current president was the first president in history to divorce and remarry. To the predominantly devout and conservative townspeople, he was as unconventional as Kennedy, the Catholic president of his time. Fortunately, his own charm and that of his wife Nancy made the people forget his past. Eisner specially invited Ronald and Helen Slater to attend the public welcome event at Disneyland, providing free publicity for their groundbreaking film, The Wicked Husband. After the reporters took photos, Ronald and Helen stayed aside. The state guests received high honors, and Ronald, having learned his lesson, didn't join the fray. Ronald, this is a major event in bilateral relations. Young directors like you have the opportunity to shoot films there, or even bring Hollywood movies to be screened there, said Jack Valentine, president of the American Film Institute, whom Ronald had met once in Germany. He seized the opportunity to lobby for permission for Hollywood crews to film there. A film with Westerners shooting in that setting would surely be a sensation. Maybe, Ronald laughed, thinking Jack Valentine was thinking too far ahead. In the distance, some veteran movie stars were also taking the time to chat quietly with old friends. Ronald recognized a woman in the Cheongsam as Elizabeth Taylor, who, no longer young, had gained weight. Beside her stood another veteran actress, Doris Day. "What did Nancy say when you went to the White House?" Doris Day asked Taylor. "Nancy's busy reading astrological charts for her husband now. She only follows the president's will. I doubt he'll openly acknowledge the disease. Alice, poor Locke Hudson has to go to the United States for treatment. He and the president were good friends when they were young." Doris Day sighed deeply. Their mutual friend, the famous actor Locke Hudson, was suffering terribly from that new disease. Last week, when she invited him to her talk show with friends, he was too weak to answer any questions, so she had him accompany her to film some scenery on the ranch. The two actresses approached Jack Valentine. "You're Ronald. I know you. I've heard Debbie mention you." The once sexy Taylor, known for her outspokenness, kissed Ronald on the cheek. "Debbie, I thought you too." Ronald was quite surprised. Taylor had stolen Debbie Reynolds' husband back then. "We've made up. There's no need to abandon a good friend for a jerk. Besides, I'm Kelly Fisher's godmother." Okay, Ronald thought. Hollywood might really be more reliable with sisters than husbands and wives. "Aren't you really coming with me over there?" After exchanging pleasantries with the two stars, Jack Valentine approached Ronald, trying to persuade him to go to the other side of the ocean to explore uncharted territory. Visas are hard to get these days. Ronald had applied once since travel restrictions were lifted, but only 30% of applicants were approved each year, unless Jack Valentine counted him as a member of the Film Association and got him a special work visa. That's true. Jack Valentine remembered the marketing frenzy Ronald had created in France by handing out flyers on the street. The timing might not be right this time. "Aren't you coming with me to Madonna and Sean Penn's wedding? Lots of Hollywood and rock stars will be there, and I have invitations." Ronald pulled out two pink invitations and waved them in front of Helen at home. "Honey, I'm going to Santa Monica to meet up with the film crew for a script reading." Helen, more focused on her career, kissed Ronald on the lips, slipped on her shoes, and hurried out the door. "Bud, see Helen out." Ronald rolled over and went back to sleep. Ronald, it's time for the wedding." Ronald slept soundly until noon. Bud patted his arm to wake him. Ronald stood up, slowly took a shower, put on a suit, grabbed a wedding gift, and headed out. Today was Sean Penn and Madonna's big day. All the celebrities in Los Angeles who were friends with them had received invitations. Ronald was both the groom's mentor and the bride's friend, a dual role that compelled him to attend. "Where's the address?" Ronald took the address from Bud, which was a mansion perched on a cliff overlooking a beach in Malibu. "Whose house is this?" Bud shrugged. He had even less of a clue. The invitation had originally stated a meeting point where guests would be transported by bus to avoid paparazzi. However, with so many people attending, many big stars couldn't be treated that way, so the address was only sent yesterday. Ronald saw Tom Cruise at the mansion's entrance. He had come specifically to attend his friend Sean Penn's wedding while Martin Scorsese's film crew was on hiatus. The two showed their invitations at security before being let in. "Whose house is this?" Ronald asked Tom. "Kurt Unger, a relative of the Sean family, a British producer. Tom Cruise is wearing a Hawaiian shirt and a blue suit jacket today." "Hi, David." Ronald walked in and spotted a familiar face, talk show host David Letterman. He was a guest on the bride's side. "Cher." The three chatted for a while at the door, then noticed a beautiful woman with long purple hair entering. Ronald exclaimed in disbelief, "Isn't that Cherry, the singer and actress, Val Kilmer's ex-girlfriend? Why is she dyeing her hair purple?" "Looks like my hair worked." Cherry hugged Ronald. "And this handsome guy isn't that Tom Cruise?" Ronald put his arm around his good friend's shoulder. Of course I know, Tom. Hello. Cherry smiled, hugged Cruz, and then chatted with Letterman. What's wrong with you? Did you see your idol? Ronald noticed Cruz was acting a bit strangely, looking at Cherry like a fan looking at an idol. That makes sense. When Cherry debuted singing her famous song I Got You Babe, Cruz was a kid who was a fangirl. Oh, bad luck. Cher saw another guest enter through the door and immediately turned to walk to the other side of the lawn. It turned out to be a guest from Madonna's side of the music industry, David Geffen, the record producer and boss. Perhaps they had some old grudges, Ronald didn't know. But this was a good opportunity for his good friend Tom Cruise, so Ronald quickly nudged Tom twice and gestured towards Cher. Tom Cruise was unusually shy for a moment, but still followed. Just an autograph, what's the big deal? Ronald was unimpressed by his reaction to seeing his childhood idol. Another commotion came from the doorway, and a lot of gossip reporters rushed up and surrounded the young guests who had just arrived. Emilio, what do you want to say to the media now? I'm here for my friend's wedding, don't bother me. It turned out to be the youngster gang being relentlessly pursued by the media. Behind Emilio were Rob Lowe and Judd Nelson. These men all had vacant stares and disheveled hair, clearly having been relentlessly attacked by the media for days and had lost the will to fight back. Ronald sneered. He had no interest in kicking someone when they're down, and he too entered the flower archway on the lawn where the wedding was being held. As the sun set, Sean Penn, arm in arm with his bride Madonna, walked gracefully out of the mansion. Madonna wore an ivory white wedding dress, her white veil billowing in the sea breeze. She was completely different from the bold and unrestrained singer of Like a Virgin, instead displaying a hint of bridal shyness. The music playing was Madonna's first #1 single, Crazy for You, with lyrics and melody that had the feel of a woman deeply in love, quite different from her other songs. Fuck off, but she quickly returned to normal, raising her middle finger and cursing loudly at the 7 or 8 helicopters hovering overhead. The helicopters hired by the gossip media, flying in a formation reminiscent of an attack from Apocalypse Now, began swooping down on the wedding mansion to facilitate the photographer's shots. The deafening noise of the prophet's vows was completely drowned out. Fuck off, Madonna shouted triumphantly at the helicopters, gesturing for them to look at the beach. The helicopters, having captured the desired shots, turned and flew away. The photographer on board was thrilled. He noticed that the newlyweds had also written "fuck off" on the beach next to the mansion. The groom can kiss the bride now. After the pastor had finally finished the ceremony, the newlyweds couldn't wait to kiss. They didn't even leave the house, heading straight for the mansion. Apparently, this was their honeymoon destination. Don't forget to throw the bouquet, a guest reminded the bride, as the newlyweds, already on the second floor, shouted happily downstairs. Madonna looked around and tossed a large bouquet into Cher's arms. Ronald shook his head as well. It turned out there were all sorts of messy things going on in the rock scene. Cher was a divorced woman who had dated several young male celebrities but had no intention of getting married. What a lucky day. Cher, though not young, handled it well, cheerfully placing the bouquet on the table. Chapter 265 is now available. If you haven't read it yet, you can go back and check it out. Chapter 638 released in the Year of the Dragon. Did you get Cheryl's autograph? Ronald asked Tom Cruise as they left the wedding banquet. Yes, I got it. Her phone number. Tom flashed that good boy smile from Crazy Boys. Have fun. Ronald glanced at the boys' club members. They'd had some alcoholic drinks and were starting to act up again, asking pretty girls for their phone numbers. Their true nature is showing again. Ronald shook his head and got into his car. It wasn't his problem. Back at his apartment, Ronald found the living room light still on, and his accountant, Lawrence, was waiting for him. Did you come from Chinatown? Ronald remembered Lawrence had also gone to welcome the foreign dignitaries and had said she was going to a movie premiere with some Chinatown friends to promote Chinese zodiac culture. Oh, Ronald, I'm furious. Lawrence saw Ronald return and hugged him tightly, then began cursing the movie Year of the Dragon in Cantonese, even going so far as to curse the director, Simino. What's wrong? Ronald noticed that Lawrence's face had turned bright red. He was clearly very angry, and using his mother tongue to curse meant he felt it wasn't as satisfying as cursing in English. Well, he liked hearing it. It was all because director Simino was always picking on him, and producer Dino De Laurentiis was taking advantage of the situation. trying to force him to sign multiple film contracts to prevent him from directing this Chinese-American story set in Chinatown. The movie premieres tonight, and as soon as it starts showing this weekend, our Chinatown will suffer again. So many families will lose their jobs, so many travel agencies will go bankrupt, it'll all be like 1974 all over again. As Lawrence spoke, his eyes actually reddened. Don't be angry. Tell me slowly what's wrong with the movie, and we'll figure out a solution. Ronald was startled. How did this involve Chinatown's economy? He quickly poured the accountant a cup of black tea to calm him down. When I was young, I worked in Chinatown. In 1974, that movie Chinatown portrayed Chinatown as a filthy place where no police dared to go. As a result, more than half of Chinatown's tourism projects went bankrupt that year, and many Americans were afraid to come to Chinatown for specialty tours. Other normal souvenir and specialty product retail businesses also plummeted. I had no choice but to go against my parents' wishes, leave Chinatown, find a job at an accounting firm in Manhattan, and eventually move out of Chinatown. I never thought that all of this would be repeated by this awful movie, Nisida. Ronald heard Lawrence's accusations and knew he was worried about the movie's impact on Chinatown, so he picked up the phone and called his agent. Was the Year of the Dragon movie terrible? My accountant said it would cause a major recession in Chinatown, pretty much. I haven't seen it, but I heard Mickey Rourke is likable in Heat, and the Chinatown reporter is chasing after him. The young man who plays the Chinatown boss, though, is very energetic. No, I'm not asking about the film's artistic value, but whether it will worsen the average American's impression of Chinatown, or even affect Chinatown's economy. To be honest, that's possible. The Chinatown movie came out in 1974. But the audience's reaction to this movie is hard to predict. The actor who plays the Chinese-American boss, Joey Tai, has a good presence. Maybe some viewers will fall in love with him, just like after The Godfather was made, many people admired the Italian-American gangster's respect for a family culture. Get ready, let's go see one tomorrow. Does Ronald have Chinese ancestry? Nisida asked his wife, Paula Wagner. Never heard of that? But he does like to use actors and staff with Chinese ancestry. Phoebe Katz, the lead actress in that fast-paced film, is of Chinese descent. His accountant is also Chinese. And in his film Dragon Boys, she's also, isn't that Japanese? Nisida corrected, noting that many people don't really distinguish the appearances of the three East Asian ethnic groups. There really is racial discrimination. The next day, after watching Michael Cimino's new film Year of the Dragon with Nisida, he was a little unsettled. In the movie, through the character Mickey Rourke, some offensive things were said about Chinatown, such as Chinese guy and squinted-eyed. The public's aversion to these terms might not be as strong as the N-word used to insult black people in America. But the level of aggression is the same. But what's disgusting about Cimino is that he didn't have a good person do it, but rather a half-black policeman. You could call it racial discrimination, but the audience knows that the one doing the insults is a bad cop. You might say he's not racist, but then he introduced an Asian actress who falls madly in love with a policeman, and she ends up killing the kind-hearted new Chinatown leader. Furthermore, the film's portrayal of Chinatown is undeniably dark, ignoring the virtues of the original novel, the Chinese community's respect for elders, their fundraising for charity, and their handling of funeral arrangements. It emphasizes numerous gangland feuds. The most ridiculous thing is that in this Chinatown, Chinese-American story, they send the Chinese-American protagonist, Joey Tai, to Southeast Asia, forcing a connection to the Vietnam War, creating a long and tedious plot that leads to the death of a kind-hearted, new Godfather-like figure who leads Chinatown to order and prosperity in Thailand. If I were directing it, I'd make him Chinatown's Michael Corleone, Ronald complained to his agent. What do you plan to do? I'll use my influence. I don't want to see a certain ethnic group fall into economic depression because of a movie. A movie should have an impact beyond box office, preferably a positive one, like my breakdancing movie which revived the dance school industry, and Dragon Boys which brought karate back into popularity. I simply can't understand how a movie that slanders a race could be made in Hollywood. Oh, the way you put it, it sounds a bit like the Democrats. Nisida was a little surprised. Of course, it's a perfect opportunity. I've disliked Cimino for a long time. And that producer, Dino De Laurentiis, he should know who to work with for the best results. I'll arrange some public relations activities for you, but the best thing you can do is not get yourself involved in this. I know, I'll just stay behind the scenes and provide some funding. After the weekend, new film reviews started appearing. Some Hollywood tabloids that Ronald's influence reached began to criticize Cimino's new work after Heaven's Gate, calling it another complete disaster. The film is rife with prejudice against Chinese Americans, and the director's skill is declining. Ironically, major media outlets in Ronald's hometown of New York have begun actively attacking Cimino. Vincent Canby of the New York Times wrote, "Year of the Dragon is a long way from being a classic, but it doesn't pretend to be a meticulously crafted gangster film. It's never boring, consisting entirely of excessive action, dialogue, and visual effects, ultimately achieving its hypnotic effect." Another New York Times film critic, Janet Maslin, also said, "I regret the lack of feeling, rationality, and narrative continuity. In this case, the actors' performances are particularly poor, especially Mickey Rourke as the police officer and Ariana Grande as the Chinese-American reporter. Their roles in the film are utterly lifeless. Only John Lone's performance as Joey Tai is admirable." Roger Ebert of the Chicago Sun-Times, however, offered a few positive words about Year of the Dragon. "The plot is strong, moving forward with power and efficiency. Chinatowns in New York, Los Angeles, and other cities organized protests and boycotts against the film. Not only Chinese Americans, but also other East Asian groups such as Japanese, Korean, and Southeast Asians were mobilized to verbally attack Cimino. The mobilization mechanism used in the Vincent Chin case once again proved effective. These boycotts, partly funded by Ronald, dealt a fatal blow to the Year of the Dragon box office. The White House didn't want to see a film that offended Chinese Americans so soon after the first state visit by a foreign dignitary had just left. National media began to report extensively on this controversial event. A television station intercepted Michael Cimino in Los Angeles, asking him about his thoughts on the boycott of his film in Chinatown. "This film is accused of being racist, but they haven't paid attention to what people are saying in the film. It's a film that touches on racism, but it's not a racist film. To deal with this kind of theme, you inevitably have to reveal its biases. This is the first time we've dealt with the issue of the marginalization of Chinese Americans. People know far too little about this issue." Americans were surprised to discover that until 1943, Chinese Americans had been excluded from U.S. citizenship. They couldn't bring their wives to the United States. The female reporter received applause for Stanley's remarks. For all these reasons, Chinese Americans would like the film. And the reporter's negative reactions were perhaps a shield to cover up these unpleasant facts. After rambling on, Cimino fled the interview. What to do, Mr. Laurentiis? Michael Cimino slunk into Dino De Laurentiis's office. The film was beginning to generate a strong negative social impact, and theaters across the country were considering reducing its run or pulling it from theaters altogether to give screenings to the critically acclaimed Back to the Future. That good-for-nothing, Dino De Laurentiis glanced at the dejected Cimino. He, who had hoped to make a comeback after Heaven's Gate, had been dealt another heavy blow. He had truly misjudged him. Cimino, the Oscar-winning director, was out of touch with the times and could no longer make good films. What good was a cheap ticket if the box office was bad? I have immediately ordered that a subtitle be added before the print stating our position. This film is not intended to denigrate or ignore the many positive characteristics of Asian Americans, especially the Chinese American community. Any resemblance between the descriptions in this film and any associations, organizations, individuals, or Chinatowns existing in real life is purely coincidental. All copies of Year of the Dragon included this subtitle at the beginning. Dino De Laurentiis was a little pained. The large-scale printing and replacement of copies cost him a fortune. And all of this was caused by Cimino, this outdated director. Ronald, what do you think of the recent controversy surrounding the film Year of the Dragon? What do you think of Cimino's defense? Ronald appeared on television, giving an interview. "I think he should see an eye doctor first. None of the residents of Chinatown will agree that his film is not racially discriminatory. Their banners and leaflets have clearly expressed their views. Besides, not all films need to be related to the Vietnam War. In my opinion, without that slow-paced Vietnam War scene, the story would be much better. Of course, director Cimino might prefer this approach. He did that in that famous film, You Mean Heaven's Gate." The reporter was delighted. It was rare to see a director so directly criticized. "I originally meant to say The Deer Hunter," Ronald laughed, putting on his sunglasses. He was unwilling to admit he was mocking Cimino. It's him, it must be him, pulling the strings behind the scenes." Michael Cimino, having finished the interview, jumped up, pointing at Ronald on the television and loudly proclaiming to producer Dino De Laurentiis. Laurentiis was from Naples, Italy, a background no joke. If the film lost money, he'd be in serious trouble being targeted by him. A scapegoat was needed. Is that so? Dino De Laurentiis squinted, looking at Ronald on the television. Chapter 639 Scandal Report. Have you decided on your next movie? Yes, a sequel to Dragon Boys. What about you? Not yet. I'll probably still get Molly Lindward to make a teen movie. I'm still looking for inspiration. The person Ronald was chatting with was John Hughes, the director of The Breakfast Club. After his success, he moved his family from Chicago to Los Angeles. Having worked as a creative director at an advertising agency, his business acumen was even more mature than Ronald's, and he had already begun to dabble in film production. The two sat in a corner of a large conference room. A staff member from the Film Association was giving introductions on the stage. This meeting was convened by Jack Valentine, president of the American Film Institute, after the departure of the state guest who brought the open message. He had gathered Hollywood producers of all sizes to prepare for the American Film Week to be held across the Pacific. Unlike the first American Film Week in 1981, which featured older films like Singing in the Rain and Snow White, this time they specifically requested some newer films from the 1980s. Last Film Week, Hollywood confirmed that a segment of older viewers who still remember Hollywood still crave classic films from the 1950s like Singing in the Rain and Snow White. This time, Jack Valentine wanted to persuade major studios to release their latest blockbusters to test the waters with a younger audience. However, due to limited spending power, they could only offer a buyout fee of $20,000 per film. Therefore, the big studios were unwilling to release any new films, only agreeing to sell older films, over 5 years old, at discounted prices from third world markets. Ultimately, the studios offered 5 Oscar-winning films from 5 years ago: Kramer vs. Kramer, On Golden Pond, The Miner's Daughter, Turning Point, and Star Wars, to gauge the tastes of younger viewers. In addition, they proposed purchasing 5-10 Hollywood films annually starting next year. While the big studios weren't interested in the buyout fees, smaller studios like Minahan Golan were. Ronald's film wasn't selected. He knew that exploitation films were too heavy-handed and unlikely to be chosen, so he didn't participate in the discussions and instead chatted with his acquaintance, John Hughes. The Year of the Dragon seems to be going badly. Cimino has lost his touch. John Hughes, who was also aware of the recent commotion in Chinatown, chatted with Ronald. Indeed, now all the well-known film critics are vehemently criticizing it. Even Albert from Chicago has changed his tune. Pauline Kael, probably America's best film critic, who now writes film reviews for the New Yorker magazine on an irregular basis, has also written a review of Year of the Dragon. Ronald is holding this review in his hand, quietly reading it to Hughes. Year of the Dragon is a vulgar culture incited by hysterical mobs, the kind that's very popular with illiterate audiences. Ha ha ha, Ronald laughed. Actually, he didn't spend much money this time, just gave some funds to the Chinatown protests, plus bought a few tabloid reporters to jump out and guide public opinion. But the film's malice towards Chinese people is obvious even with your eyes closed. Many knowledgeable people have jumped out to criticize Cimino's new film, especially the producers of the horror film The Rewards of the Dead, which was released this week, and Tom Hanks' comedy The Volunteers, who have appeared in the film review sections of several major newspapers, following the trend of criticism. The vocabulary list for The Year of the Dragon probably only has 25 words, most of which are 4-letter swear words. I don't know whether to give credit to screenwriter Oliver Stone or director Michael Cimino. No wonder the script has a Vietnam War feel to it. I heard Stone wanted to make a Vietnam War film. But the part where Joey Tai goes to Thailand might be Cimino's doing. It's too similar to his Deer Hunter. Hughes also saw the film and found it somewhat disjointed. The only powerful performance is John Lone's portrayal of the sinister, new young Chinese godfather. He almost subverted the film. This gangster is the only character in the movie with a brain or emotional life. Ronald finished reading Pauline Kael's review and chuckled incessantly. This assessment was similar to his own. The director actually dragged down this Chinese-American actor. What are your thoughts on teen films? Romantic scenes. John Hughes, with his innocent-looking big eyes, waited until Ronald finished laughing before discussing the topic of a teen exploitation film with him. I don't know, Ronald said, not yet considering making a romantic movie, but maybe I could try an ugly duckling transformation. Teenagers are often sensitive and fickle, Sometimes, a sudden epiphany can transform them from social outcasts into those their crushes reciprocate their feelings. Ronald, his agent, Nisida, rushed over and pulled Ronald away. An ugly duckling transformation, the crush turning around and liking you back. John Hughes wrote down some inspiration in his notebook. "What's up?" Ronald asked. "Ronald, would you like to come with us over there? They've given the delegation 13 spots." Jack Valentine, the association president standing at the exit, smiled and extended the invitation as Ronald was about to leave. "We'll talk about it later, I have urgent business." Nisida gestured that it wasn't convenient to talk there and pulled him outside. Emilio Estevez broke his promise. "Today's 2 newspapers have stories about your past girlfriends." "What?" Ronald went outside and got into a van, where Richard was waiting for him. Richard handed him 2 tabloids, and Ronald saw 2 almost identical articles. Revealed. "The past girlfriends of Hollywood's rising star director Ronald." Ronald read on. The article began by discussing Ronald's rise to fame and recounting his past feud with Cimino. When asked about the deer hunter in an interview, he yawned widely. The 2 had a history of public spats. Then it began listing his potential rumored girlfriends one by one. There was Helen Slater, who had been seen with him frequently recently, and Madonna, whom he had recently attended a wedding with. The list of potential girlfriends became increasingly outlandish, including Jane Fonda, the original lead actress in his first screenplay, Phoebe Cates, and Jennifer Jason Leigh, the 2 leading ladies in his directorial debut, Fast Pace, then Catherine Mary Stewart from Coherence, and Elizabeth Shue from Dragon Rider. How do you know it was Emilio? Besides him, who else would be so bored as to collect a director's romantic history? True, he wasn't a celebrity in the public eye. Tabloids didn't have much incentive to dig into his love life. So what do we do? Should we clarify things? Ronald looked at the guesses above, which were basically just a list of the leading ladies in all his films since he entered the industry. Besides Helen Slater, have you had any relationships with anyone else that went beyond friendship? Nisida asked. This isn't a time to respect personal privacy. If so, just say so, and we'll coordinate positions one by one. There's one more. Ronald pointed to Madonna's photo. Her? She's fine. Although she's very famous, she just got married, and she doesn't need scandals right now. When were you with her? Before the wedding? Or when you were filming her music video? Ronald's face hardened. What kind of guesses were these? Although Madonna was known for her glamorous image, he wasn't the type to act recklessly. Okay, that's not important. I'll give her a call too, to keep everyone's story consistent. Helen, it's me, Ronald. 2 tabloids in Los Angeles are reporting on our situation. What do you plan to say? What do you think? I'll be honest, we did have a romantic relationship, but then we were separated by distance because of filming. Okay, I understand. Take care while you're filming in Santa Monica. I'll talk to Jerry. There might be reporters at the set tomorrow. Ms. Fonda, I'm so sorry. I might have offended someone and dragged you into this. Yes, if reporters come, we're actually good friends in the industry. It was you who saw my script that got me into the business. Phew. After making a round of calls, Ronald let out a long sigh. In the CAA office, Nisida and her assistant were busy contacting the girlfriends who had been listed. After connecting, Ronald personally apologized. Emilio is here, Richard came to announce. Please let them in. Ronald, you have to believe me, I didn't leak this. Emilio gripped the edge of the table as soon as he entered, proving to Ronald that he hadn't broken his promise. Ronald pointed to the table, telling him not to get too close, and then continued talking to Nisida. Is there anyone else who hasn't called? Ronald, I assure you, since my last visit, I haven't revealed any of your private information to any media outlet or individual. I remember we had an agreement. Ronald paused for a moment before speaking, staring intently at Emilio until he stepped back. Yes, we had an agreement. If you want to punish me for breaking the agreement, I will accept it obediently. But I can assure you again that since my formal apology last time, I haven't revealed a single word of your private information to a third person. These are merely my conjectures. They might be like me, listing all the actresses you've worked with. Ronald remained non-committal, waving Emilio away. He must have practiced this line for a long time at home. It was delivered flawlessly. Seeing Emilio leave dejectedly, Ronald looked at Eva, the public relations expert whom Nisida had specially invited for consultation. Was it him? No, his acting isn't that good. But there's no need for us to pursue this immediately. The most urgent thing is to find a way to reach an agreement with all the actresses mentioned before tomorrow's press conference." Eva picked up 2 newspapers and studied them carefully, wearing butterfly-shaped glasses. "Why are they mentioning Cimino here? Do you have a grudge against him? Every piece of gossip is worth studying. They've spent a lot of money, and this page is a complete waste. Well, when I was his assistant, I was unintentionally involved in his Oscar battle with Jane Fonda." Ronald quickly reviewed their feud. "We had several conflicts afterward, the most recent being his attempt to compete with me for the director's position on Dragon Boys, and my interview for this new film, Year of the Dragon. That makes sense. While belittling you, he also brought up his old enemy, Jane Fonda." Eva flicked the newspaper with her finger. "Since you're innocent, then tomorrow we'll proactively accept media interviews and clarify what we should admit and what we should deny. You and Helen weren't married, you were a perfect match, you were meant to be together, and then you separated because of filming, which kept you apart for long periods. American audiences won't have any negative feelings about that. Perhaps those who spread the rumors didn't expect you, as a director, to be so innocent, and to have had nothing happen with any actresses. Hey, I'm a decent man, Ronald, so you deny having any romantic relationships with any of the other actresses mentioned in the news besides Helen Slater." The next day, at an impromptu interview held outside CAA's offices, the Variety reporter, whom Eva had bribed, asked the first question. Ronald smiled. "Yes, I don't know where this rumor came from. Helen and I knew each other before she starred in her first film. Later, because of our busy filming schedules, we stopped maintaining a romantic relationship, but we are still good friends, and those other actresses mentioned in the newspapers, you didn't have any relationships with them." The Hollywood Reporter loves these kinds of gossip stories. They can boost sales. So their reporters asked rather aggressive questions. "That's pure slander. I can only say it's complete slander. I want to say to those 2 tabloid reporters, freedom of speech in America doesn't mean you can fabricate things without evidence. I'm discussing with my lawyer whether to sue for defamation." "Ronald, by denying all the allegations, does that mean you've never used your power to coerce other actresses into submission to you? Which newspaper are you from?" Ronald remembered that this reporter hadn't introduced himself. "He's from one of those 2 tabloids that broke the story," PR specialist Eva whispered in Ronald's ear. "Of course not, I wouldn't do that. America is a free society, and no one should use power to coerce others into doing things they don't want to do. I'm a decent person, just like me. As a director, it's a serious invasion of my privacy for you to make wild guesses and fabricate scandals about me just to sell newspapers. I'm also a vulnerable party in this matter." Vulnerable party. In the office, Dino De Laurentiis, the producer of Year of the Dragon, looked at the newspaper with a cold smile. He picked up a stack of materials. "These materials sent by our friends in New York don't say that. Year of the Dragon didn't even gross $4 million in its opening weekend, largely thanks to this young director. If the negative reviews could be turned into a war of words between directors, a lot could be salvaged in the second week. If it could arouse public interest, and people went to the cinema to see what the habitually lying director Ronald was talking about with his terrible film, a counter-trend rise wasn't impossible." No picked up the phone and instructed his secretary to come in, dictating to her, "Have Cimino do an interview. And make sure he connects Ronald's comments about Year of the Dragon with his personal honesty, and solidify it. He knows how to do it." Chapter 640. Now the whole country knows. A director's integrity will be reflected in their films. "My work is the best proof." Michael Cimino struck a pose and began his interview with CBS 5, a local Los Angeles television station. "You mean?" The host looked at Cimino's chubby chin and couldn't see any integrity in him, especially since he even lied about his age. "What I mean is, Year of the Dragon is a realistic film. Chinese people are a great group of people. I have several Chinese girlfriends, and I have quite a few female Chinese friends. Outside of Chinatown, they are a group that faces discrimination. I just portrayed this discrimination." Cimino persisted in his logic that he was simply objectively depicting the situation and that he was not discriminating. "Let's put Year of the Dragon aside for now and talk about your recent clash with another young Hollywood director, Ronald Lee." The host put down his prepared remarks and changed the subject. "We're not actually enemies. When I won the Oscar for Best Director for The Deer Hunter, Ronald was even interviewed on your TV station as one of my audience members. Let's look at some footage from that time." The host pulled up a clip from the archives. Ronald, yawning after watching the film, commented on Semino's The Deer Hunter as an audience member. Then the TV station nicknamed him Sleepy Ronald, using it to tease Semino's films for being sleep-inducing. Sleepy Ronald, Sleepy Ronald, Sleepy Ronald. Many hosts repeated the footage of Ronald yawning, finally showing Jane Fonda, who was on the show at the time vying for the Oscar for Best Picture, and she also jokingly mentioned the nickname Sleepy Ronald. Did he think your movie was long and boring? What do you think of his recent scandals? Like I said, a director's integrity will be reflected in his films. As for his personal privacy and his opinions on my film, why don't you ask him yourself? Semino is challenging you. PR manager Eva turned off the TV. You have two choices: ignore him, and public interest will gradually wane, and no one will go to see his movie out of curiosity, boosting his box office. The second option is to publicly respond and expose Semino's lies, but you don't have any movies released recently, so doing this won't do you much good. I don't want to argue with him and boost his box office. But he implied on TV that I have character flaws, and I don't want him to get away with it. Yes, don't leave room for speculation. If he doesn't deny it this time, the next time Ronald is interviewed, reporters will bring up these old stories again. Over time, the audience might form a bad impression. Paula Wagner, who was brought in by Nisida as an advisor, was very good at managing a star's personal image. She insisted that Ronald give an interview to retaliate. You guys think of a way to make me not give interviews so deliberately, and at the same time, retaliate against Semino. Ronald gave the order, and the team members began to discuss. So we can look forward to the second movie of Dragon Boys, filmed in Okinawa. ABC's Channel 7 in Los Angeles is a competitor of CBS's Channel 5. The host is a Japanese American, who naturally favors Ronald, who makes movies and speaks for Asians. There will be some location shooting, and we'll also be filming some scenes in Hawaii. The scenery there is similar to that of Japan. And there are many Japanese Americans who can be extras. Then we look forward to Daniel's second adventure. The host tapped the table and asked the prearranged question. Recently, an Oscar-winning director, Semino, made some comments about you. What is your response? Ronald flashed what he thought was his most handsome smile, and then a close-up shot panned over. When the red light came on, confirming that he was being watched by millions of viewers, he gave his response. When I entered the industry, he was already an Oscar winner. I don't know why director Semino said that. I still appreciate The Deer Hunter, even though it's a bit long. I agree with what he said. A director's integrity will be reflected in his films. Unwarranted attacks against me are very inappropriate. We Americans respect personal privacy. The attacks on me have dragged in actresses I have worked with. Do they really think directors choose lead actresses not based on their looks, acting skills, and chemistry with other actors, but on their personal relationships with a director? If so, I suggest interviewing those who created and believe these rumors. Ask them if the lead actress in their films was forced to be the director's girlfriend. Did they fabricate plot points and claim it was their own experience? Do directors and producers always use their power to coerce actresses? Okay, thank you, Director Ronald. Welcome to tonight's program. Good question. Dino De Laurentiis watched the live broadcast, then picked up the phone and dialed a New York number. It's me, Dino. Let our friend recall the traces he left in the NYPD files. A rising director used scandals to control actresses, making them his girlfriends. She only escaped his clutches after meeting true love in Los Angeles. This rising director is actually like that? Suspected of kidnapping and intimidating actresses, he was once detained by the FBI. Shocking. Brooke Shields also had a relationship with him. The rising director was photographed with an American beauty in Princeton. The beauty later denied dating him. Was it because of his violent tendencies? Bang. 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 Ronald was woken up early in the morning by his agent, Nisida, who rushed in. The tabloids in New York are overflowing with scandals about you today. Thud. A stack of fax tabloid pages was thrown on the table. Sleepy-eyed Ronald picked one up and started reading. New York time is 3 hours ahead of Los Angeles time. His CAA colleagues there discovered that many entertainment news stories were filled with Ronald's news, and some NYPD case reports, with some key parts crossed out, were printed verbatim in the newspapers. PFFT, are they crazy? I was the one who rescued Pfeiffer from those vegan extremists. How did it become that I blackmailed her? And why is this scandal with Brooke Shields being brought up again? And this photo of me and her taken secretly in Princeton, and this story, what does it mean? I went to Georgia to rescue Diane, How come the police interviewing me sound like I'm a kidnapper? Ronald looked at the story in the facts, which was exaggerated to the extreme, portraying him as someone who used his power to exploit actresses and force them to be his girlfriends. So what exactly happened with Michelle Pfeiffer? Nissida knew about his relationship with Diane and Brooke, but the Pfeiffer kidnapping case was something that happened before he signed Ronald. When attorney Lindsay Dahl and prosecutor Helen took the kidnapped Pfeiffer to the FBI to demand a resolution. Of course, it wasn't written that way. At that time, Pfeiffer was controlled by a group of vegetarians who swindled her out of her savings. I helped her escape. The FBI's later involvement was a misunderstanding. Someone deliberately framed me, saying I kidnapped Pfeiffer. Richard and Paula both knew this at the time. You can ask them. Ronald couldn't help but worry. Documents from a powerful agency like the NYPD had good credibility in the public's eyes, and anyone who saw them would inevitably have doubts. I'll call them right now. Call everyone who helped you with this, and anyone who knows anything about it. Have them all fly to Los Angeles immediately. We'll probably need a press conference. Nissida started making calls, calling his wife back from accompanying Tom Cruise to read the script, and then summoned Richard. We still have a little time. Before the Los Angeles media publishes anything, let's issue a statement. After Paula arrived, she recounted the situation to Nissida, then slapped her forehead. I'll find Eva to handle this urgently first. The best way is to let the so-called victims speak up for you themselves. That way, all the doubts will disappear. You're not a studio boss. In this situation, they don't need to flatter you by saying good things. The public will immediately believe you and reverse their opinion of you. You'll be a hero, a great hero who shields a female star from bad guys, just like the protagonists in your movies. Eva, the PR manager who rushed over, immediately proposed the best solution. Is that so? Ronald stood there, somewhat stunned. What's wrong, Ronald? Eva handed Ronald a glass of water. I'm a little worried about Brooke, Diane, and Pfeiffer. They all have their own lives, especially Pfeiffer. Bringing up these past romantic histories and private matters now might not be good for them. At this point, are you still thinking about them? It's time for them to do something for you. Paula Wagner was a little dissatisfied with her husband, her most important client. Ronald was good in every way, except for his somewhat timid personality. He was still thinking about others at a time like this. No, he means that others might not be willing to come forward to clarify things for him. Eva, having worked in public relations for many years, understands the psychology of all parties involved in such matters better. Michelle Pfeiffer's career is currently going smoothly, and she has no reason to ask Ronald for anything. Brooke Shields, on the other hand, has no ambition for her acting career and has fulfilled her mother Terry's promise to remain celibate before her wedding. At this time, she would hesitate to come forward to support Ronald and give testimony that might not be beneficial to her image. Diane, however, is currently experiencing a period of bad luck and is the most likely to speak up for Ronald. No, I have never had any ill will towards them, and I doubt they would let me be wronged, Ronald said calmly, sitting in his chair. What I don't understand is why the opponents would use these obviously problematic documents to frame me. Ha ha ha, Eva laughed, picking up the faxed copy of the newspaper. This time, unlike the previous gossip reports which were based on mere speculation, they've brought up some so-called NYPD files as evidence. One newspaper has even started naming Ronald by name. In their eyes, isn't this what being a film director and producer is all about? Seizing on actors' weaknesses and then threatening them to make films at low prices. With this file, it's natural to think that you're in the same boat as him. They'll unconsciously project themselves into your role. It seems my opponent is someone who habitually uses underhanded methods. Ronald has a more certain guess about his opponent's identity. Don't take this lightly. They might have obtained a copy of the arrest warrant that crazy NYPD detective gave you, to use as leverage in negotiations. Richard was there at the time, and he still vividly remembered how those vegan extremists, using a crazy accomplice in the NYPD, issued an illegal arrest warrant, which led to Ronald's involvement in the serial killer case and his arrest by the FBI. I'll call Weintraub. Ronald explained the situation to Weintraub and then asked to borrow a private jet. Weintraub arranged the rental and prepared to quickly bring all the people who were present at the time, lawyer Lindsay Dahl, her prosecutor friend Helen, the female detective in charge at the FBI at the time, Claire, and Aunt Karen, who was already getting anxious, to Los Angeles for a press conference. Oh, and that private investigator from last time, Frank Mikic, come along too. Ronald remembered Frank, who had handled a background check on his aunt's boyfriend efficiently, and called him over as well. "It's Michelle Pfeiffer," Nisida answered the phone, handing it to Ronald. "Michelle, it's me. I'm so sorry my situation has brought up your privacy again. It's really inappropriate. The reporters will definitely interview you, so you can pin the blame on me, and I'll handle it. It will only end with the kidnapping case being a misunderstanding. I've already contacted the investigating detective to prove my innocence." "Don't say that. I can't let you suffer for me. Showing the public my stupidity is nothing. The American people should know what a good person you are." Pfeiffer was deeply moved by Ronald's protective words and offered to clarify things to the media. "Hey, Michelle, don't be silly. Ronald's approach is the best. Just listen to him." While Pfeiffer was on the phone, Nisida's Italian-American friend and rival agent, Ed Limato, quickly interrupted his client's emotional outburst. "Ed, this is your client's own idea. We've already hired a PR firm. All she needs to do is give a news interview and deny it. Since it's an interview, I want a big one. How about an exclusive interview with David Letterman?" The two agents simply found another phone to discuss the details. "Thank you very much, and please apologize to Horton for me. I know you value your privacy and don't usually give media interviews." "That's alright, I'm happy to. Horton will support me too. After all, I owe you one. If it weren't for your help, I might still be controlled by those vegan extremists, drained of all my money." "It's Brooke Shields." Paula Wagner dialed another of Ronald's ex-girlfriends. "Brooke, I'm so sorry to have dragged you into this." "Ronald, what did you promise me? Don't you have any conscience? I wasn't keeping a close eye on you, and you did this behind my back." "I made Brooke swear an oath in front of all Americans." Ronald picked up the receiver. On the other end was Brooke's mother, Terry. She knew her daughter and Ronald were having an affair and started to become hysterical. "I'll talk to him," Brooke said, taking the phone. Her mother was very controlling. This time, her affair with Ronald was in the newspapers again, along with other negative news about Ronald. This had broken her mother, who was spending her holiday at home, and she started rambling incoherently. The two had argued for a long time that morning, and Brooke decided to be blunt. "Ronnie, my mother is very unstable right now, and I don't want to upset her any further. This time, I'll tell the media that we dated a few times, but we stopped because we lived in different places. I'll say you're not that kind of person, and the rest is up to you. That's all I can do for you. I'm sorry to involve you in this unnecessary trouble, but I didn't do any of those things. They made it up, I know. Be careful. I need to prepare for the interview. The press conference is coming soon." "It's Diane," Paula said, having found Diane resting at home in New York through her agent's network. "Brother Ronnie? How did you get framed?" "Let them interview me. I'll explain everything clearly. The Georgia police are deliberately being vague because I ultimately fled to Tennessee, causing them to lose face. If all else fails, I'll force my mom to testify for you, otherwise I won't help her sell nutritional supplements anymore. Sigh, don't do anything rash. I probably just need you to clarify the situation. PR consultant Eva will handle everything, just listen to her. Get ready, the reporters are here." Eva came over to remind the agent, Nisida. He straightened his suit, went outside, and read a statement to the reporters. "My client, Ronald Lee, has always been a law-abiding citizen. He was even commended by the NYPD for his act of bravery. These accusations are completely distortions and misrepresentations by malicious individuals. My client will hold a press conference tonight to further explain all aspects and answer everyone's questions." Was Ronald summoned by the NYPD for allegedly kidnapping Michelle Pfeiffer? "Is it true that the FBI arrested your client 24 hours ago? Is he Brooke Shields' boyfriend?" "No comment, no comment. We will announce everything at the press conference." Everyone was watching Nisida's antics at the door, except for Ronald, who took a can of Coke, sat on the sofa, and slowly finished it. Sigh. "Now my private life with these female celebrities is going to be exposed. The whole country will know." Ronald felt no joy at this sudden, inevitable exposure. Instead, he felt a bit afraid. He thought of the paparazzi who hired helicopters to film Madonna and Sean Penn's wedding. Was this what his life would be like from now on? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641 The Gambino Family's Doing. By noon, Ronald's personal lawyer, Lindsay Dole, along with their firm's partner, Bobby Donnell, Ronald's Aunt Karen, and her boyfriend, his childhood friend Doug, arrived at the CAA office. After exchanging pleasantries, Ronald asked Lindsay curiously, "Didn't I tell you to bring Prosecutor Helen and FBI Inspector Claire as well? The media would be more likely to believe it if they came forward to clarify things." Ahem. Lindsay lowered his voice. "Inspector Claire has urgent business, and as for Helen, Helen has a more important mission. She's staying in New York to keep an eye on things," Bobby Donnell interjected. What happened this time? Ronald's legal team brought some bad news. Ronald's files with the NYPD, the original arrest warrant issued by the MAD officer who framed him, and the subsequent report from higher-ups investigating the MAD officer's misbehavior and framing of Ronald had all disappeared. Facing a major purge of the NYPD's upper echelons by Southern District Attorney Rudy, they were on high alert. Especially the Southern District Police Department, one of the safest places in New York, which received the report at the time, experienced the unexplained disappearance of documents, prompting an internal investigation from top to bottom. Southern District Attorney Rudy was fulfilling his promise upon taking office, launching an attack on the 5 major Italian-American families in his jurisdiction, while also prosecuting some financial tycoons who abused the relaxed regulations after the president's inauguration, engaging in collusion with insiders to make huge profits on Wall Street using inside information. Recently, he even invoked the RICO Act, Racist Influence in Corrupt Organizations Act, though more commonly known as the Organized Crime Control Act, specifically designed to combat organized crime, indicting the heads of 4 of the 5 major New York families. Only the most cunning and ruthless Gambino family remained untouched. Just as the crucial moment of the trial was approaching, trouble struck from within. The documents related to Ronald's arrest, the nationally watched source of the prosecutor's main evidence investigation, disappeared from the Southern District of the NYPD, enraging Rudy. This implication was clearly a tactic often employed by the Gambino family, using a seemingly unrelated incident to intimidate the real key figure. Rudy also worried about his and his family's safety, and whether the key witness might recant their testimony in court. The Sicilian family was adept at this tactic. District Attorney Rudy ordered the NYPD South District to find the missing documents within 24 hours, or else he would launch an investigation into corruption within the NYPD. Helen, one of Rudy's trusted prosecutors, remained at the South District Police Station to oversee the investigation into Richie's missing documents, and incidentally, to see if there was any chance of uncovering a Gambino family mole within the South District. I've also kept Frank McCracker, the former NYPD detective who used to be in contact with the top undercover agents who infiltrated the 5 families, in New York. He's using his connections to find your files and will let me know as soon as he has any news. So McCracker used to be a detective, no wonder he's so efficient at background checks. Ronald understood the private investigator's background. Then should we postpone the press conference until we find the documents that can prove my innocence? That would be more effective in clarifying things. Notify Miss Michelle Pfeiffer and Miss Brooke Shields to postpone their appearances on shows and interviews as well. Public relations consultant Eva assessed the situation, and everyone made a decision, waiting for news from New York. It'll be all right. My Ronnie hasn't done anything wrong. God wouldn't wrong an innocent person like that. Aunt Karen held Ronald's hand, gently comforting her somewhat anxious nephew. Ring 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 ring, the phone rang. It's Ms. Pfeiffer. Richard answered the phone. Hello, Michelle. Ronald took the receiver. What's going on, Ronald? My house is surrounded by reporters. Did you change your plans? I originally agreed with Lamato to go on the show tonight. Don't move yet. Find out who these reporters are. Ronald's expression changed. The other side had launched a rapid-fire attack. Pfeiffer said there are a lot of unplanned reporters surrounding her house, and they're not familiar faces. Hey, Lamato, Nisita went over to talk to her old friend. According to him, it's some small Italian-American newspapers that don't usually care about entertainment news, but they've gathered outside her house. I've already asked Lamato to handle it, to prevent reporters from interviewing Pfeiffer before our release. Ronald jumped to his feet. Was this premeditated? He paced quickly around his office, circling twice. Why would they do this to him? He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Even if the documents were temporarily lost, there were other ways to prove his innocence. Right, Colebrook. Ronald suddenly remembered that he had an ex-girlfriend who was supposed to be interviewed. Ronald, why are there so many reporters coming to interview me? The last time I saw this many reporters was before I went to college. Brooks' mansion was in New Jersey, with better security in the neighborhood, so entertainment reporters couldn't barge in. But she had also received many interview requests. Many reporters hadn't called in a long time. Someone wants to ask you for some tabloid-worthy gossip. I'll give the phone to my PR consultant, Eva, and have her discuss it with you. Ronald knew Brooke Shields didn't have a PR consultant. Her mother, Terry, who usually played that role, was drunk and passed out. In the CAA office, 2 phones were occupied, as they discussed how to coordinate their statements when facing the reporters. Ring 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 ring. The phone that had been deliberately left unused rang again. Richard answered the phone, his expression changing. It's Dino De Laurentiis, the producer of Year of the Dragon. He wants to speak with you. Hello, it's me. Ronald suppressed his urge to curse the woman on the other end. What do you want, Dino? That's what I should be asking you. It's not a pleasant feeling to have something on someone's hands, is it? Dino De Laurentiis chuckled on the other end. I don't understand what you're talking about. The phone was put on speakerphone, and Richard quietly pressed the record button. Ronald's legal team, meanwhile, gestured to him not to discuss anything related to the case on the phone. He didn't know if the other party would record it and then edit it. Come on, we all know what you did in New York, Pfeiffer, Brooke, and Diane. Although the final investigation report refuted the detective's suspicions, we all know what really happened. You're out of your mind, Dino. I'm innocent. The NYPD's investigation report is very clear. Even if you stole the files, I can ask the detective in charge of the investigation to come out and clarify the facts. Tisk tisk, don't put it so harshly. A righteous insider happened to send me a copy. Here's a suggestion, there's no need to keep bringing up Long Nian. As long as you clarify on TV that Long Nian didn't discriminate against Chinese people, and that you and Semino are still good friends who admire each other, I'll give you the document. Sounds reasonable, right? Suddenly, everyone's eyes were on Ronald. What the other party wanted was a reconciliation. Ronald only needed to slightly shift the topic, and this Neapolitan would return the document. That way, in the eyes of the media and the public, Ronald would still be the hero who saved the actress from trouble, and no contrary rumors would bother him. Ronald frowned. He was reluctant to do this. On one hand, he was unmistakably of Chinese descent in his past life, and in this life in America, he was also of Chinese descent. To deny the discrimination against Chinese people in a film so blatantly discriminatory was a moral imperative, a hurdle he couldn't overcome regarding his bloodline. Moreover, the feeling of being threatened was extremely uncomfortable. However, his agent and legal teams gave him looks indicating that they considered it a negotiable option. How could he convince them? My opinion is just from an artistic appreciation perspective. But there's a strong sense of racial discrimination in the Year of the Dragon. I don't need to say it, the public can see it clearly. Don't be like that, Ronald. You have no Chinese background, you just donated money to the Chinatown movement opposing my film. I don't care what grudge you have against Semino, but this isn't a friendly gesture, it affects my profits. So-called discrimination is just a subjective artistic viewpoint. As long as you clarify this in front of the media, it's better for everyone. Ronnie, don't yield to evil. Don't be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. Aunt Karen was furious to see Ronald being blackmailed with something he hadn't done. She came up, took Ronald's hand, and recited a passage from the Bible. Yes, don't bow down to evil. Ronald firmly grasped his aunt's hand. This reasoning was quite convincing. He replied into the phone, I haven't done anything wrong, and I don't need to make a deal with you about it. Fine, since you're so stubborn, let's see whose story the public will believe. You know, public goodwill is like a gilded idol, a gust of wind can blow it away. Click. Ronald made up his mind and hung up the phone. That's fine. We'll find the detective in charge of the internal investigation at the South Precinct to clarify things, and then you contact the FBI as soon as possible and ask Detective Claire if she'll grant an interview. Eva and Nisida, seeing that Ronald had made his decision, immediately began assigning tasks. Don't worry, the FBI's reputation is better than the NYPD's, and we also have the help of Prosecutor Helen, lawyer Lindsay reassured him. However, this was merely reassurance. Since Hoover's death, the FBI's reputation hadn't been great either. It could be said that its reputation was as bad as those in South Manhattan. Without a written record, a mere verbal clarification of Ronald's involvement at a press conference might not be very effective in completely dispelling public doubts. At most, when he's talked about in the future, Someone will always mention this rumor. A director using scandal to coerce an actress into becoming his girlfriend. This kind of rumor is always a favorite story for the public. They're unlikely to investigate that Ronald was just a poor kid who had just joined the Writers Guild and had an agent at the time. Ring 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 ring, the phone rang again. It's me, Mike Parker. Find a number that can receive faxes. I've got the NYPD arrest warrant and the original documents from the subsequent investigation. I'll send them to you. Great. Where did you find these? We haven't heard anything from the NYPD yet. I got them directly from the Gambino family. Don't ask. They were trying to intimidate Rudy and the witnesses, but it backfired. You didn't compromise with that Neapolitan guy, did you? No, good. These immigrants from southern Italy often use tricks, luring you in with seemingly harmless conditions. I'll bring the originals right away, and we'll discuss it further. Chapter 642 Ronald is a true hero. So, the Gambino family didn't give Dino De Laurentiis the post-investigation report. Ronald asked the newly arrived private investigator, Mike Parker. They didn't want to provoke Rudy. This time, Rudy went all out. The heads or acting heads of the four major families were all prosecuted. Only the Gambino family was the most cunning, temporarily escaping the pursuit of their heads. Their roundabout counterattack is also because they're afraid of Rudy, sending a signal not to push too hard. Mike Parker arrived in Los Angeles that evening, having not eaten, and was stuffing a slice of pizza into his mouth. No wonder, I always felt I was certain you were the mastermind. It turns out he only saw the arrest warrant for that crazy detective from back then, and the report framing you. He didn't see the second internal investigation report that dismissed the crazy detective. The agents suddenly understood. Everything will proceed as planned. The public relations consultant began assigning tasks. Ronald, could you reimburse my plane ticket? Mike Parker finished the last slice of pizza with satisfaction, then took a sip of hot coffee, which Aunt Karen had personally brewed for him. I had a falling out with a boss, and my retirement pension hasn't been paid yet. I'm relying on being a private investigator now, so I'm tight on cash. You should pay me in cash, okay? Ronald laughed heartily, pulling Mickey into a small room next door. He found his checkbook and asked, how much should I pay you? Besides my share, you also need to give one to that mole in the Gambino family. He was arrested by Rudy because he can't be exposed yet, and his bail cost a lot of money. He has no income, and his mother's hospital bills are high. I only fell out with the NYPD boss because I wanted him to get the income and promotion he deserved. These people only want to use undercover agents and don't give them what they deserve. The undercover agent Mickey was in direct contact with had climbed to a relatively high position in the Gambino family and was rumored to be working under John Gotti, the second in command. That's why he was able to get the documents that Ronald had been stolen by Gotti's informant within the NYPD and send them to Los Angeles. Ronald wrote down the amount Mickey had requested on the check and handed it to him. Give my regards to your friend. What's his name? His name is top secret. Mickey shook his head. Even when discussing this undercover agent with his superiors, he didn't call him by name, but rather by his code name, 4587. This is the whole story. Ronald was framed by a corrupt element within the NYPD and suffered unfair treatment. Afterwards, the NYPD discovered the problem, launched an internal investigation, and cleared my client's name. This is their final document's conclusion. Lindsay Dole, at the press conference, showed reporters the original copies of two documents. Click, click, photographers snapped away, capturing this dramatic scene. This is the award the NYPD South District later presented to my client. It's a model of police community cooperation. Ronald, what are your thoughts on the unfounded suspicions and slander against you? This is media that's been tampered with, setting the tone for the press conference with their first question. I feel very innocent. I'm one of the victims. Fortunately, the NYPD and the Southern District attorneys are upholding justice and have cleared my name. I don't know why, after so much time has passed and I was about to forget about this, someone is coming out to frame me again. I just want to say to them, don't do such pointless things again. Ronald, what do you want to say to Ms. Michelle Pfeiffer? Another reporter stepped forward to ask. I just hope this matter won't disturb her peaceful married life any further. She's a very good actress and needs a lot of privacy. I hope you won't bother her with this ridiculous and laughable matter. Brockback Mountain gave an interview in New Jersey, admitting that you two had feelings for each other, dated a few times, and said she doesn't believe you're a bad person who would blackmail women. What do you want to say to her? That doesn't seem to be related to what this press conference is supposed to clarify, does it? Ha ha ha. The reporters burst into laughter. This former first teen of America, all her rumored boyfriends had been the focus of pursuit. Don't you want to respond to her comments? I wish her to achieve her dreams and graduate from Princeton soon. Ronald, former child star Diane Lane also gave an interview in New York, saying that you were not the one who kidnapped her, but quite the opposite. You helped her escape the environment of Tennessee where her personal freedom was restricted, and become truly independent. Is there anything you want to say to her? Huh? Ronald hadn't expected Diane to also be interviewed. What did she say? Didn't she tell him not to get involved in this? She said you are a true hero of America, and no one should slander such a good person as you. Oh, then please thank her for the praise. Ha ha ha. After the press conference, Ronald returned to his apartment and began calling back all the friends who had called to express their concern, thanking them one by one. The television was showing footage of Michelle Pfeiffer being interviewed. So, you were deceived back then? Yes, how should I put it? I spent all the money I earned from filming TV series on their expensive vegetable juice. If I hadn't met Ronald, I probably would have been exploited by them for a long time. It seems you know him well? What do you think of the controversy caused by his recent comments on the movie Year of the Dragon? To avoid touching on their past, the host likely touched on the topic and then shifted the focus. I only saw the movie later. How should I put it? I think it's wrong, or at least impolite, to publicly promote unfriendly terms for a certain ethnic group in a movie unless absolutely necessary for the plot. I'll donate some more money to Chinatown and Asian groups, in my name, to add fuel to the fire for Year of the Dragon, Ronald said to Lawrence, watching TV and drinking red wine. Okay, thanks to your help this time, things have gotten big enough. Many newspapers and TV stations are interviewing Chinatown residents. The stereotype that Chinatown is full of illegal violence is being dispelled. The people in Chinatown are very grateful to you and want to thank you in person. Okay, let's go for dim sum sometime. The dim sum there is quite good. Ronald laughed. It seemed that this commotion had minimized the impact on Chinatown's business. Damn it, Gotti tricked me. He didn't give me the second document. Dino De Laurentiis finished watching Ronald's press conference and angrily threw his wine glass on the ground. He had originally intended to use it to blackmail Ronald into truce. To say something nice about his Year of the Dragon. He had evidence of Ronald's wrongdoing and could slowly play with him, making him pay a higher price once he was hooked. For example, at least get him to sign a few film contracts and exploit his value. However, as a Neapolitan, he dared not vent his anger on the 5 major New York families who had immigrated from Sicily. Cancel all marketing budgets for the Year of the Dragon and all public relations efforts against Chinatown. Let Cimino bear the brunt of the Chinese community's anger alone. Full of anger, he vented it on Cimino, who was filming recklessly. Lawrence Productions apologizes for the dissatisfaction among Chinese people caused by the Year of the Dragon. Company president Dino De Laurentiis told reporters that Michael Cimino had the final cut rights for the film, and out of respect for the artist, he did not review the final cut, which led to this incident. Lawrence Productions will release a re-edited version of the videotape at an appropriate time, removing all content that caused discomfort. The next morning, Ronald finally received good news. The Hollywood Reporter published an interview with Dino De Laurentiis clarifying the situation. Brother Ronnie, what I said in the interview was good, wasn't it? Look, so many newspapers are quoting me on the front page now, Diane called from New York, boasting to Ronald. A true hero of Hollywood, the hero who saved the popular actress Pfeiffer from a vegan scammer. Is it possible that Brooke Shields and the real-life Hollywood hero Ronald will get back together? Don't give interviews so readily in the future, Diane. If something goes wrong, it could affect you. Ronald was still a little worried about Diane giving interviews. After all, it involved her mother's attempt to restrict her privacy years ago, and having it exposed wouldn't be a good thing. It's okay, I know what I'm doing. I just wanted to help you. Hanging up the phone, Ronald felt relieved. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared up, he was still a good person in the public eye. The ubiquitous media portrayed Ronald as a good young man from America, with many newspapers using headlines like "True Hero." After all, rescuing a damsel in distress from a villain was a story the public was very interested in. Ronald, do you still have feelings for Pfeiffer? How did you break up? Is there any possibility of you getting back together with Brooke Shields? American audiences all want to know. Ronald was surrounded by reporters as soon as he stepped outside, everyone eager to know the progress of his rumored relationship with a popular star. "Tell me about it. Is there any possibility of you working with Pfeiffer on a movie?" Brooke gave an interview in New Jersey, saying she doesn't believe you would do such a bad thing. "What do you want to say to her? When are you going to Princeton to see her?" No comment, no comment. Ronald was a little bewildered by the throng of reporters. He'd never been surrounded by this many reporters before when filming movies. Besides, shouldn't you all be digging deeper into my feud with director Cimino from year one, or talking about how I was wronged? Why does everyone love gossip? Ronald fled back to his apartment and quickly called his agent. "Nisida, I need to go into hiding. Brooke and Pfeiffer are getting way too much attention right now." Brooke has always been a top-tier actress and model, only experiencing a slight dip in popularity recently due to her college years, but American audiences haven't forgotten her. This time, mentioning her past relationship with Ronald reignited public interest in her gossip. Pfeiffer, on the other hand, is an actress who doesn't usually expose her private life publicly. Audiences only know her from a few films like Scarface and the recently released Eagle and Wolf. Her sudden interview, revealing details about her premarital life and ex-boyfriend, has suddenly unleashed the pent-up curiosity of the audience. With both of their attention focused on Ronald, he's practically glued to his door. "Good, you should stay away. Your two films are still far from release, so they won't benefit the box office. As a director, you don't need this kind of celebrity attention. Tell me where you want to go on vacation, and I'll arrange it for you." Chapter 643 True Friends. Ronald composed himself and began preparing for his vacation. Involving the 5 Italian-American families, Ronald wasn't sure what their relationship was with the Neapolitan producer Dino De Laurentiis. After privately discussing it with his agent and legal team, he decided that Revenge Against Dino wouldn't be launched immediately. Ronald also officially and permanently hired Detective Mikic, entrusting him with all background checks for filming and financing. Mikic's fees weren't low, but Ronald was willing to pay. It was like buying insurance. With Detective Mikic's extensive network within the NYPD and the 5 families, he would have a suitable warning time if someone tried to frame him again. "I'm sorry, Ronald. The visa process there is quite complicated. We've already submitted visa applications for 13 members of the delegation. You're joining temporarily, so I can only try, but it's not guaranteed to be approved." Jack Valentine, president of the Film Association, was pleased that Ronald wanted to join the American film delegation again, as he was glad a film director in his prime was willing to go, rather than just a group of elderly people. However, the visa issue is a concern. Is it that difficult? Ronald was unaware of the visa processing difficulties. "I can help you submit the materials. All 13 of us have to submit our materials collectively, along with invitation letters, before it's approved. There are so many tourists going now, some people have to wait for years." To increase his chances, Ronald contacted his agent, Nisida. "I can't help you either. We haven't had any cultural exchanges for a long time. I don't even know who to ask for help." There was really no one to ask, except Ronald's accountant, Lawrence, who found a senior travel agency manager from Los Angeles Chinatown to provide some advice. Since the two countries open travel permits, hundreds of thousands of Americans want to see the ancient Great Wall every year. But only a little over 1/10 are approved. It largely depends on luck. Our travel agency doesn't even know the criteria. It's just that those of Chinese descent get approved a little faster. Isn't that a waste of time? Ronald rubbed his ear. Is there anything else that can increase the chances of getting a visa? I'm going with the American film delegation. It's official business. Oh, if it's official business, then you have an invitation letter from a domestic organization, which would be easy, but the delegation's invitation letter has already been sent to approve other people's visas. Ronald sighed. If all else failed, he'd have to ask Weintraub to arrange a trip to Japan. Or perhaps Minahan could arrange a trip to Israel. You were added after the initial invitation list? You want to go sightseeing with them, right? This route isn't very convenient now. Ask if you can get another invitation letter. With an invitation from a ministry or cultural sports association, visa approval is almost guaranteed, and it's very fast. The travel agency manager assumed Ronald just wanted to take advantage of the delegation for a trip. Many Americans who couldn't get tourist visas had done this before. So he offered his advice. Culture, sports, an invitation letter. Ronald suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I think I have one. What are you going there for? Why weren't you on Mr. Jack Valentine's list? An embassy visa officer examined Ronald's documents closely. Hearing the slightly Chinese accent, Ronald thought to himself, it's been a long time since I've heard that. Most Chinese Americans don't have this distinctive, slightly flat accent. I've wanted to go on this trip with the American Film Institute delegation for a while now. But I was held up by other things and missed submitting my visa application. What happened? Are you so busy? You even forgot to submit the materials as a group. The other person didn't mean any harm to Ronald, but the cultural differences between the two countries made them a little confused. I've just been too busy. But I have some supplementary materials to prove my consistent idea. Ronald handed over a letter. Okay, we will verify with the Film Institute as soon as possible and then approve your application. In the future, it's best to apply for these kinds of visas earlier to avoid delaying your trip. Even if we expedite the process for you this time, it may still take 5 days, and you might not be able to catch the delegation's flight. It's okay. I can buy my own ticket. Ronald was very happy to hear that there was hope of getting a visa, and he finally found time to go back and visit. Ronald, what are you doing here? As soon as Ronald left the visa office, someone called out to him. Jolly. Ronald realized that the person who had just entered was the Chinese actor who taught him Tai Chi. White crane spreading wings. Before filming Dragon Kid, I was just watching Falcon Crest with Jane Wyman recently. Ronald shook his hand. I'm here to submit my visa application. Jack Valentine's film delegation recently went there to exchange ideas with film artists, and I'd like to go see them too. Are you going too? Yes, I want to go back to my hometown. Plus, my son and daughter don't speak much Chinese, so I'm taking them with me to Chinese summer camp. It's been so long since I've tasted vinegar from my hometown. My accent remains the same, but my hair has turned gray. The last sentence was spoken in Chinese as Ronald touched his graying temples. Then I'll ask you with a smile, where do you come from? Ronald switched back to Chinese, reciting a line of poetry. Wow, your Chinese is excellent, and your knowledge of classical poetry is quite high too. I took a course on appreciating 300 Tang poems at NYU. Great, let's exchange phone numbers, maybe we can meet there. After parting ways with Ronald, Zhao Li didn't go into the visa office for ordinary people. Instead, he greeted the receptionist and went directly to the senior management office at the back. He knocked on the door. Come in, a man wearing plastic glasses and a Shongshan suit said in a loud voice. Zioji? What brings you here? The two shook hands and hugged excitedly. Your brother asked me to give you his regards. He's currently the ambassador in Fiji. We're all doing well. I'm taking my 2 children back for a Chinese language summer camp, and we'll also be visiting our hometown. Great, everything's fine. The summer camp is excellent. They only speak English now. Chinese people shouldn't forget their roots. Our generation was separated by war in the Cold War. Now we only hope our children can have a better life. Being able to speak fluent Chinese in the future will definitely be a big advantage. The two old friends chatted for a while, and then Zhao Li said to him, I just saw a rising Hollywood director, Ronald Lee. He seems to have applied for a visa. He's very friendly towards Chinese people. It's worth being friends with him. Oh? Is he famous in Hollywood? Didn't you see the news? He's the boyfriend of Brooke Shields. Oh? Her boyfriend. Having been here for so long, the old friend knew this American idol. Do you have Ronald Lee's visa application materials? Let me see them. The old friend dialed the phone and had his subordinate fetch Ronald's application materials. It's his ex-girlfriend. He's a rare Hollywood director who's friendly to China. This time, the movie Year of the Dragon contained a lot of negative content about Chinese people. He stood up for them, even getting into verbal battle with the director and producer, which caused quite a stir. People even brought up his ex-girlfriend's scandals. Scandals? The other person raised an eyebrow. It was all slander. In the end, it was clarified that Ronald was just playing the hero, helping the actress escape a scam. In America, that's a vulgar attack tactic. It proves Ronald's friendliness. He's someone worth being friends with. Boss, these are the visa materials you requested. Ronald went with a delegation from the American Film Institute. But his application wasn't submitted with a group, so the process, what do you think? The staff member brought out the application documents Ronald had just submitted. This person is very friendly to Chinese people. Go and talk to the staff and get it done for him as quickly as possible, so as not to delay his trip. Give him the longest possible visa and invite him to travel. I'm just giving a friendly person a break, okay, sir? I'll get on it right away. Since they're friendly people, it's not unreasonable to give them special permission. How about this? I'll call you and your 2 nephews and nieces on the Air China flight and arrange for them to be on the same flight. You can also chat more with Ronald and the other members of the delegation. Sure, Zhao Li knew it was just a matter of talking to Ronald about his views on Chinese people. Being able to hitch a ride on a transoceanic flight was a good thing, so he immediately agreed. Sir, the clerk from before rushed in again, forgetting to knock before bursting in. What's wrong? You're so flustered and uncomposed. There are no small matters in diplomacy. You must always remain calm. Yes, the clerk took out an opened envelope and a handwritten invitation letter. This is supplementary application material submitted by director Ronald Lee. He said he received an invitation from someone in the arts and sports world. We thought it was from the film industry, but when we opened it, we found out it was. Who is it? The leader asked. Zhao Li, who was also standing nearby, was full of curiosity. Whose invitation had made them rush to report? It's an invitation letter from the Chinese women's volleyball team. What? The leader took the letter. It turned out that the women's volleyball team had received sponsorship from Ronald during the Los Angeles Olympics, who provided them with Chinese food that suited their tastes, which helped them perform well. The outside hitter and setter had even invited Ronald to come and visit in the letter. Ha, it seems we don't need to go through back channels. This is our old friend. What are we waiting for? Approve it quickly. The whole country is learning from the spirit of the women's volleyball team, on the Air China flight. Ronald chatted with Jack Valentine, the president of the Film Association, Zhao Li's family who were visiting home, and other members of the delegation. I've always wanted to go, but this is my first time. Ronald admitted that it was his first time visiting. I went when Roman Holiday premiered. Another big name in the delegation, the famous movie star Gregory Peck, laughed. Roman Holiday? Ronald almost started counting the time on his fingers. No, it's a local premiere. It's the American Film Festival that Mr. Valenti attended last time. It was screened in several major cities, and there were premiere events. Parker corrected him with a smile. So you're revisiting a familiar place? Any recommended sites or restaurants? There's the Great Wall, and you can also eat Peking duck. In addition, there's a kind of small soup dumpling in Jiangnan that's very delicious, much better than the ones in Hollywood's Chinese restaurants. Okay, I've got it all in mind. I'll take lots of photos and eat lots of delicious food. Ronald even showed off his Nikon SLR camera. Ladies and gentlemen, what would you like to drink? We have Coke, red wine, black tea, and Maute. Do you have an orange-flavored energy drink called? Yes, Jian Libeo? Yes, I'll get it for you. The flight attendant glanced at Ronald. This guy might be a China expert. Chapter 644 I want to learn photography. Ha. Cheers. The formal welcome dinner ended with everyone downing their glasses of Maute. On the first day of this visit, Jack Valentine, president of the American Film Institute, achieved an unexpected result. With the consent of the film crews, foreign film crews could now film on location. Upon returning to Hollywood, Valentine planned to place large advertisements in newspapers such as The Hollywood Reporter and Variety, encouraging interested filmmakers to apply. Do you think many people will come? The conditions are indeed good, the film talent here is not expensive, and the level of professionalism is sufficient, although the skills and equipment are somewhat outdated. After returning to the Great Wall Hotel, Jack Valentine discussed the future with Ronald and Gregory Peck over coffee. Some of the older members of the delegation had already rested. It's very beautiful here. We're going to visit the Great Wall tomorrow. This scenery, so different from America's, will definitely make a good movie. Gregory Peck has always been a friendly figure, and his films are very popular here. I think it definitely will. Orson Welles once told me that just the gimmick of filming here would be enough to make any movie a box office hit in America. Ronald recalled the old director's words and used them to prove Valenti's wise decision. I feel that our other proposal, importing 5 Hollywood movies a year, also has a very good chance of being approved. After that, we'll go south and check out the film market in commercial cities. There are 1 billion people here, and the market potential is astonishing. Their development is also very rapid. This time we're in 5-star hotels. A few years ago, we could only stay in old-fashioned motels, but their prices are quite low, aren't they? Ronald asked Valenti. Right now they can only accept single film buyouts. I want to push for a revenue-sharing system or a print deal. You know, Last year their top-grossing film had 680 million viewers. Jack Valenti stated a surprising number. How much? Ronald almost fell off the sofa. One film's viewership was equivalent to every American going to the movies 3 times? Think about it, Ronald. Once they know your name, you'll be a star director here, like Gregory. Why was he so well received here? Because he was the first Hollywood star this audience saw decades later. Use your imagination. Tickets aren't expensive here, some remote areas even accept eggs for tickets. But once the economy develops, if we can get just 1 cent from each ticket, that's millions of dollars. What if it's 10 cents? Ronald couldn't believe his eyes, the figure far exceeded his expectations. He'd have to go back and lobby several studios to sell his films here for screening. Even if it was free, or even if they had to pay him, it would be fine. Ronald, even if you don't become a director, you'll be an excellent cinematographer, Gregory Peck praised, showing off a photo he'd taken on the Great Wall. Ronald had captured his deep gaze beautifully. After concluding their talks and visits in the capital, the delegation traveled to the largest city in the South for further exchanges. On the plane, Ronald distributed the hastily printed photos he'd taken over the past few days to the delegation members. The photos included scenes of their visits to the Great Wall and the Hall of Prayer for Good Harvests, exchanges with film artists, visits to the women's volleyball team's training sessions and team celebrations, and even scenes of everyone learning to eat Peking duck. The locals always say that arts and sports are inseparable. Ronald even watched a martial arts performance arranged by his hosts and sparred with a folk wrestling master near the Temple of Heaven. He discovered that the wrestling customs here were very similar to the techniques he already knew, aiming to quickly bring the opponent to the ground, rather than scoring points by landing on their backs as in professional matches. Ronald also exchanged addresses with representatives of the wrestling team, arranging future exchanges. They frequently hosted foreign guests and were very familiar with these procedures. Is there a Kodak quick print shop here? Gregory Parker was surprised to receive the photos so quickly. No, they have excellent manual printing masters, producing prints better than Kodak, comparable to professional technicians in Hollywood, Ronald said. I like them, they remind me of many old friends. Hollywood back then was full of such geniuses. In the South, they were able to engage in deeper exchanges with the local artists. This used to be a major film hub. Who directed this movie? Ronald asked Xiao Yan, the young translator assigned to him. Director Z. Oh, can I meet him and chat with him? Ronald had watched The Wrangler, a film from a few years ago, arranged by the film studio. He noticed some Hollywood filming techniques, a main shot followed by 2 over-the-shoulder shots, and very skillful use of close-ups and reaction shots. We've arranged for you to interact with the young director. Director Z is busy with his new film, doing location scouting, and can't come to meet his friend right now, Xiao Yan replied. That's fine. Are there any other arrangements? Ronald felt a familiarity with Xiao Yan's English, which he suspected was honed through studying new concept English. Plus, they were close in age, so they could chat easily. We've arranged for you to interact with Director Z's Assistant Director Wang, and afterwards you can visit the dubbing studio. We've also given you some time to sample local delicacies, do some shopping, and visit Yu Garden. Director Wang, a woman, was envious of Ronald's young age and ability to become a director. Here, being a director or assistant director isn't just a job, but also a professional title. The two exchanged information about Hollywood's filming mechanisms. Director Wang was particularly interested in the films directed by Ronald's good friend, James Cameron, where the female characters were very independent. She expressed her desire to see his films sometime. The dubbing studio specializes in dubbing foreign films. Unlike the Soviet Union, here, actors redubbed their lines in Chinese so that ordinary viewers could understand them. Ronald watched their work for a while and found it very interesting. The translated lines were clearly very well written, both the lip movements and the acting were seamless. Gregory Peck, who came with him, was even more excited than Ronald. After watching a dubbed clip of his film, he even told the voice actor Joe that the audience here understood his films better than American audiences, all thanks to the dubbing actors. Click, click, Ronald was acting as photographer, taking pictures of Gregory Peck and actor Joe. Suddenly, he ran out of Kodak film. He pulled Xiao Yan aside, gave him some US dollars, and asked him to buy some more. He noticed that Xiao Yan wasn't buying Kodak, nor any Japanese brand, but a locally produced film with simple packaging. It listed various parameters equivalent to Kodak. Could you take this to be developed for me? Ronald also wanted to see how well this film performed. He handed over the US dollars. The results were indeed good. The black and white film was almost identical to Kodak. The color film was slightly inferior, but still sufficient. After the tour, Ronald asked Xiao Yan to take him to Yew Garden. Ronald, I have to tell you, I took your dollars, which I can exchange for vouchers. These vouchers have much higher purchasing power than our currency. So I used my own money to buy film. This film is very good, reaching Kodak's advanced level in the 1970s. I can return the rest of the money to you. But could I use these vouchers? I want to buy a camera. You're very honest, there's no problem with that. Ronald waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want Xiao Yan's money. For me, it makes no difference. I still need US dollar vouchers to buy things here. Hey, let me treat you to Xia Longbao. I know there's a really good one on Huaihe Road. Xiao Yan was very happy. His father worked at a film studio, and he wanted to take over the business. He needed to learn professional skills, and having a camera would allow him to slowly learn photography. There were quite a few foreign guests in the restaurant, and the waiter, being knowledgeable, placed a basket of Xia Longbao on Ronald's table. Hey, wait, the broth inside is very hot. Xiao Yan hurriedly called to Ronald, who had already picked up his chopsticks, to be careful. Oh, it's really hot, Ronald sighed. This was much better than the ones in Chinatown. This is a southern snack, turtle jelly. It's good for cooling down. Have some, you burned yourself just now. Xiao Yan ordered another snack for Ronald. Yeah, you should have some too. This turtle jelly tastes good. Ronald ordered another serving and then went to pay. I paid in advance. Xiao Yan laughed. He had taken advantage of Ronald, so he was treating him to some snacks to express his goodwill. Do you have any movies that reflect the lives of ordinary people? After eating the local snacks and visiting Yew Garden and the Bund, Ronald asked you if he could watch some movies that reflected the lives of ordinary people. Yes, there was a movie that did very well at the box office last year, called Under the Bridge. I'll talk to the factory manager and get it for you to watch. Xiao Yan, where did you take this foreign guest? Don't break the rules. The factory manager pretended to be stern. No, the foreign guest wanted to see the Bund and Yew Garden. He's a photography expert and even used our domestically produced film, saying it was very good. You little rascal, don't try anything funny. Your dad said he could hit you. The factory director patted Xiao Yan's head. The foreign guest wanted to see a realistic film. I was wondering if we could get Under the Bridge so he could see that we can make a good realistic film too, Xiao Yan suggested. Hey, that's a good idea. Arrange for assistant director Wang to accompany him. You're all young, you can have a discussion. Write down what you talked about so everyone can hear it. Under the Bridge was a film produced by the factory that was released last year. A copy was quickly found, and Xiao Yan and assistant director Wang accompanied Ronald to watch it. Xiao Yan even tried to translate for Ronald, but he made a shushing gesture. This international friend is quite skilled. He can judge performances by their body language, without needing any dialogue. Assistant director Wang was amazed by Ronald's high level of skill. Ronald watched the movie, which was somewhat similar to Moscow Does Not Believe in Tears, a romantic drama about young urbanites. The male lead was a bicycle mechanic, and the female lead was a seamstress who made a living by cutting clothes at a stall in an alleyway. The male lead was interested in the female lead, and both were older singles. However, the female lead was always somewhat melancholic, keeping her advances distant. She also visited her aunt and uncle on a distant farm every week. The director, Bai, seemed to be trained in Hollywood, just like Z. The female lead's anxiety and mystery during her journey were effectively conveyed through close-ups of her footsteps. Ronald concluded that the suspense-building techniques were consistent with Hollywood. Director Bai also liked to film shots of beautiful women's legs. In the second act, the female lead's strange behavior was finally revealed. She was an unwed mother. Her trip to the farm was to visit her son, who was being fostered by her uncle. So you guys can film unwed mothers too? It seems romance dramas really do have something in common. Of all human emotions, only love can transcend racial, linguistic, and cultural barriers to some extent. Ronald glanced at assistant director Wang. It seemed that whether in the East or the West, urban youth marrying late was the same. Towards the end of the film, the female lead went from being loved by the male lead's mother to being disliked after discovering she had a child out of wedlock, to later, when her son was bullied by a local bully and hospitalized. The male lead's mother, on the other hand, scolded the bully and began to dote on the female lead's son. Their relationship progressed naturally, and the female lead explained her reasons for having a child out of wedlock by showing the male lead her diary. The two young people fell in love on a farm, but after she became pregnant, her boyfriend went abroad to reunite with relatives in America, abandoning her and her unborn child. In the dim light and on a rainy day, the female lead was pushed to the hospital in a flatbed cart by her uncle, where she gave birth to a healthy baby boy. The heavy rain and the dimly lit road, combined with director Bai's masterful use of atmosphere, deeply moved the audience and evoked sympathy for the female lead. Whoosh! Whoosh! One after another, flashes of lightning illuminated the sky, shining on the suffering face of the female lead. Ronald jumped to his feet. How did you do that? He saw the lightning on the screen. It was incredibly bright, surpassing the effects of any lighting equipment Hollywood could find. It was practically identical to real-life lightning. What method did you use? What kind of lighting equipment? I want to import this kind of equipment from you. Assistant Director Wong suddenly realized, so the foreigner could speak Chinese. You should ask Xiao Yan, it was invented by his father. Chapter 645 Lightning Lamp. Ronald arrived at the film studio's soundstage. Xiao Yan's father was the lighting technician for the film The Female Bureau Chief's Boyfriend. He stood next to a large trailer with several cables extending from it, connecting to the studio's lights. The Female Bureau Chief's Boyfriend was a sequel to another blockbuster film from 2 years prior, The Mailman's Romance, starring Guo Kaiman, the actor who had appeared in Romance on Lushan Mountain. He was reciting his lines to the camera. Ronald noticed that the crew here didn't have any microphones for recording sound. Just as he was wondering about this, a man wearing a director's hat askew called a halt to the rehearsal. It was a senior director from the film studio, surnamed Sang. After explaining the scene to the actors, he gestured for the camera to begin filming. The filming practices here were quite different. Perhaps to save film, actors had to rehearse many times before being filmed. A moderate noise filled the set. This was the first time Ronald had ever seen a film crew filmed like this. Do Hollywood also make sequels to successful movies? Ever since he learned that Ronald could speak a little Chinese, Assistant Director Wong had been pestering him with questions, showing great interest in Hollywood's advanced concepts and technology. There was no sound recording on set, and noise was present, so Ronald, unconcerned about disrupting the filming, explained to Assistant Director Wong from a distance. This is very common in Hollywood. Making sequels to blockbuster movies is a natural thing. Audiences are familiar with the plot and characters, which greatly reduces marketing costs, and the creators don't need to worry about exploring the plot or whether it will be popular with audiences. Stop, Director Sang called a halt to another rehearsal. Very good, that's the state. We'll start filming officially later, Dad. Xiao Yan ran over, greeted his father, and then pointed to Ronald, explaining Ronald's purpose to Director Sang. Ah, so it's a foreign friend. Let old Yan go. His apprentice is already ready to graduate. He's fine here. Hello, Mr. Yan. Ronald greeted Xiao Yan's father very politely. His name was Yan Zhongfang, a lighting technician and engineer at the film studio, who had invented many practical new lighting devices. Buzz, click, the noise stopped after Yan Zhongfang turned off a switch on the vehicle. Hello, Yan Zhongfang wiped his hands with a towel and shook hands with Ronald, wondering why the foreigner wanted to see him. I'd like to ask, what is this? Why did you put a noise source here? Isn't it inconvenient for on-site sound recording? Ronald was very interested in different filming methods. This is a DC power supply vehicle for lights. Unlike Hollywood, we don't have advanced dysprosium lamps. We designed and manufactured these dysprosium holmium lamps ourselves, which are designed to work with DC power. Since our crew doesn't need on-site sound recording, the noise from the DC converter isn't a big deal. What do you need me for? Yan Zhongfang asked Ronald. I'm here to buy advanced lighting equipment from you. I hope you can sell or rent it. The price is negotiable. Ronald explained his intention to buy the lighting equipment invented by Yan Zhongfang. Aren't you a guest from Hollywood? Why would you want to buy our lighting equipment? Your lighting equipment is more advanced than ours. Yan Zhongfang looked surprised. He didn't understand why a Hollywood director would want to buy his inventions, which were all reverse engineered from advertisements in overseas magazines and fragmented performance descriptions. No, yours is more advanced than ours, Ronald said confidently. Oh, you're interested in the lightning lamp? After listening to his son's explanation for a while, Jens Hongfang led Ronald to the film studio's warehouse. Pulling back the carefully covered cloth, one of Jens Hongfang's inventions lay quietly on the ground, a square lighting device. This is it. We don't have many film shooting lightning scenes, so it's not used much, and it's kept in the warehouse. Jens Hongfang turned on another DC power supply, connected the light's power supply, made a few adjustments on the back of the lamp, set the switch, and then gently flipped the switch, emitting a burst of bright light. "Wow, this is it," Ronald exclaimed excitedly. The light generated by the 50,000-volt high voltage, like lightning, illuminated the warehouse brightly. The light shone from the square fixture, completely ignoring the brightness of the existing incandescent bulbs and lighting up the entire ground. The lightning flashed 3 times, each lasting nearly a second, before returning to stillness. "How did you do that? No one in Hollywood can create such realistic lightning effects. Mr. Jens Hongfang, you're going to be rich." Ronald wanted to try it himself. The lightning lamp needs a rest period to allow the heat from the burst to dissipate before it can be restarted. Jens Hongfang felt the temperature near the fixture with his hand, then let Ronald set the time, and another lightning flash occurred. This lightning can be precisely timed. Ronald was increasingly impressed. The scientific name for this is a high-power, high-voltage DC long-arc xenon lightning lamp. Jens Hongfang proudly introduced his invention. Xenon lamps have excellent color rendering and sufficient brightness. They can also precisely control the flash duration, simulating the brightness of lightning at any night. However, the lamps used are long-arc xenon lamps, which we use to illuminate large stadiums and public places, so they are relatively expensive. We can't use them indiscriminately. Now, some film studios across the country come to borrow them when they need to shoot lightning scenes. Ronald and inventor Jens Hongfang had a very congenial conversation. Jens Hongfang not only invented the lightning lamp but also imitated and created a studio lighting system similar to that of the German Airy. As film evolved into the color era, the carbon arc lamps of the black and white era could no longer be used. Later, someone invented the dysprosium lamp, adding the rare element dysprosium to the lamp, which allowed for more accurate color reproduction on color film. However, film studios couldn't find a matching high-power AC power supply, so they had to devise an AC-DC converter to create a lamp that used DC power, adding the unique rare elements dysprosium and holmium to overcome the flicker problem. The trade-off of DC power is a low-pitched noise on set, but thankfully film studios now use post-production dubbing, so this drawback isn't amplified. How did you come up with the idea of increasing the voltage to enhance the brightness of the lightning lamp? The high-voltage performance of the long-arc xenon lamp is surprisingly good. Ronald touched the lamp, looking at it like a treasure. Once, I accidentally connected the wrong power supply on set, plugging it into 380-volt industrial electricity. I discovered that the bulb was much brighter than the 220-volt one before it exploded, which sparked the idea for the lightning lamp. Finally, I found the performance advantages of the long-arc xenon lamp in a journal from the Soviet Union, which led to the invention of the lightning lamp. However, our factory manager said I was neglecting my duties and wasn't very supportive of my continued experiments. Why? With your talent, you should be engaged in specialized product development work, not condescending to be a lighting technician on a film set. Ronald was now considering poaching him. My inventions all use equipment from the factory. The long-arc xenon lamp was also allocated by the factory after submitting a report to higher authorities. Without the factory director's support, I couldn't have invented the lightning lamp. I'm reluctant to leave. Jens Hongfang and his family are all here, and he's a little reluctant to go to America. Then I'll buy 2 sets of lightning lamp equipment. Name your price. I can't name a price. This is factory property. I'll buy the complete patent and production process from you, paying in US dollars. Name your price. Ronald keenly sensed that the effect of this lightning lamp was extraordinary. Once it was introduced to Hollywood, all movies involving lightning would have to rent his lighting equipment, and then it would be a monopoly. This belongs to the company. Private individuals have no right to sell it, but I can report to the factory director. You want to buy our lightning lamp? Director Sue of the film studio was quite surprised to see Ronald bring in Jens Hongfang and his son to express their willingness to buy. Yes, this is a very good lighting fixture. We don't have such good equipment in Hollywood, but our film studio doesn't produce this kind of lighting fixture, does it? These 2 lightning lamps are prototypes that Master Jens Hongfang made when he was inventing. Huh? Ronald thought to himself, How come they don't understand the value of this lighting fixture? But it seems they probably don't understand. With such a small number of films shot each year, there aren't many with lightning scenes. Unlike all the poorly made romance films, horror films, and even Broadway stage plays in Hollywood, which all have to have some lightning effects, Ronald understood. Here, Jens Hongfeng's invention was just a toy. Only in America, with its huge film and television market, could it become a business. How about I give you a letter of introduction? You can go and purchase it yourself from the state-owned electronic lighting factory in Minhang. I can give you Master Jens Hongfeng's blueprints, as long as I can offer to buy your patent. Director Su had also traveled to Japan and the South and knew the meaning of capitalist patents, but what they needed was not these. Our country's technological strength is still relatively backward. Only in certain areas can we break through the world's advanced technological level. Ronald didn't know how to respond. Xiao Yan translated Director Su's words and then said to Ronald, "Everything here is based on rating. My dad has invented so many new devices, but he hasn't been rated as a senior engineer yet. As long as you can give us proof that this invention has reached the international advanced level of the 1970s, it will be a great achievement for both my dad and Director Su." "Oh, don't be modest. You're not at the international advanced level of the 1970s, but have achieved an international breakthrough. Now your lightning special effects are #1 in the world. The whole of Hollywood is not as good as you. Is this foreigner telling the truth? Is it really that good?" Director Su was a little uneasy and quietly asked the translator Xiao Yan. "I can ask the American Film Institute and the American Academy of Film Science and Art to issue evaluation reports for you. I will also purchase a large number of the light bulbs used in your lightning lamps. As long as you can sign an exclusive supply agreement with me," Ronald stated his conditions. The American Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences is the same organization that hosts the Oscars. Assistant Director Wang, who also knew a little English, immediately reported to Director Su. This technological breakthrough for the film studio was thus revealed by Ronald, transforming abandoned lighting fixtures in a warehouse into the most important technological breakthrough on the artistic front. Representatives from the Municipal Science and Technology Commission also came and discussed the matter at length with Ronald. Finally, the mayor personally approved the exclusive sale of the film lightning lamp tubes and the control device invented by Jens Hongfeng to Ronald's Daydream Productions. After signing the agreement, Ronald, following Chinese custom, hosted a banquet for the film studio's leaders and famous actors and directors. Jens Hongfeng had already explained to Ronald, these long arc xenon lamps are only still manufactured in the Eastern Bloc. In the West, you've long since switched to lower cost, more efficient metal halide lamps for lighting large stadiums. However, metal halide lamps have poor color rendering, resulting in yellowish film, so they can't be used in filmmaking. These lamp tubes were only still being produced by a state-owned electronic lamp factory in Minhang District. This factory's products were supplied nationwide. They initially purchased a large quantity of fluorescent tubes, paying in US dollars. Then they bought the control equipment and manufacturing blueprints for the lightning lamps from the film studio. They also obtained exclusive purchasing rights in America and the right to apply for patents there. Ronald was delighted, knowing he'd struck gold. Not only could it be a monopolistic business, but it could also be used to get into many Hollywood film crews. Director Su and the other leaders were also very happy. Not only were 2 national-level science and technology progress awards within reach, but the factory would also gain a senior engineer. The mayor had already promised Jens Hongfeng a special allowance from the municipal government. This kind of talent, even rarer than an 8th-grade fitter, meant the film studio could surpass the neighboring rubber factory and the university. Jens Hongfeng was also very happy, not only securing a senior engineer but also an allowance. His youngest son's future was also secured. Ronald privately stated that although Jens Hongfeng, as a film studio employee, couldn't personally invest in the lightning lamp production and sales company Ronald was planning to establish, he would take care of everything for his son, Xiao Yan, including recommendation letters, tuition scholarships, and employment after his studies in America, all if he studied English well. Xiao Yan was overjoyed. Not only could he openly study photography, but he also had the opportunity to study in America, a privilege usually reserved for the film studio's top actresses. Ronald, who had inadvertently drunk too much rice wine, pulled Xiao Yan aside and gave him his Nikon SLR camera. Study photography well, study English well, and when you come to America, whether it's New York or Los Angeles, I'll take care of it for you." The accompanying assistant director, Wang, was also very envious. She had just graduated from being Director Zi's assistant and hadn't yet directed a film independently. Xiao Yan's excellent conditions made her incredibly envious. "Assistant Director Wang, I can see that you genuinely love movies. And the most important thing about loving movies is making them. From now on, I'll regularly send you the latest Hollywood movie videotapes, as well as the latest journals from the Hollywood Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. You can see all the latest theories and trends." Ronald was also moved by their passion for film. The yellow wine had a strong after effect, so he patted his chest and guaranteed to give young people more opportunities to access Hollywood. "Director Ronald, I'd like to toast you." Assistant Director Wang, not expecting such good fortune, immediately stood up to toast him. "I can't drink any more. Your wine is only so-so at first, but the after effects are too strong." Ronald felt he had drunk a little too much. "I'll make you some goji berries, they're good for sobering up." Assistant Director Wang quickly got some goji berries, brewed a cup with black tea, and handed it to Ronald. This tastes good, sweet. If Director Luo likes it, have the factory office prepare some for him to take back," Factory Director Su immediately instructed. "It really tastes good." Ronald sat on the plane home, drinking the goji berry-infused black tea. This trip had truly been very rewarding. Ronald packed a sample lightning lamp, along with dozens of long arc xenon lamp tubes, design drawings, and materials needed for the patent application, all into a large equipment case made by the film studio's prop department, and personally took it on the plane. He planned to have it modified and test its effects in the typhoon and storm scenes of his new film, Dragon Boys 2. Author's note: there's only one update today due to other commitments. Also, the story of Yan Zhongfeng inventing the lightning lamp is true. A Hollywood lighting technician took it and started a medium-sized lighting rental company. Yan Zhongfeng even won an Academy Award for technical excellence for this lightning lamp. Chapter 646: Terrifying Mosquitoes. Ronald's equipment case, due to its excessive height and weight, struggled for a long time on the airport's baggage carousel, finally being one of the last to be conveyed out. "Lift," Ronald shouted, lifting the case containing the complete set of the Magic Lightning suitcase and placing it steadily on the ground of Los Angeles Airport. Then, with a push, the small wheels specially installed for him by the film studio prop workers propelled the case forward nimbly. His agent, Richard, and his driver, Bud, saw Ronald and quickly came to help him with the case, the three heading towards the exit. "What happened in Hollywood while I was gone?" Ronald asked Richard, putting on his sunglasses. "Director Zack Snyder is still polishing the script. Their habit is to not start filming until the script is so finalized that it's already playing out in their minds. Mr. Weintraub has already set the schedule. If you think it's ready, start casting in pre-production for the sequel to Dragon Boys. Michael Jackson and director Capella have both called you. Call them back when you have time." Richard went over the important points with Ronald. "Those scandals of mine have probably died down by now, right?" Ronald suddenly stopped, looking ahead. The exit seemed to be densely packed with reporters, a large group of them waiting for him. "We still get interview requests from the media every day, but they're not here to chase after you today," Richard said, giving a reassuring gesture. "Oh? Which other celebrities are in Los Angeles today?" They're here. Several white lights suddenly illuminated the exit and the ground. A large group of television reporters, microphones in hand, rushed towards the adjacent exit. Following behind were another group of newspaper reporters, carrying portable recorders or notebooks and pens, also sprinting towards the other exit. The once densely packed crowd suddenly emptied, leaving only two drivers who had come to pick up their passengers, holding up signs with their names still in place. "Hello, I'm a reporter from the cable network. Has Mr. Locke Hudson's trip to the United States improved his health? Is he able to speak to the media today?" Ronald and his group, who were pushing their equipment out, were also drawn in. They turned to look at the exit next door. The cable network reporter was asking questions, and the cameras and lights behind him were all on. It seemed like a large-scale operation. "Mr. Hudson is not available for an interview. Please give a patient some privacy." Ronald quickly took a few steps to avoid being recognized by the reporter and got into Bud Jr.'s car. Richard accompanied him in, and Bud Jr. put the equipment in the back seat. Boom boom boom, a helicopter suddenly appeared above the airport exit, a beam of white light shining from the spotlight on the nose, illuminating the ground. Following the light, Ronald opened the car window and stuck his head out. An emergency stretcher was pushed out of the emergency exit and onto an ambulance that was already parked there. "Is that Rock Hudson?" "What happened to him?" Ronald asked Richard. Rock Hudson was a lead actor in the hit TV series The Rich and the Poor a few years ago, and had previously starred in a film with Elizabeth Taylor, earning an Oscar nomination. He went to the United States to treat a strange illness. "I heard he received some experimental treatment there, but given today's situation..." Richard shook his head and instructed Bud to drive. "I brought something good back from there. Can you help me find some engineers who work with film lighting and power supplies? I want to improve it and start a small business back home." Ronald instructed Richard to help him recruit some people. "Okay," Richard noted everything down. "I found someone you asked me to find to read scripts for you last time. His name is David Simpkins. He's been working as a script reader for a TV station since 1982. Recently, he's been thinking about getting married and wants to switch to a higher-paying job. By the way, he was recommended by Mr. Roger Coleman. I had him read a few scripts and write outlines. His level is quite good. You can meet him for an interview when you have time." "How did you get in touch with Coleman?" David originally applied for a writing assistant position at Coleman's, but Coleman's salary was too low. "He's eager to find talent, so he called me to see if you could find him a job. I'll call Coleman tomorrow." "What do Capella and MJ want with me?" "It's a long story. Eisner is planning to use MJ's immense popularity to add a ride to Disneyland, starring MJ in a short film of about 10 minutes. He asked Coppola to direct, but Coppola is busy with his new film, and Disneyland also has some special requirements. They want you to come and discuss whether you can co-direct this project, a short film? 12 minutes? Why would Coppola be interested in this kind of project? Of course, it's because Disney generously offered an extremely high budget. Over $20 million in production costs, with room for additional funding. "What kind of short film is this?" Ronald gasped. "This production cost could have made a proper 2-hour feature film. You should ask him later. I heard it's using the latest technology." This station reports that Hollywood actor Rock Hudson's medical journey has ended today. He underwent 2 weeks of experimental treatment at the Pasteur Institute in the United States. His spokesperson told reporters today that Hudson misses his family and friends in Los Angeles and has decided to return to America. The cable television report interrupted Ronald and Richard's discussion, and the two exchanged a glance. Two independent research teams, one from the Pasteur Institute in the United States and the other from the University of Maryland in America, have both claimed to be the first to isolate the virus causing this strange disease, but there is still a dispute between them about who made the breakthrough discovery first. According to Dr. Fossey, the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases and a special advisor to the president, it is estimated that at least 12,000 people in America, especially in California, have already contracted this disease. Currently, we know very little about the relevant research on this disease, and cable television networks will continue to follow up on your reports. 12,000 people? Could they all be from Hollywood? Ronald looked at the scene on the screen of Hudson being carried into an ambulance, a little scared. Could this be some kind of infectious disease? I heard that among those infected, it is mainly men with special sexual orientations, and many people are preparing to go to the University of Maryland for blood tests. I also heard that it can be detected through blood. And many celebrities are killing mosquitoes at home. Buzz buzz buzz. A mosquito broke through the tight security of the apartment and the layers of screen doors and windows, and just entered Ronald's living room. SHXT, Ronald jumped up, grabbed a magazine from the table, and started swatting mosquito smack. The mosquito was killed on the magazine cover. Ronald picked up the magazine with 2 fingers and quickly threw it into the trash can. Bud, go buy some mosquito repellent. David Simpkins nervously arrived at Ronald's house. He had just proposed to his girlfriend and needed to find a higher-paying job so he could support his family while writing screenplays. He had worked hard at the television station and had received letters of recommendation from his superiors, finding several employers willing to hire him. However, knowing that Ronald Lee was recruiting a script evaluation assistant, he decided to try his luck here first. With such a famous director as his boss, if he liked his script and bought it, he wouldn't have to worry about the mortgage ding-dong. He rang the doorbell. "Quick, come in. Don't stand at the door, there might be mosquitoes." A tall young man, his mouth covered with a large handkerchief like a cowboy's, opened the door and pulled him inside. Hiss. A black man sprayed mosquito repellent a few times at the doorway. "You must be David?" I called Roger and talked to him about you. He said you're very serious and responsible, and you can even write screenplays yourself. I don't require you to read the script quickly, just focus on what interests you from the script itself, write a synopsis, and then add your revision suggestions. Okay, Mr. Lee. David saw the young man remove the large handkerchief covering his face. It was his potential employer, Ronald Lee. Here's a script. Take it to the study over there, read it, and then write a synopsis and revision suggestions on the spot. If I'm satisfied, the job is yours. Ronald pointed to the study, inviting David to complete the written test. No problem. David took the paper and pen, and went to the study with the script. He also noticed a faint herbal fragrance that Ronald seemed to be using. He then stared at the television. The president was addressing reporters. I have entrusted Director FF of the Allergy Institute, my advisor, with full authority over this matter. The president had remained silent on the matter until last night when Locke Hudson's tragic condition was broadcast nationwide via cable television. Forced into a corner, he had to admit that this condition existed in America. It was estimated that there were 12,000 people affected nationwide. Finally, I want to say that whether our actions are morally sound determines the future of our nation and country. While the latest research has no evidence that this is related to our unhealthy lifestyles of the past 20 years, it also has no absolute evidence that this is unrelated to the immoral behavior of certain men. I wish Locke Hudson a speedy recovery. God bless him. God bless America. Looks like it's not necessarily only people with specific sexual orientations who get it, Richard said to Ronald and Bud in the room after watching the news. I think that's exactly what the president meant, that's for sure. Did you see what happened in San Francisco at the beginning? And he's the president, he wouldn't say that unless he had some inside information. Yet, you're right. Maybe those of us who like girls don't need to be so nervous. Ronald believed Bud's explanation more, and it was more in line with common sense. But you still need to wear long sleeves. The mosquito coils that came from Chinatown are pretty effective. Call Lawrence and have them send over a few hundred more packs to give to our good friends. Richard, ask Mr. Ovitz from CAA if he wants any. There are plenty in Chinatown. Mosquito repellent products are in high demand right now. Then send a big bag to Helen, Diane, my aunt, and Donna. Send them the amount for this summer first. Chapter 647 3D Camera. This is very interesting. I didn't expect to find such a good thing there. Ronald invited Walter Murch, who had a very imaginative approach to technology, to help improve the lightning lamp. Murch set a lightning time sequence on the back of the lightning machine, and then, with a flick of the switch, the entire room was illuminated. The nighttime lightning simulation is already quite good. The 50,000 volts of high voltage is still a little insufficient. My engineers plan to modify it to 80,000 volts of AC power. The most important thing for equipment used in the field like this is that it must be robust. It would be best to thicken the power connector and add rain protection. Your lightning lamp takes a little too long to dissipate heat. We can consider adding a few heat-dissipating metal plates to the lampshade, which can both protect it from rain and increase heat dissipation. Walter Murch himself was an expert in modifying equipment and machinery. Under his guidance, the engineers quickly came up with new ideas and began preparing for the modifications. I got 2 prototypes from there, then found a lighting factory to rush produce some AC models. I'll take them to Hawaii this time to test them out in the new film. If they're good, you'll have to introduce me to some business. Ha ha ha, I don't think so. The director will like your stuff, Walter Murch chuckled. Directors like to use special equipment so their crews can shoot shots that others can't. It was like that when the Steadicam stabilizer came out. Many people without lightning scenes would probably add an extra scene just to use this lightning light. Francis is coming later, we'll ask him, since his directorial debut, Back to Oz, had a lukewarm box office performance. Walter Murch had temporarily put aside his directorial dreams and started earning money to support his family. Ronald was asking him for advice, partly to give him some extra income. Elizabeth Taylor, a famous Hollywood actress and friend of Rock Hudson, has announced a charity meet and greet with celebrities, inviting her friends from the industry. Attendees at the Los Angeles Stadium will have the chance to get up close and personal with the stars. The latest news came over the television. After a few days of calm, the CAA purchased a large quantity of mosquito coils for distribution. Celebrities are panicking, with many secretly flying to the University of Maryland and the University of Baltimore, 2 places that offer blood tests. High-end clinics in Los Angeles are also rapidly introducing testing technology. What's going on? Walter, you live in San Francisco, do you have any reliable information? Richard was also panicked and asked Walter Murch for advice. Indeed, there are many men's bathrooms in San Francisco, and many people there have been infected. I heard that transmission between men is easier, while transmission through normal male-female relationships is much less common. And there's a rumor that if you use protection, you're basically fine. Really? That makes me feel a little more at ease. Ronald was about to put away the flashlight when Coppola's hearty laughter came from outside. Hey, Walter, you're here too. Perfect timing. The group hugged and exchanged pleasantries. They were all old friends and buddies. Ronald asked Coppola, who was sitting down happily sipping goji berry tea. What exactly is that MJ project? It's a short film shot for a new project at Disneyland, using Disney's latest 3D camera, shot on 65mm film, IMAX, Murch chimed in from the side. It was a film format invented in Canada, 65mm film. No, it's widescreen, 2.2, 1 aspect ratio, Coppola replied. Disney's newly developed technology, they only built 2 3D cameras. Ronald had no experience with 3D technology, so he could only sit and listen to the two tech enthusiasts recount their stories. Apparently, IMAX mainly uses a 1.45, 1 aspect ratio and doesn't necessarily require 3D shooting. This project was brought in by George Lucas, but he was busy with his new film, so he came to me. I also took on a new film, Peggy Sue Got Married, which is already in the pre-production stage, and I thought of you, Ronald. You could also join in. Anyway, you and Eisner are familiar with each other, so he won't object. Ronald readily agreed. In this kind of situation, even if Coppola, Lucas, and Ronald all teamed up to rip off Disney, Eisner wouldn't object. With a production budget of over $20 million, shooting a short film of less than 20 minutes would cost over $1 million per minute, setting a record for the most expensive film shooting in Hollywood. But we also have a new film coming out, and we need to shoot in Hawaii, so how about? Ronald tilted his head, gesturing to Walter Murch. Are you interested? It's a short film, with Ronald and I credited as co-directors. I can give you a technical title, and of course, the compensation is generous. Coppola knew that Murch had never given up on his dream of becoming a director. Of course, my most important thing right now is to make money. Having finalized the deal, and extorted money, in a few words, Coppola stood up satisfied, accepted the mosquito coils and goji berries offered by Bud, and prepared to leave. What kind of light is this? I've never seen it before. Coppola noticed the alternating current version of the lightning lamp on the ground, which had been improved by engineers. Let me demonstrate for you. Don't blink. Ronald was particularly enthusiastic about salesmen now. Whoosh, wow, this is a simulated lightning. It's so bright. Coppola was fooled by Ronald, staring wide-eyed at the bulb, his eyes momentarily blinded by the light. You're renting this, right? Why don't I use it? Coppola remembered the lightning scene in his new movie where Peggy Sue was about to travel back to high school, and it seemed quite fitting. I only have 2 prototypes. I'll take one with me, and the other will stay at CAA. Just call Nisida if you need it. Good, good, good. You truly are Walter's apprentice. We San Francisco filmmakers all love to innovate with equipment. George recently praised you, saying you have a keen eye for casting, and the actresses you recommended were all very suitable. Coppola looked at the lightning lamp from left to right, personally experimenting with the programming and switching a few times, grinning from ear to ear. Being able to get his hands on this magic lightning first meant his new film would definitely outshine everyone else, and the critics would praise him again. Hey? That lamp tube, is it a xenon lamp? Coppola noticed the shape of the lamp tube and, recalling the white light it emitted with excellent color rendering, suddenly asked Ronald. Yes, a long arc xenon lamp. It's my exclusive product. In the whole world, besides me. Only the Suvair Alliance might sell it, but their products aren't as good as mine, and they're more expensive, Ronald began to boast. Do you have any extra light bulbs? There's a spot where I can use them. This is a 3D camera. Now it was Ronald's turn to touch it in surprise. Yes, 2 cameras side by side, at the same angle as the human eye. This way, the film shot has a slight difference in angle. Using polarizing filters, after being reproduced in the cinema, you can see the 3D scene. Coppola introduced him to the latest Disney 3D widescreen camera. Look here, Coppola pointed to the camera for Ronald to see. This camera was very interesting. It had to film magazine openings. After loading an 11-minute full reel of film, the whole camera looked a bit like Mickey Mouse's two big ears. Because it needs to accommodate two camera systems, and they're very close together, the bulbs here often overheat. I see you're using a very rare long arc xenon lamp. If you have any, could you let Disney's engineers try it out and see if they can solve this overheating problem? This machine used to overheat after filming for 20 minutes and needed a 10-minute break. If we used your xenon lamp, whose heat generation is easier to control, maybe we wouldn't need to stop overheating. I hate this constant stopping and starting, that's why I don't want to direct it myself. Soon, the engineers from Daydream Studios that Ronald brought along were having a very congenial conversation with Steve Hines, who was in charge of Disney's 3D projects. Mr. Lee, not only for cameras, but also for the projection lights in the theaters at Disneyland, we need your xenon lamps to achieve higher brightness and better playback. I wonder if you can supply them long-term. Of course, no problem. We are the exclusive supplier in America and can supply Disneyland long-term. Ronald rubbed his hands together. Another long-term deal. Ronald, Walter Murch said, pulling him aside after seeing that he had finalized a supply agreement with Disney. I've never worked with a superstar like MJ before. Is he easy to work with? What should I be careful about? Well, I haven't actually worked with him much either. But he's a bit like a kid, always liking superheroes from comics. He shouldn't be difficult to work with. Even if he's a bit temperamental, just treat him like a child. Hey, Xiao Yan? Can you ask the factory manager in Minhang to work overtime? I need a large batch of goods, and it's a long-term supply. What? They don't want to work overtime? Why can I pay bonuses? It's not in accordance with regulations. No bonuses? What? Then what do you suggest? Give them some mung bean soup? Some pork coupons? Cloth coupons? Sugar coupons? What are those? Can we buy them with foreign exchange certificates? Okay, you take care of everything for me, I'll wire the money to you. After finalizing the production and supply agreements, Ronald said to his newly hired script assistant, David Simpkins, you can slowly help me screen them. If you find any good scripts, fax them over. Next door to Roger Coleman in West Hollywood, Ronald, who had rented several offices, had his assistant working there and was currently acquiring various office supplies. He also rented a large building as a warehouse for long arc xenon lamp bulbs and lightning lamp products, which would be stored there. He also planned to hire technicians to operate the equipment on film sets. In the future, the lightning lamps produced in his factory, like the Steadicam camera stabilizers, would only be rented, not sold. Hey, Ronald, I heard from Francis that you have a lightning effect light. I need it for my new film. Can you reserve some for me? George Lucas, having heard about Coppola's new toy, also called to order some. No problem. My new model will be ready to use as soon as you start filming. You can have as many as you need, and I'll send my best technicians to your set. Business is good, Douglas. You need to speed up the process at your Staten Island factory. I estimate that the lightning lamp rental business will be very good after Lucas's new movie is released. Ronald called Douglas Jr. The lightning lamp factory they jointly established on Staten Island had already selected land, started recruiting engineers and staff, and begun ordering lampshades from lighting factories and control boards from electronics factories. Assembly operations could begin next month. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648 Celebrity Treatment. Ronald returned to the house that Miyagi had built for him in the first Dragon Boys movie. A year and a half later, it was uninhabited and dilapidated, so the set design team spent a considerable amount of money to renovate it. Tomorrow, Ronald would begin filming the American scenes for Dragon Boys 2 in Los Angeles. Hoha, Morita Noriyuki, who played Miyagi, was drunkenly checking out the filming location, one arm around a bottle of liquor and the other around a beautiful white woman. Morita, you'd better drink less tonight. The other day we mainly had the scene where you used chopsticks to catch a fly. If you're drunk and your hands are shaking, I'll give you fewer close-ups, Ronald joked with a Oscar nominee for Best Supporting Actor. No problem, I've got it covered, hoha. Bonsai, Morita, oblivious to the displeasure in Ronald's words, walked to his bedroom in the movie, sat cross-legged, and began chatting with a woman about anecdotes from filming the first movie. Ronald looked up at producer Weintraub, wanting him to remind Morita. The $100 million domestic box office had made the three leads of Dragon Boys into celebrities. Elizabeth Shue became the dream girl of countless high school students, and Ralph Marzio became a potential star among young actors, more responsible and with better acting skills than the original cast. Morita's life changed the most. From an actor doing TV shows and commercials for minimum wage, he became a star who achieved both critical and commercial success. He landed numerous commercials with the image of Miyagi-sensei and even appeared on Johnny Carson's talk show to tell jokes. For the sequel, Weintraub reportedly gave him over $1 million, placing him on par with Ronald, the screenwriter and director of the first film. Of course, the biggest change was in his personal life. He began a cold war with his second wife, the mother of 2 daughters, and became intimate with several young beauties aspiring to Hollywood fame. He drank heavily every day. Ronald secretly resolved to get rid of all these blonde beauties when filming began. "No, my client insists on these treatments. This is a rising star in Hollywood. For him to receive these treatments is truly groundbreaking." Ronald finally found Weintraub, who was arguing with the agent of lead actor Ralph Macchio. This time, Ralph Macchio surpassed his predecessor, receiving nearly $1.5 million in salary. His agent also made a host of demands, such as using his own makeup artist, hairstylist, and costume designer, instead of sharing with the crew. Of course, these costs would still be borne by the production team. In addition, Ralph Macchio wanted the production team to provide a brand new trailer, as well as his personal driver, personal assistant, and most outrageously, his mother and girlfriend also wanted to serve as assistant producers on set, their job limited to taking care of Ralph's personal life. All of this was the culprit that caused the sequel's budget to more than double, reaching over $15 million. "Oh my God, Ronald, you're here, that's great." Weintraub was incredibly busy. His assistant, Susan Atkins, had no experience handling these matters, so he had to step in himself, leaving him completely bewildered. Why would Ralph Marzio want all this useless junk? Is it really useful? Will it help him perform better during filming? Ronald wasn't entirely sure either. As the director, he hadn't made any demands, only bringing an assistant, but sometimes, Ronald, Weintraub said, squinting, they do it because they can. Ralph Marzio demanded more treatment, but he didn't really know what it was for. His agent told him that even Tom Cruise hadn't received all this treatment. It was unprecedented special treatment for a young actor, and he was determined to get it for the title of number 1. "Well, let's hope their acting skills don't inflate like their pride," Ronald joked. "Is your lightning bolt light ready?" After watching the demonstration, Weintraub promptly rented one from Ronald, planning to pack it up and send it to the Hawaii filming location as soon as it was ready. "Yes, it'll be shipped from our Los Angeles warehouse, and the engineers will arrive to pack it up and send it off together," Ronald grinned. George Lucas had also ordered one for his new film. This was already the 3rd rental deal. "I don't understand why you put production on the East Coast, and now you have to bring in people from New York to rent equipment, Jerry. How many of the films Columbia Pictures started shooting this year are still filming in Hollywood studios?" Ronald didn't answer, but instead asked Weintraub. "Now that you mention it, it's true." Weintraub mentally counted. Many of the films starting shooting this year had already gone to various parts of the United States for location shooting, or even to Canada. Only 1 or 2 were actually filming in Hollywood. Constant strikes, constant compromises to raise the minimum wage. The minimum wage for unions in various industries was rising rapidly. Producers started voting with their feet. Audiences nowadays are more accustomed to location shooting, so why not save costs by filming in places with weaker unions? Besides, states like New Jersey and Georgia have introduced incentives for film production, and Toronto, Canada, offers substantial tax rebates. Hollywood studios are starting to become idle. Moreover, I only rent out my business, not sell it. Anyway, I'll inevitably need people and expenses for business trips. Tomita, hello. How's your role preparation going? While they were talking, Ronald saw the young actress Tomita Tanling, who had recently been cast as the female lead. "Ronald, hello. I'm all ready. In rehearsals, I have no problems with my lines." Tomita's English was fine, though she had a slight Japanese accent, which Ronald had requested. Very good. You can come tomorrow too. Even though you don't have any scenes, it'll help you quickly familiarize yourself with filming. This young actress was the only one Ronald could still mentor. She happened to be from Ryukyu, having immigrated to America after birth, so casting her was a natural fit. Action. Early the next morning, Ronald began filming the scene where Daniel and Ali were arguing. Ali's family wanted to send her to prep school early to secure her admission to an Ivy League school. Daniel, however, assumed Ali looked down on his family background, leading to a minor argument and a slightly harsh remark. "Daniel, why are you like this? I'm going to prep school to broaden my horizons. They have many programs suitable for personal development." "I didn't say I absolutely had to go." "Fine. Then go to your prep school. Don't hang out with a poor kid like me." "Okay, I'll go. I thought you'd be more mature after winning the championship." Cut. Ralph Macchio immediately went to rest in the trailer after Ronald called cut. Elizabeth Sue, on the other hand, came over to ask Ronald how her performance was. "Very good, your performance was very natural. Have you been taking acting classes?" "Yeah, but I've auditioned for a lot of movies, and haven't gotten any yet." "You've been away from Hollywood for a while, there will be an adjustment period." Ronald offered a few words of comfort. He'd already used up all his resources, and besides, Sue wasn't as close to him as Diane and Helen. He'd wait for another opportunity. Sue was a little disappointed, but still gave him a nice smile before heading to the trailer to prepare for the next shot. Ronald looked at Ralph Macchio. Ever since this kid was listed among the more ambitious ones in the group of young actors, he'd certainly learned to act like a star. His passion for acting wasn't as abundant as in the first movie, it felt a bit formulaic. Fortunately, more than a year later, his physique was still that of a thin, childlike child, as if he hadn't developed yet. At least that would make him believable in a teen movie. Nisida, why do these actors become like this after they become famous? They're not as dedicated to their performances as before. After filming for a few days, Ronald was a bit annoyed and pulled his agent, Nisida, aside to complain for a long time. "Ronald, it's a kind of American disease," Nisida explained to him. "The American market is big enough, and our audiences aren't like British audiences who want to see actors portray different types of roles. Instead, we'd rather see an actor, as a star, constantly repeating the same type of role. Take Clint Eastwood, for example. He's back in the top 10 of the audience's favorite stars, breaking Burt Lancaster's record of 15 appearances. But our audiences only want to see him as a Western cowboy or a hot-blooded detective, shooting first at two villains. It's the same with Ralph Macchio. Audiences want to see him play the underdog Daniel LaRusso. He's played that role so many times, it's normal to lack passion. Let me tell you, I've seen many actors who are actually very uncomfortable having to constantly repeat themselves, but if they try a different type of role, the audience doesn't buy it, the box office is poor, so they have to come back to the same type of role that made them stars. Well, he's alright, I'll try to find a way to motivate him. Morita Noriyuki is worse, he's always out with his lover and drinks a lot. That scene today, where he's catching flies with chopsticks, they filmed it several times. I had no choice but to shoot a few short close-ups and fix it in post-production. You have to understand, as an actor who's over 50 and only just received an Oscar nomination and made it big, he must have accumulated a lot of resentment before. Now he's at the peak of his career, so anything he does is understandable. Many newly famous stars go through this phase. Sigh, I really didn't expect that making a sequel would actually make everyone lose interest. You know what? I heard a joke from Mr. Michael Ovitz today. Hollywood movies that stay in theaters for more than 2 weeks fall into 3 categories. The first is those made with great sincerity and are successful at the box office. The second is those made with great sincerity but perform only moderately at the box office. The third is those made without great sincerity but perform exceptionally well at the box office. Sequels fall into the third category. They have a fixed audience and a predictable story. As long as you maintain a high standard, breaking $100 million again isn't difficult. Ronald detected a hint of weariness in Nisida's voice, but feeling compelled to continue the conversation, he suddenly stopped talking. "Are you still there, Ronald?" Nisida asked on the phone. "Yes, Rick? Have I only ever had good news when we talked? I just realized that every time I call you, it's for something. Do you get annoyed when I answer? What are you talking about? This is my job. Richard and I take a cut from every film you make. It's only right that you talk to me if you have problems." "Okay, I understand. I'm offering paid psychological counseling, though it's a bit pricey," Ronald joked, then burst into laughter. "That's all, Nisida, I understand. I'll do my best to make this film the best it can be. Hopefully, the next time I call you, it'll be good news." Chapter 649. Please welcome Captain Io. Ronald didn't bring Nisida any good news. Instead, Nisida brought him bad news. "Ronald, when are you going to Hawaii?" "Next Monday?" "Okay, Walter Murch called me. MJ's having a serious problem and they need you or Capella to mediate this weekend. Could you send Francis?" "I'm busy filming right now. Coppola is also busy with his new film, Peggy Sue got married, and MJ is closer to you. I'll try to get him to come too." Okay. Ronald remembered his role as producer of this big-budget production, worth over $20 million, which, along with Lucas and Capella, had made a fortune for Disney. It was only professional ethics to help resolve problems. "What's wrong?" Ronald arrived on set. Walter Murch was drinking honey water his wife had made next to the camera, his eyes glazed over. "MJ won't come out of the dressing room?" "What did you do to offend him?" Ronald peeked inside. MJ's current star power was unmatched by any other movie star. Since organizing that charity concert for African disaster relief, his reputation had soared, almost to the point of being a saint. "It's my fault. It's my first time shooting a 3D movie, and I made a mistake in the editing." "You can make a mistake in the editing." It turned out that Walter Murch was very cautious. For his first 3D shoot, he developed a film that day, edited it, and then printed another copy. Before filming was even finished, he made a half-minute sample to test a 3D camera. Because of a problem with this sample, Murch demanded that MJ's moonwalk scene be reshot, which angered America's hottest star. He hid in the dressing room, making phone calls and ignoring Murch. This situation had been going on for a day. Ronald watched for a while and thought maybe it wasn't so bad. After all, MJ wasn't refusing to film, he still came to the set. What went wrong with the editing? Murch took Ronald to see the film reel. They played the 2D version first. Everything was normal. MJ's dance moves were increasingly refined and now more controlled. Then they played the 3D version. Wearing red-blue 3D glasses, Ronald saw a 3D image of MJ on the screen, performing his signature moonwalk. He was wearing a white suit and a top hat, but ridiculously, his moonwalk was completely disjointed, broken in the middle, as if he'd stepped on an electric shock, constantly shaking. "What's going on?" Ronald took off his glasses. 2 double images appeared on the screen, but the shaking was gone. Putting the glasses back on, MJ on the screen started trembling again. "You know, our brains have a mechanism called visual persistence, which automatically synthesizes 24 frames per second into continuous motion. With 2D images, our brains can fill in the gaps and depict the motion themselves. But with 3D images, it seems our brains have to expend much more resources to carefully align the boundaries between 2 images to see the stereoscopic illusion. The brain needs more energy to fill in those moving images. So, our brains seem to have crashed at this moment, unable to keep up with the 24 frames per second of motion. There are too many details to fill in. So I got the engineers at Disney to increase the frame rate, all the way up to 60 frames per second. This way, our brains are provided with more than double the image detail per second, without needing to expend so much energy filling in the gaps. So it works normally. Look at this part, the one I had MJ's backup dancers film. Everything is normal. I understand. Ronald, seeing that there were no technical problems here, stood up to address the issue of MJ's diva-like behavior. Knock knock. Ronald knocked on the door of MJ's dressing room. 5 minutes to prepare. No one answered. "This is Ronald. Is there anything MJ needs us to do?" The door opened with a click, and MJ's manager, Frank Dalio, emerged. "Ronald, let's talk outside." A quick glance revealed MJ on the phone, waving to Ronald. "Looks like nothing serious, just some issues with treatment." Ronald and Dalio went to the outer room together. "Ronald, MJ is a sensitive artist. We need to be patient with him. Any suggestion that there's a problem with his performance will upset him? Absolutely not. All the mistakes were caused by Disney's cameras. Our experienced Murch has adjusted them completely, and MJ's magnificent dance will be presented flawlessly and vividly to the audience at Disneyland." "That's good. Come with me." MJ is on the phone with his good friend, Paul McCartney of the Beatles. "We can begin once he's finished." Ronald was led into MJ's dressing room. He nodded to MJ, absent-mindedly thinking about his own film shoot. Dario went over and repeated Ronald's words to MJ in his other ear. MJ nodded, still on the phone with McCartney of the Beatles. Paul, you two seem to be very knowledgeable veterans of the record industry. I've sold a few records, but I'm still a newbie. Can you give me some advice? While on the phone, MJ glanced at Ronald. Good, he'd conceded, he was the boss on set. Seeing Ronald sitting in the corner, thinking and scribbling in his notebook, MJ felt a surge of satisfaction. He smiled slightly and gestured to Dario to bring him a piece of paper and a pen. Yet, listen, the most important thing is not to lose the copyright to your own songs. We made a mistake back in the Beatles era, the record company took the copyright. We're trying to buy it back now. Paul McCartney on the phone was quite pleased that the most popular person in the record industry had come all the way to consult him. Really? How much will it cost you to buy back the rights to your songs? MJ said, writing a line on a piece of paper Dario had brought him. $30 million. $30 million? Oh, that's a lot of money. Yeah, don't make the same mistake we did, Michael. Okay, thank you. MJ hung up the phone, quietly walked behind Ronald, and gently stuck the paper on Ronald's back. Ronald felt someone gently touch him from behind, turned around, and saw MJ and his manager Dario. Michael, what's up? Are you done? Hey, MJ, in his stage costume, covered his mouth with his hand and chuckled secretly. Seeing his innocent smile, Ronald smiled back. Michael, I apologize for the machine malfunction at Disney. You're the best performer. Walt is all set and can use the most realistic technology to bring your glory to a wider audience. MJ nodded, still chuckling. Just call me when you're all ready, and I'll get them ready. Hey, MJ laughed even harder, nudging Ronald's back again. Ronald reached behind him and found the piece of paper. He took it down and read the words, "Kick my butt." Ha ha ha. Dario laughed at the opportune moment, making Ronald laugh along. MJ really had a childlike side, enjoying these kinds of games that 10-year-olds play. Ronald thought to himself, you have to sign this for me, I'll keep it. Otherwise I'll forget who kicked my butt. Ronald teased MJ with a paper. Good idea. MJ picked up a pen, added to Ronald at the beginning, and signed his name, Michael Jackson, at the end. Ronald folded the paper and put it in his pocket. Wait a minute, I need to make a call. MJ, having a good time, picked up the phone and dialed his manager. Hey, Paul's asking price is $30 million. Double it and buy the Beatles rights as a package deal. $60 million. From now on, Paul McCartney will have to pay me royalties when he sings his own songs. Hee hee. Ronald, shouldn't I have an entrance line? MJ asked Ronald with a grin. Ronald was quite surprised to hear MJ speak. How could MJ switch between being a child one moment and a ruthless, mature businessman the next, so smoothly, like Peter Pan in a fairy tale, childish on one hand, yet possessing superpowers beyond the reach of ordinary people? Please welcome Captain Io. Your spaceship is about to set sail. Ronald, without changing his expression, delivered the lines MJ liked to hear. Yay, where should I look? MJ arrived at the filming location. He knew his dance moves by heart, all he needed to ask was which direction the camera should be facing. Cut, one take. Walter Murch was shocked. When he was directing, MJ wasn't nearly this cooperative. Did Ronald have some kind of magic? Or did he know how to please an artist like MJ? What should I do with him when you go to Hawaii? Murch already understood that MJ was deliberately giving him the cold shoulder to let everyone know who was in charge on set. He wanted to learn from Ronald and find a way to deal with a big star. You do this, knock on his door and ask him to come out right away, once every half hour, 15 minutes, and 5 minutes. Be respectful to him. Also, if he still takes too long, just say this, please welcome Captain Io, your ship is about to take off. Ronald whispered in Murch's ear. Are you serious? Yes, if you want to finish filming smoothly, that's how you do it. Okay. On Monday, Ronald and the crew arrived at Los Angeles International Airport. The crew was flying to Hawaii to film the Okinawa scenes. On Oahu, Hawaii, there's a windswept beach with scenery similar to that of Okinawa. Ronald, let me introduce you. This is the famous screenwriter Oliver Stone. His agents, Nisida and Richard, were also at the airport to see him off. They had been asked to intercept Ronald at the airport and introduce him to another renowned screenwriter who was about to fly to the Philippines for location scouting. Hello, Mr. Stone. Ronald shook his hand indifferently, ready to leave. This old guy wrote Year of the Dragon like that. He probably harbors prejudice against Chinese people. Ronald, is it convenient for us to talk? Oliver Stone, seeing Ronald about to leave, quickly stopped him and invited him to sit down for a chat. I'll get straight to the point. There's a misunderstanding between us, and I asked Mr. Ovitz of CAA to explain it to you. We haven't dealt with each other before, but I really like your Conan the Barbarian script. I'm just wondering why you wrote the Chinese characters in Year of the Dragon like that. Ronald let the crew members leave first, and sat down to chat with Stone. That's what I wanted to say. I didn't write it. I put my name on it, but Cimino, you know him, he always belittles every script and then claims the credit. If you hadn't come out and refuted him this time, I probably would have been implicated too. Actually, I just hate the Vietnam War. They drafted me, a Yale student, and sent me to Vietnam as an infantryman. I almost died on the battlefield. My classmate, George Jr., the eldest son of the current vice president, can fly planes in the National Guard, so you're a real Vietnam veteran. Unlike that fake Cimino, Ronald had a lot of respect for veterans, and knowing Cimino's character, he couldn't help but believe Stone's words. He really is the lucky son. Ronald quoted a famous song by the band CCR. Some people are born to wave the flag. The colors of the flag are red, white, and blue. Ronald thought of his father and Aunt Karen's husband, Steve, both of whom were infantrymen charging into battle. Ha ha ha, yes, Stone also joined in with a lyric. Some people are born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Lord, they will help themselves. The two men smiled at each other. They were ordinary people, at most middle class. Ronald, I'm currently preparing to shoot a movie called Platoon, which I wrote myself. My producer, Heimdall, is only willing to contribute $3 million to the production budget, with Orion covering the remaining $6 million. I'm currently trying to find ways to reduce costs. Hey, two companies again, the same old numbers, it's their old trick. Ronald immediately understood. Wasn't this the same trick Cameron used when making Terminator? These days, new directors are already starting with $6 million for a movie. Ronald thought to himself. Thankfully he became a director relatively early, still having the opportunity to make a profit with a production budget of $2 or $3 million. Actually, this is already my second film. My first directorial work, El Salvador, just finished filming in Mexico. Do you have any money-saving tips you can share? Oliver Stone wasn't afraid to learn from Ronald, who was much younger than him. I don't have much to teach you, Oliver. It's just that filming these kinds of movies in the Philippine jungle is incredibly difficult. You need to be careful not to end up like Coppola did with Apocalypse Now. Also, you'd better pick some new actors. They're willing to work hard to get ahead, filming for over 10 hours a day without complaining. Ronald thought of the two old men in his crew. Newcomers were easier to train. How about Emilio Estevez? I heard he's not getting any roles lately. Ronald remembered his feud with Emilio. It seemed no one had told anyone, and Stone might not know. He's a bit difficult, you know what I mean. Got it, I need to find someone obedient. Stone crossed out Emilio's name. How about his brother? Charlie Sheen? Martin's son can act, he seems alright. Ronald figured he couldn't condemn the whole family. I need a supporting actor, someone who seems like a villain but has a kind heart, so that the audience can have a twist. Let me see. Ronald simply took the casting list Stone had prepared. I've seen Willem Dafoe act before, he's very good at playing villains, and this Frith Trevor. Ronald pointed to another name. This black actor debuted in my fast-paced role, he's very obedient and would be great as a big football player, that's all. I haven't worked with the others before, so I don't know how they are on set. Ronald finished his coffee and was about to leave when his flight was announced over the intercom. Thank you very much. We should talk more when we have the chance. There aren't many people in Hollywood willing to make controversial films like the Vietnam War these days. Okay, Ronald picked up his bag, caught up with Richard who was still waiting for him, and headed towards the boarding gate. Attention passengers, boarding is now open for the flight to Hawaii. Business class passenger Ronald Lee, please board as soon as possible. Antonia, what's wrong? Our flight to London is about to board. Oh, I'm coming. Antonia Franceschi, who was flying to London with the New York City Ballet for their season performances, suddenly heard Ronald's name called over the loudspeaker, and a ripple of emotion stirred within her. I wonder what movie he's filming in Hawaii now. Chapter 650 Senator and Newscare. The film crew arrived on Oahu, Hawaii. The northeastern side of the island, facing the sea, is known as the windward side. where the daily sea breezes are strong, and typhoons frequently visit, resulting in rugged, rocky terrain along the coast. Senator Daniel Innu instructed that all the houses, estates, and private properties here could be used for filming. This was the mansion of a wealthy man on Oahu, who was also of Japanese descent. Daniel Innu, America's only Japanese-American senator, was from Hawaii. When Hawaii joined the Union, Innu was a U.S. representative. He held office for many years, being re-elected. Although the one-armed senator had little influence in Washington, his local power was deeply entrenched. For the sequel's filming in Hawaii, Innu instructed his campaign manager to scout ahead, handling all location scouting, accommodation, and extras with a single word. Ronald had previously dispatched the director of photography, James Crabb, who held the same position in the first film, to scout locations in Okinawa and Hawaii. Due to the presence of the U.S. military base, the landscape of rural Okinawa has undergone a dramatic transformation. Most villagers no longer engage in agriculture or fishing, instead serving the base by selling goods or providing services, incomes far exceeding those from farming and fishing. However, this has resulted in the loss of the original Okinawan scenery depicted in the script. After consulting with Bud, a veteran of both Okinawa and Hawaii, Ronald ultimately chose Oahu, Hawaii, as the primary filming location. The wealthy Japanese businessman even provided his estate for the production team. To recreate the Okinawan fishing village depicted in the film, the set design department, arriving early, constructed 7 replicas of authentic Okinawan houses and cultivated over 3 acres of rice and vegetables. Upon arrival, Ronald scouted the location. He climbed a hillside and peered through the viewfinder at the farmers in the rice paddies, dressed in Okinawan-style clothing and wearing straw hats, appearing relaxed and at ease. 50 Hawaiian residents born in Okinawa were also recruited as extras, working as farmers, their ancestral profession. Every day, they waited in the fields for filming or pretended to be fishermen on small boats. "Please thank Senator Innu for his help," Ronald said, very satisfied after inspecting all the filming locations and extras. The Chinese and Japanese extras here were very willing to help. Ronald's first film, Dragon Boys, spread Japanese culture far and wide throughout America. Now, when Japanese Americans go to work locations in Hawaii, they are often greeted with a crane kick. Previously, Japanese Americans were often nicknamed the Little Japs, but now they are more often called Miyagi or Sensei, Master. The widespread popularity of a film can even change a country's perception of an ethnic group. Ronald knew that Chinese Americans also benefited from the Bruce Lee kung fu film craze, experiencing a rapid rise in social status in the 1970s. However, all of this vanished with his sudden death. Now, Chinese Americans are naturally seen as people who run Chinese takeout restaurants or dry cleaners. They are waiting for the next superstar to break this stereotype. Just like Morita Noriyuki did to the Japanese Americans. That evening, Ronald and the main cast members went to a bar on Oahu to celebrate. He wore a Hawaiian floral shirt and a flower wreath presented to him by a beautiful woman. "Iruha, Iruha," Ronald nodded to the woman. She looked Chinese. A conversation confirmed it. The island of Hawaii actually has a large population of both Japanese and Chinese. Together with Filipinos, they make up nearly 40% of the total population. Seeing Asian faces here is perfectly normal. Besides Morita Noriyuki, another Asian celebrity emerged from the islands this year, a Chinese-American girl named Kelly Hu, who won the title of Miss Teen USA. This was the first time an Asian had won a national beauty pageant. Representing Hawaii, Kelly Hu became instantly famous, and many more boys came to vacation this summer, all wanting to meet the supposedly beautiful Hawaiian girls. Ho-ha, Ronald frowned. Morita Noriyuki was drinking recklessly in the bar again, flirting with 2 beautiful women. He had not only gained a little weight, but his eye bags were also much deeper from years of drinking. Ralph Macchio, on the other hand, hadn't drunk much and was relatively restrained. However, his manager was annoying, constantly lecturing him on the treatment a star deserves on set, which was quite irritating. "I need to find a way to discipline him, otherwise he can't maintain the same level of performances in the first movie," Ronald thought. Tonight was a time for everyone to have fun, but starting tomorrow, they would have to be brought together and separated from the fans on the island. "Friends, it's so nice to see you all." Early the next morning, Pat E. Johnson, The karate instructor who trained the actors in the first movie and also an actor who served as a referee, gathered Morita Noriyuki and Ralph Macchio together for their daily karate review before filming began. "Pat, we already learned those techniques in the first movie, so we don't need to train again, right?" Ralph Macchio was starting to act like a diva. His agent kept telling him that stars don't actually need to know the moves themselves, the difficult ones could be left to stunt doubles. "Gentlemen, I'll leave the difficult moves to my stunt doubles." Ronald arrived just in time, pushing out Miyagi's stunt double, Daryl Vidal. "Your task is to restore your flexibility in the shortest amount of time." In this sequel, Miyagi-sensei has a scene where he fights 4 or 5 Ryukyu karate masters single-handedly, and Daniel will have a final showdown with the villain Nagazan. This isn't a match, it's a real ring. Oh, the two leads' faces fell. In the first movie, the most painful part of training was stretching their ligaments. Don't be like that. I found you a partner. You don't want to be outdone by her. Director, hello. Mr. Morita, hello. Mr. Macchio, hello. Tomita Tanri, who plays the female lead Kumiko, politely greeted the seniors. She skipped and hopped into the training area, dressed in her aerobics uniform, and bowed to Coach Pat Johnson at the end. "Let me see how much of your karate magic you'll have left in a year and a half, and whether you can still pull off a beautiful crane kick." Coach Pat Johnson grinned maliciously. Ronald listened to the screams of pain from the two stretching their ligaments, smiled, and turned to leave. With Tomita Tanling around, the two actors probably wouldn't slack off too much, lest they be outdone by even a little girl. And with such intense legwork, they probably wouldn't have much energy to frequent bars. Nor would they be able to think about the unprecedented treatment for teenage actors. Attention, let's do it all together. Everyone remember your lines, don't go astray. Listen to my commands. 2 days later, Ronald began filming. Today was a long take. Miyagi had recently returned to Ryukyu, saw his father for the last time, and reconnected with his old flame, Yuki. Daniel, meanwhile, was having a passionate affair with the little girl, Kumiko. Both the old man and the young girl had quite a rich love life. At this point, they went out to chat with their old neighbors and discovered that Sato, Miyagi's childhood friend from his apprenticeship, had become a large landowner by buying up almost everyone's land through his landlord background and providing various services to the U.S. military base. This single shot involved illogical relationships between multiple characters, and Ronald, not entirely confident, personally directed the extras and the two male leads to rehearse twice before calling for the first take. Daniel-san, Morita Noriyuki, who played Miyagi, emerged from the room. His belly was considerably larger than in the first film. His costume had him wearing a t-shirt over a gray shirt, which at least concealed some of the fat. "They're here." Ralph Macchio also ran out. This seems like a forgotten town. Across the street, on a parade track, a group of laborers were pushing the camera. The two male leads walked forward along the dirt road. Between them and the camera, on the near side of the road, several extras wearing straw hats were squatting on the ground tending to the rice. On the far side of the road, behind Miyagi and Daniel, a woman in a kimono was pulling a trailer with an old-fashioned, second-hand television set on it. "Hi," Miyagi greeted her, and the two chatted briefly in Japanese. At this moment, the camera paused, capturing a still shot. "She's my classmate," Miyagi explained to Daniel, and the two continued walking. Cinematographer James Crabb gestured, and the laborers began pushing the camera forward, following the two actors. Nearby, as the camera moved laterally, several more farmers entered the frame. The old woman pulling the television set disappeared from the frame from the right. This was a shot Ronald had specifically designed, reminiscent of the ancient painting along the river during the Qingming festival he had seen in the Forbidden City. Scenery and people entered the frame from one side and then exited from the other. "Did you say this was a fishing village? Why don't I see any fishermen?" Daniel asked Miyagi curiously, having heard that his family lived in a fishing village. The Miyagi family did only two things, fishing and practicing karate. "Last night, Yuki told me. Sato's father imported a machine-made fishing boat from America. In 2 years, he caught all the fish in the coastal waters, and he drove all the small fishing boats in the village out of business. Now, besides growing grains, vegetables, and fruits, only his family's cannery supplies the U.S. military base." Master Miyagi pulled Daniel along, pointing to a factory in the distance. While Ronald was watching the performance, he also glanced at the camera crew's coolies. Those Japanese-American coolies were very reliable, pushing the camera steadily and quickly. The camera was moved from a track parallel to the dirt road to a curved track, slowly approaching the backs of the two actors. From a medium shot to a close-up, finally stopping on the backs of the old man and his apprentice, as if the audience's gaze had passed over them, and with a change of focus, stopped on the factory. An uneasy feeling began to accumulate with the movement of the camera. This was a method designed by Ronald and Crabbe to use the camera to manipulate the audience's emotions. Cut. Ronald returned the actors and equipment to their positions and filmed 2 more takes. Cinematographer Crabbe was very satisfied with a long take. All the extras were incredibly dedicated, even those whose faces weren't shown in close-ups of their straw hats crouching down. The next evening, Ronald was also very pleased with the quickly developed prints. The work ethic of these Asian actors was truly impeccable. "Are there so many talented actors in Hawaii?" Ronald asked the second assistant director, a local Hawaiian. "Hawaii has a very developed theatrical scene, and we have a tradition of rehearsing and performing plays. Besides, Ronald is giving a voice for us Asians, so we'll give it our all, 200%. Senator and news office manager has already privately asked all the extras and crew members to cooperate. Ronald is a very friendly Hollywood director to Asians, so how can we not fully cooperate?" Since the first Dragon Boys movie was released, Asian actors from Hawaii have gradually started to get supporting roles on Broadway in New York. And Hollywood has also made quite a few copycat films about karate or martial arts. Every movie needs an Asian master. Ronald was very happy to hear this. "Ronald, can we talk?" Ralph Macchio's manager came over to invite Ronald. "What is it?" Ronald ignored him, sat down in his chair, picked up his thermos, poured himself a cup of goji berry black tea, and slowly took a sip. "Daniel and I both feel that his character isn't captured in this shot. Can we reshoot this scene?" Ronald's mind went blank. Was this the star's attitude coming out? "You feel? Do you know how much it costs to shoot a day? These extras, these sets, the meticulous shooting schedule, and the shooting timeline, you want to reshoot? Have you talked to Mr. Weintraub? You might as well go ask him and see if he can bring you to your senses. Ralph's performance is outstanding. I don't understand what you mean by feeling his qualities. Do you even know that those qualities are from the script I wrote? It was my first film as a director that gave Ralph those qualities. I brought you here to participate in the preview screening because Ralph Macchio is the lead actor in the crew, so he needs someone else's services. If your service is just spouting nonsense and misleading the actors, then you don't need to come back." Ronald turned and instructed the second assistant director, "Make a note, starting tomorrow, cancel Ralph Macchio's manager's preview screening rights." The manager's face turned bright red, but he didn't have much bargaining power. His client, Ralph, was ultimately made famous by Ronald, and he might not necessarily be on his side this time. Ultimately, he hadn't expected such a simple test to elicit such a strong reaction from Ronald. A dozen minutes later, Ralph Macchio's mother, who was nominally a co-producer, came over to apologize and explain to Ronald. These were all requests made privately by the manager. Ralph is a good boy, he was unaware of them. Mrs. Macchio, I think so too. I have no problem with him personally, he's even a good manager, considerate of his clients. However, he knows too little about filmmaking. In the future, let Ralph watch the sample footage himself. If he has any concerns about acting, we can discuss it directly. Ronald, hi, I feel that Daniel San's character wasn't fully developed in this scene. Ralph Macchio came over himself. After talking with his mother, he knew now wasn't the time to challenge Ronald. It's alright, the rest of the scenes are your performance, Ronald replied with a smile. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all, see you in the next video.